Real pill, real pill. Real pill, actually.
I tested Afterlife Companions to see if it lives up to the hype. Skeptical at first, I was amazed by their virtual burial visit services. From on-demand visits to gravesite concierge, they offer a unique way to connect with departed loved ones. It's not just a service, it's an emotional journey. Whether you're far away or unable to visit, Afterlife Companions brings you closer to those you've lost. Experience it for yourself and rediscover the power of remembrance.
So good. Inside I die, but I'm good. The truth ain't in you, baby. Lie lately. Killed my vibe when you came here with all those lies. The truth ain't in your mind. Confusion in your life. Time to say goodbye, 'cause I know you ain't right. Lie, so good. Inside I die, but I'm good. The truth ain't in you, baby. Lie lately. Smooth little you got to me, like you knew you do. Play with me like nothing else will do. I'm so ashamed of you. Lie, so good. Lie, so good. Inside I die, but I'm good. The truth ain't in you, baby. Lie lately. You lie too good. You lie too well. You lied to me and I can tell. I can tell. I can tell. Oh. Lie, so good. Inside I die, but I'm good. The truth ain't in you, baby. Lie lately. You lie too good. You lie too well. You lie to me, and I can tell. 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 Ooh, you lied to Loda, you lied too well. You lied to me, and I can tell. I can tell. Lie, so good. Inside I die, but I'm good. The truth ain't in you, baby. Lie lately. Lie, so good. Inside I die, but I'm good. The truth ain't in you, baby. Lie lately. You lie too good. You lie. Baby, I don't want your company. don't wanna talk to me. If we speak in facts, then honestly, I was good before you came here and bothered me. Baby, why you look at me confused? Acting like I did all this to you. Like I didn't tell you I ain't honest too. Acting like I didn't tell you the truth. You still did it, but you knew. La 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 la, la la la, la 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 la, la la la. You knew, ooh, you still did it, but you knew. I had some issues, you saw them too. You did what you wanted to, still you knew. Don't come here and punish, I'm not your fool. I told you honestly, babe, you knew. You still did it, but you knew. La 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 la, la la la, la 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 la, la la la. You knew, ooh, you still did it, but you knew. La 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 la, la la la, la 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 la, la la la. You knew, ooh, you still did it, but you knew.
Damn, I don't even know if my microphone was on. How about now? How about now? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? All right, I see my mic moving. What's going on, everybody? Once again, I was talking and you probably couldn't hear me. But what I was saying was the sun is behind me. Hopefully it will shift soon. I was going to turn my camera off, but then I'm like, who gives a damn? So I'm going to leave it on. The sun will shift and you should be able to see me much clearer. I can't do nothing about that unless I turn my camera off. But I want to thank everybody for tuning in to Beard Talk with a Veteran. I am your host, Tyran Cosby. Man, where do I even start? I have no clue. Today is Tuesday, November 11th. So I want to say happy Veterans Day to all of the veterans out there. But I damn sure want to say a big hoorah to all the Marines that are out there that are listening to me in ear distance. All right, understand. Veterans Day is one of those days where everyone is recognized. I love it because I always say it's kind of for us Marines, it's our recovery day. Because Marine Corps birthday is on the 10th, and then we fall right into Veterans Day. So while all the other veterans are getting to have their fun on Veterans Day and get recognized, that's mostly because us Marines are drunk and hungover and we probably sleep somewhere. So, of course, Veterans Day is for all veterans. But either which way, once again, I just want to tune in, John. And John is in my Discord. I see you answering his message now. There we go. But either which way, I'd like to just take this time again, man, and thank all veterans, everybody that raised their hand um, to defend this country. I know myself, I did it, and I did it at 18. At really, I think I was 17 when I did it. I was in a delayed entry for quite some time, but when I joined the Marine Corps, it was one of those things. I didn't really know what I was doing. I knew what I wanted to do, but I didn't know what I was doing. All right, and that decision to join the Marine Corps was probably at that time, at least at my age, was the biggest one that I ever made. But for me, it was the biggest one because it was almost the first decision I was ever making on my own. Like my parents have always been there, so let's not get it twisted. But my parents have always been there. But joining the Marine Corps was the decision that I was making on my own because it was the continuation from high school. And I don't know, it's just I can't really describe it. You understand? It's just one of those things where I don't even know what the hell I was doing. I have no clue what I was doing. I just knew I wanted to be a Marine. And as a kid, I knew I wanted to be in the military. But as I got older, I knew I wanted to be a Marine. You understand? Like, let me see if I can shift something. Being a Marine was probably the biggest decision that I ever made in my life outside of marriage and purchasing a home and everything. Being a Marine was just like I knew I wanted to be the best of the best. So I'll get asked sometime, why didn't I join the Army? Why didn't I join the Navy? Why didn't I join any other branch? And I'd be the first to tell you what's crazy is I was supposed to join the Army and I was going to join the Army. It just so happens that the day I was going to join the Army, my recruiter came into our school and, he did a talk. And the way he stood in his dress blues and the way he carried himself and the way that he talked to people, it just had me like, I think I want to be like him. I want to be just like him. I want to wear that uniform and I want the same respect that he's getting right now. Like that's what I'm fighting to get. Like I want that. So for me, it was just Marines stood out differently. It was the thing with boot camp. It's the longest and the hardest boot camp. So it already sets you apart from every other branch of the military that there is, just because it's a 13-week boot camp. So that alone is enough to scare people away. But it actually attracted me to it because I figured, well, if it's the longest boot camp and the hardest boot camp, it has to be for a reason. So when my recruiter came in, he did his talk in the school. Again, I went up to him and I was just a junior at the time. I wasn't even kind of qualified to join the Marine Corps, but I kept telling him, I was like, man, I'm gonna be a Marine, and almost like some movie or so, he would put his hand on my head like, yeah, kid, one day. But I'm like, no, man, I'm gonna be a Marine one day. And he like, yeah, I'll see you when you're a senior. And sure enough, until that time that it took me to be qualified to join a Marine, I just hustled and bustled. I did whatever it took to become a Marine. The thing I didn't realize was, well, there was there's this thing called the ASVAB in order to join the military. And at that time, let's see if I can move this. At that time, I was trying to just get in the Marines. I wasn't trying to take no SATs, ACTs. I wasn't trying to do none of that, man. I was just trying to dip. So I figured military would be the easiest route. Lo and behold, I had to find out that it wasn't. There's qualifications into joining the military. So I feel like I need some music. How about that? Where we get some background music. So, but yeah, I just felt like, man, I just wanted to be a Marine. There's nothing in the world I want to be more than anything is a Marine. So anyway, I'm a rattle on this, but I had a few messages come in to take my mind away. And if y'all don't notice, I'll be talking about something, and then my ADHD will kick in, and I'll be like, oh man, a squirrel. And I start talking about something else. But it's about 9:21 here, and it's Veterans Day. So the first thing I want to do is, actually, I'm going to share my screen with y'all now. And we're going to see if we can catch the market as it opens together. All right, so let's come here. All right. stupid today. All right, let's see what's going on in the world. And I think I got 2 accounts open. So what I'm going to do is stop sharing my screen. You do still in nothing. Yeah, that's true. All right. So what we're going to do now, tell you what, let's get my ugly face off the screen. And how do you stop sharing this motherfucker? This is what happened when my wife isn't here. This is why I like for her to be here. She's my Vanna White and shit. No. Tell you what, let's see what's popping on this one. Well, that is doing that. So what this is my option flow chart that I watch almost every morning. Just like now, market is about to open. It's about 9:22 on the East Coast, 9:23 now. Let me see, as we open up Robinhood. All right, looking like we may open up a little red. Everything is looking like it's definitely red this morning. Except for the Dow. S&P is looking red. NASDAQ a little suspect. All right. So again, I watch my option flow charts as we go through in the mornings. So this is going to start updating here in probably the next few minutes. I don't think I need to get into my charting here, but I can't because I got it open on another account. So see how Gunny gonna fix that as we come back here. All right, so this is what I do every morning. So just as live as I am right now, it's just as live as I be. I gotta figure this crap out. Okay, here we go, remove. All right, that's a little weird. All right, so let me try to do this. Let's turn that off. And so you're gonna have to give me a minute. Gonna try to log in. I have no clue what's going on there. So, all right. Let's see if this works. All right, for some reason I cannot get into my charting tool. So let's go to fucking Robinhood. All right, let me get back with you. So let's go to my charting tool here now. I'm gonna try to share my screen. All right, and we're gonna go to Robinhood. What I want us to do is see if I can see this on. Okay, I want to see this on the actual Robinhood site. And of course, this is the interface for Robinhood. So this is for anyone to use. So if anyone has Robinhood, then just use Robinhood Legend. And most of the time, you're probably gonna have to do this on a laptop. You're gonna have to do this on a computer or something. All right. So NVIDIA is something that I'm actually actively watching. So we're gonna see how she opens up at market open. And then we're gonna jump back and forth here to see how the options start to flow in. And again, this is something that I do all day, every day from my couch. from my cell phone. Like, it's just that, it's kind of that simple. It takes a lot to learn this. Let's not get it twisted, but man, you could do this on your way to work, on your way home from work, sitting at dinner, sitting with friends. Like, it don't even matter. Like, once you start understanding how the world works and how the stock market works, you'll start switching your social media time to something that's a little bit, more fulfilling. And for me, it's this. Like, I'm always looking at stocks. I'm always looking at things to help me make money, because if I can make money while sitting on my ass, you have my full-blown attention now. Because if there's anything I want to do, is make a lot of money. But I want to do it while I'm on my ass. I don't want to do it while I'm sweating. I've done that. Don't even want to do it again. So one of the things to look for as well, stocks run up in the morning. They run up or they run down. All right, they're either going straight up or they're going straight down in the morning. So that the way that you can make money back and forth every day, all day, for the rest of your damn life is, well, if you know how to chart, then you can buy something as of yesterday. If I knew that this stock was going to be going down, if I knew that Robinhood was going to fall, if I knew that Nvidia was going to go to 194 down here, 194.80 or so, if I know it's going to bounce there, then I'm going to buy there. Today, when the market opens, it's going to probably run to 195, 196 on a test. Stocks run up, stocks run down. They have to test what's called support, and they have to test what's called resistance. Support that's just what's up under the stock. Support is just that. That's you standing on a ladder. That's you something that's holding you up, keeping you from falling. That's support. All right. Resistance is very much anything that's keeping that stock from going any higher. Anything that's keeping the stock price from rising, that is resistance. All right. We got about 2 minutes here to market open. All right. That's anything. Well, I shouldn't say anything. Any price. Let's say that. That's any price that is keeping the stock from going higher. That would be resistance. So if you know that the stock's going to hit resistance, but it falls to support, let's say yesterday, then I'm going to buy at support. When the market opens today, it'll run and test that resistance. And if it don't break it, it'll fall. But while it's testing that resistance, you'll be making money and you can get out and sell. It's that easy. It's that damn easy. All right, so you got about another minute here. Let's see what happens. And so now it's good to have different accounts. As I tell people all the time, you don't need to just have one account. You can have a Robinhood account. You can have a E-Trade account. Hell, you can have a person that's doing the finances, your financial manager, advisor, whoever for you. It doesn't matter. If you got a cell phone in your hand, then you can be making money in the stock market. All right, market's open. Let's see what we crack with. All right, and as usual, let's see now. Nvidia's falling now. And this is Nvidia on the 5-minute chart that you're kind of looking at. Let's see if we switch to the 1 day. All right, so now we get a little bit of a closer look. And what you're seeing right now is Nvidia's testing support. All right, it is literally at support, and it's at the bottom of my Bollinger Band. All right, what is a Bollinger Band? Well, if you've been keeping up with the videos that I have, then you would know what it is. But as a quick lesson right now, the Bollinger Band is these little lines, these little channels that you see here. Looks like a flow of water, maybe. A body of water, I should say. I call this the channel. So when we watch the movie Nemo, and you remember Crush? You're staying in the wave, you're staying in the groove here. When the stock breaks down here and it starts touching this bottom line, for me, that's a signal saying it's basically oversold. Can it go lower? Yes, just like it's going lower now, it can. But remember, this is on a 5-minute chart. So even if I want to day trade this sucker is beautiful. The more she falls, I just got to find support. And where is support? I would probably jump back out here now to about the 1 week look. And we can see now, as you look out a little bit further, this is 1 week of 5-minute charts, all right? So now we can see that we're pretty much dancing at a support line. some of you, this may look Greek, this may look funky, this may look all kind of ways because you're probably not used to seeing a stock chart. The way that you read a stock chart, it's kind of like a book from left to right, but you're reading from the left back here, because in order for me to know where a stock is going or even where it wants to go, I have to know where it has been. Let me back that up and say it again. All right. In order for me to know where a stock is going, I essentially got to know where it's been. So I got to look at this history here. So if anybody is familiar with the game of Mortal Kombat, then in Mortal Kombat, as you fight, you level up and you fight more people, fight more people, fight more people. But the second you lose, what happens? You butt back down. All right. So that's how a stock goes. As it falls down, then eventually it's going to stop falling. Eventually. At some point, if the company is good anyway, at some point, somebody's going to go, hey, you know what? That's low enough for me. I'll buy it. And once they start buying it, and when I say somebody, I'm not talking about me and you. We coming in with like $100, $200. We ain't moving a damn thing. But a heavy hitter, an institution or so that now comes in with about 200 million, 300 million or so, that kind of now stops that drop. And chances are they're probably not even in it for the long run. They're doing the same. They're doing a short trade because they're an institution. Their thing is about making money for their customers. That's it. That's it. Their job is to make money for their customers by any means necessary. So this is what you would have to do. I mean, anyway, so this is what the stock does. Either way, it falls to these support lines. It's kind of like a run through history, and the stock is saying, hey, when the stock price gets to this area, it normally rebounds, even for a second, a split second, or anything. All right. So that's that. So if we go back to, let's see, we're on 1 week. Let's go to the 1 day. All right. As you can see now, traders were looking at it. So now we're trying to go green. We had this long wick poked down. So if I would have took this trade instantly, I'm already making money. I'm already making money just that quick from the time that we was looking to now. Now, even that quick, I could have jumped back out and let's say let it fall. Now it's going to continue to test support, but again, we are looking on a 5-minute chart. So it should keep bouncing. All right, so let's go back now. If we go to, let's say we wanted a bigger view, we would come to, right now we're looking at the 5-minute. Let's say we come to let's go to the 15-minute. All right, the 15, you get a bigger look because that's going to be a bigger candle from the 5-minute. So but now if we go to the 15-minute look let's go for about a week. Now, once again, you can still see, you can see where it's bouncing at. So where the stock is now, it's at what's called support. Support is like, I'm kind of old school and I love stuff like the Three Stooges and stuff. But either way, in old school movies, when the building was on fire and they had to jump, there would be the fire department down with like this, I don't want to call it trampoline, you know what I'm saying? But essentially kind of like a trampoline to catch you. Well, you know, they was to catch you so that when you jump, you don't hit the damn ground. So that would have been your support. That's the same with this. When you're looking at where stock price has been, then now I'm looking at where is stock price today. Is today's price near the old price? And if so, that is now called support. So hopefully y'all can see this, and we're going to see what it plays out on. Oh snap, making money with my Big Bear. So I played Big Bear AI yesterday for earnings, and I actually wanted this company anyway. I was kind of hoping that earnings was good, but they fall, so I could get them a little bit cheaper. But they did pretty decent on earnings, so kind of rising. So excuse me while I collect my money. God damn it. But continue to watch and see how this is playing out. When we look at it on a 5-minute chart, though, I'm sorry, when on 15-minute chart, it 100% is a bigger candle, and those candles take a little bit longer to move than the 5 minutes. So we looked at the 5-minute. Now let's look at what I call the 1 minute. Is this for any veterans that's out there, especially if you was an NCO or staff NCO. Remember you used to have to go in field day. I mean, not field day, but inspect field day. And you would get to the barracks and you'll see like the big barracks, and you can see a bunch of bodies from Fort. I shouldn't say bodies. You can see a bunch of Marines from far away walking the catwalk all around. You can see them. You know what I'm saying? They look like little ants and stuff, but you can see them. You see that there's movement there. But once you get to the barracks and you get on the inside of that, it's total chaos. You know, they swinging off of freaking stairwells, drinking pints of freaking beer. It's a lot of chaos. That's the 1 minute chart. So as you can see, this chart just totally changed now. And this is the 1 minute for today. So this is what this price is doing every 1 minute. Every 1 minute. So if you've ever seen movies and stuff, and the guy is playing a movie and he's a trader and he's making money in nanoseconds. Yeah, that's real. It's not fake. It's not fake at all. It's not fake at all. You can make money in seconds in the stock market. So on my screen here, as you see it moving, hopefully you can see it anyway. Red, green, red, green, red, green. Yeah, that's the price kind of moving back and forth. So if you are an experienced trader, just in those few cents of movements, you can make thousands. You can make thousands, but understand this, it's all about the capital that you put up. If you don't put up a lot of capital, you're not going to make a lot of money. There's a myth that, you know, people can come into the stock market and make a lot of money. Oh, shit. Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's not really a myth that you can make a lot of money in the stock market, because you can. But say, man, there's an art to this game is what I'm saying. There's an art to this game. And one thing I'm bad about doing is not checking my chat. Let me check my chat. Oh, snap. Check the chat, and who do I see? Dean. What up, baby? What up, Dean? Happy Veterans Day, man. And happy belated birthday, goddamn. Ooh, rah. But Dean, if you're there, because sorry, man, I didn't check the chat. But this is NVIDIA that I'm looking at. But let's see if we can switch it up. And I'm using it on Robinhood Legends. One, because my account is tripping and I don't feel like logging out and everything. So I'm gonna use it on Robinhood mostly because everybody can use it on Robinhood. On my charting tool, everybody can't use that because it's a subscription only. So this actually kind of works out. I don't ever use Robinhood, so let's see if we can change it. TBA. All right, Big Bear. Big Bear is something that I played for earnings yesterday with the expectation of Big Bear coming down some. But let's look at, if I want to see a bigger picture. So Dean and a few other guys. Oh, snap. John, I see you in the chat. What up, bro? Hey, appreciate it. Appreciate it. You say Happy Veterans Day. I appreciate it. What I was going to say, what I tell you guys all the time is I like to look at everything from far out. Most of the time, let's go back. Let's start with the week. I'll start with a week look, and I want to take it almost all the way out. All right. The reason I do this is because I need to see the whole entire picture. So a lot of people, when they get on the Wall Street and they start, thinking that they know how to trade and everything, the first thing that they do is they come into, let's see this, because I'll talk to a bunch of people, and they've either been traded or they haven't been traded, they've been started, whatever it is, they just doing things all jacked up because somebody taught them that. But either way, they'll come in and they'll look at a chart like this, and they'll really think that they know what they're looking at. And as me and you are looking, it's nothing but a bunch of gibberish. But they'll still come in. And I'm just like, bro, the reason that you're getting smoked in all your trades, where's the stock going? Do you know if it's going up or down? It's like, oh, well, it's falling. Where is it falling to? Oh no, it's crashing. And then you'll bring the stock all the way out. You'll be like, man, your crash is a bounce. It's supposed to fall to this point. So once again, what you're seeing here, so if you start looking at these different things, you're going, oh my God, I don't know what I'm looking at. It's just because, you know, I would say you haven't got comfortable with what this is. To a bunch of people, this is just a bunch of stuff to give you anxieties and say, oh my God, what is this? I don't give a dang about it. What is it? Well, you got to understand you need to give a damn about this, because this is where the money is. These are what's called candlesticks. Every candlestick will almost tell you what is taking place. But you're not going to learn to understand candlesticks until you start understanding the game of the stock market. So people in my Discord, you know, I'm always on you guys. I'm beating you up. I'm doing everything about staying focused on learning candlesticks. So, hey, I see Mika. Mika, what up in the chat? Hey, glad you can make it. All right. So as I was stating, guys, this blue line, it looks like a channel, or a highway, a road, whatever you want to call it. That's the Bollinger Band. And if you understand, the Bollinger Band will tell you almost everything that you don't even know. It'll tell you everything that you don't know. So you need to, you know what I'm saying, get comfortable with that. Anyway, let's see what the option flow is doing today. All right, so what I do here is, and this is, again, another subscription that I have. I have to pay money, a lot of money, to keep up with this type of stuff. But I utilize this to let me know how good I am with what I'm already doing. So if I'm charting something, let's say NVIDIA, let's also say Big Bear. Let's see if nothing came in on Big Bear today. Most big money probably not touching it until it reaches a certain price. So let's take Big Bear away and let's go NVIDIA. All right, so as we look at the call orders for today on NVIDIA, they're not too bad. They're about split, about 50-50 almost, bearish and bullish. Let me see, we got 225 price. He went out to January. We got 255K on that one. November 14th, 192. And this is probably a big one. They put 200K up. So now what happens with a lot of these is these calls get put into, what am I trying to say? These calls get put into, in the money, I guess what I'm trying to say. These calls are made while they're in the money. When you're putting big money up like that, then sometimes you don't want to risk that. Going far out will be a risk. So you'll go closer to in the money. And especially if you got about 200K, let's say half a mil on some of these guys' plays, then it's cool to go 200K and closer to in the money. If you got half a mil, then you probably went 200 in, you know, close to in the money, and then maybe you went 50,000 to out of the money. And then when they both hit, I guarantee when they both hit, you're going to get paid. The one that's in the money is going to start obviously making money instantly because you bought it in the money. So it's instantly going to start making money. The ones that's out of the money, they're going to start making money as well, but they're not going to make as much money. The price is going to have to get to a certain point. So that's why these guys don't care about, I mean, just look at what they're putting up. It's like some of these, man, it's 200K, 300K, and they got them on calls and puts. And the way that you do this is these are probably banks, institutions, this you know, people with big money and stuff, but they'll come in. So if I'm doing a 200K call on NVIDIA, oh, please believe somewhere along this line, I have a call on a put as well. Because every fiber in my body and all my instincts may tell me that the price is going up, but that don't mean that it will. So in order to protect myself and not lose all of my money, then, because it's basically like when the stock price moves most of the time, the market is closed. You understand? Like it moves during the day now, it's moving and stuff and then yada yada. But stock moves the most at night, you know, and in the morning. So if I put 200K up on it now to say it's going to a certain price, but the price turns around and reverses on me before market opens, depending on how far that price falls before market open, I could lose all my money. So in the movie Trading Places, when the two old men, they were laying there and they were yelling, sell, sell, sell. And they couldn't, you know, they pretty much couldn't sell and stuff. That's how it is. If the market is closed, you can't sell. You can't sell till it's open. So by the time it's open, if you put 200K in, you might get the coup, you know, 30K. maybe be 300. We just don't know how far it falls. But if you also had a put to protect yourself in that same case, and then let's say price did fall, then yes, you are losing 100% a lot of money in your call, but you're making a lot of money in your puts. So if you're able to, let's say the market opens, you can close out your call position with the L, like eat that L. But if the price is falling, then that means that your put is now making money. Puts mean stock is going down. Calls mean stock is going up. All right. And all this, guys, for the ones that may be new to this, I'm speaking options trading, not stock trading. That is not the same thing. All right. Stock trading is a lot simple because, well, you ain't really got a risk in stock trading. You're just buying a stock, and you can buy the stock. Let's say I bought, what is this? I'm gonna use NVIDIA here because NVIDIA's price $194. If I bought one stock of NVIDIA and NVIDIA goes to $200, I can sell it. But in the stock world, I've made about $6 or something, somewhere in that range. Yeah, about $6. So it's like, yeah. But see, in the option world, that's probably 600, 6,000, 60. Like depend on your capital you put up, but options and stock do not move the same. So options are a lot safer. Options are a lot of what I teach a lot of kids to trade because, well, we can't go wrong with stocks per se. Even if you go wrong with a stock and you go $200 in and that stock dropped to $100, well, with a stock, you're never broke until you sell it. When you sell it, you've locked in your position. You've locked in that L saying, F it. But just because it drops to $100 now, who knows where it may be next year, next week, 2 years, whatever. It might be at 6,000. So with a stock, you're not locked into that loss until you sell it. But see, options are totally different because now you putting options on a timeline. And hopefully y'all can see this, man. You should be able to see these calls and puts just kind of flowing right on in on these different stocks. So like I say, I'll sit here and I'll chart my stuff and I'll come up with my synopsis of why I should or shouldn't play it. And then I'll bounce to what the professionals say. And then I'll probably watch it for a day or two before I jump in. And I'll watch it probably on this to see who's buying it, who's selling it. Because if I'm thinking of buying it and everybody's selling it, then now I got to go back and I got to re-go through my plan again. So hopefully you can see it. And what is this? This is Flow Algo, if you're wondering, that I use. I don't know what I pay for Flow Algo. It's $200-$300 some a month on this thing. All right. So yeah, it's like almost like a car note on some of these things. Is it overrated or not? I don't know. Depends on who uses it. I use it and it helps me out. So I make a lot of money. So it's like, it kind of balances out. This is another thing that I use. So let's see what they're talking about on NVIDIA today. And sometimes people say, well, why do you play NVIDIA so much? NVIDIA is so expensive. Well, if you the top dog in all of the tech world, you ain't supposed to be cheap. And if you're the top dog in that lane, then damn, why wouldn't you trade the top dog? If we look at now, this is NVIDIA's, they're saying NVIDIA's average. So to all my people that are in my Discord that may be on my live right now that's listening, this is why I was beating the hell out of y'all saying NVIDIA. Because see, I chart it. I do everything with NVIDIA all day, Palantir. Most of the stuff that you guys are learning to do, I've already been doing. So I already know NVIDIA's average price is around $230 to $250 average, honestly, with the highest price being in the 300s. Now, NVIDIA has earnings coming up, I believe next week. Let's see. And right now, and this is my account, and this is why you guys can see this. If you was on your account, you wouldn't be able to see this right now. It'll be totally different. Like all of these guys will be blocked out. But I have this account as well, and I got to pay for this mofo. So this is how I'm able to see this. And as you can see, all the analysts are saying NVIDIA's average price is anywhere from the 220s to about the 300. So for the ones that are on here, I hope it makes sense now why I'm going. I don't really care what you got going on. I don't care what you're doing. I don't even care. Because while you nickel and diamond over there, you got to remember, guys, I've done this for X amount of years now. So while you're making a little bit of money, I'm trying to get you over here to make a whole lot of money off of your little bit of money. And all it is just knowing what companies are hot, what are they doing, what do they got coming out, maybe who's the new CEO, just anything. So, yeah, so now we can see NVIDIA now. And we see that NVIDIA is set to, whether it's this year, because even if NVIDIA has earnings next year and just for some odd reason, the stock price don't run. The stock price will only not run is because NVIDIA will be spending billions and trillions on building data centers. And until data centers start making money, it ain't even gonna matter. It ain't gonna matter what NVIDIA do. So until they can prove that, hey, this data center and this China stuff ain't killing us, but I can tell you now, this is the top dog in that lane. So if NVIDIA has earnings next week and for some odd reason they miss and they drop NVIDIA back to the 150s or 60s, it's almost like everybody in the world you should go get your piece of NVIDIA now, because God just blessed whatever prayer you laid up at night praying about a financial blessing, it would have been answered on that one. You understand? Like, you can listen to whoever you want to, but I'm telling you, this is the top dog. You guys ain't even seen a tip of what this company is doing for the future. All these robots that you probably hear about and some of you are seeing, that's real deal and running around, has an NVIDIA chip in it. Humanoid robots is real. So whether you say, oh, we saw this on the Terminator, and it don't matter what you say and don't matter what I say, it's already here. And it's already in high demand. I'll be the first to tell you, I want one. As I told my wife, I'm gonna get one. And she's like, I don't want no robot. It's gonna look and kill you. Shut up. Shut up. Who gives a damn? I walk to the grocery store and half of them fools want to kill me too. I don't give a damn. I want a robot. If he know how to fold laundry and wash dishes, he's bought. He is good as bought. I don't give a damn. So that's just my opinion. But nevertheless, NVIDIA's chips are very important. So now let's see what they got on the news and the insight. So again, as a trader, my job is to read investors. As a trader, my job is to read investors. What does that mean? That means I need to know how an investor thinks. And investors don't like nothing to F up their money. But investors do like great news in the companies that they are investing in. Most investors don't research I should take that back. Most investors research and they go off of the basics. They go off of financials and they go off of 20-day, 50-day moving average stuff. That's it. A trader is one that goes deep into the line. A trader is one that spends most of his day investigating, like, what's the new article come out? What do they got going on next year? What is everybody saying? Like, you're getting the true hype. That's a trader. So I guess if I can, maybe if I can break it down super simple so that people can understand is what's the difference of an investor and a trader? An investor is a person that may look at somebody and go, I'm gonna take them for who they are. Yeah, how you doing, man? My name is such and such, and you're gonna take them for who they are. But a trader is gonna be like, nah, your hands are too clean. I need to know where you've been at for the last 2 weeks. See, that's a trader. So they're gonna investigate and they're gonna dig into things. So I hate to say it, and it's not. I don't even give a damn if it's taking sexist, because it's true. Most women are great traders. Why? Because they're already snooping and pooping and shit anyway. You're already in somebody's phone. You're already in all the rest of this stuff. So now just imagine if you took that energy and put it into trading, you'll supersede every man that's around that mug, because most of us are looking for the big hits or so. And it's real stuff. I tell kids this, I tell everyone that. It's just natural. Who does the most digging and stuff? At least in my experience, in my world, that's how it's been. Most of my friends, if they meet somebody, we run with it. But most chicks, if they meet a man, they got a home. Girl, tell me this. Where was he at? Do you know this car? Look at this plate. That's the stuff they do, not us. So you can get smacked. So anyway, I'm rambling, but that's the difference of a trader and investor. Financials. Financials is something that everybody should look at before you put your money into any company. Traders, okay, we don't care. All right, we're trading momentum. So we don't really care about financials too much unless we're going long, then we'll get into financials. But most traders, I hate to say it, man, the gangbangers, man, we in and out. All right, there's no feelings involved to this. There's no nothing. It's strictly money and profit. All right, I'm going to price points. That's it. That's it. I don't care if she's destined to move $50, $80. I don't care. If my target is $10, I'm out at $10. That's a trader's mentality. Investors are going, well, I have no clue. Well, some, I shouldn't say all. They're going, I have no clue what's going on, but I want 2 million shares of this company because, you know, they're poised to blow up in the future. They just looking at charts, and that chart got a 50-day and a 200-day moving average. Some of them will come here and they'll look at the different financials. All right, you want to know the main thing you want to know about a company, especially if you're investing. Are they making money? I don't give a damn if they cool, they do whatever. Man, you making money, fool, or not? That's what I need to know. And you will know this as an investor or trader by going through the financials. All right, you can go through them, look at their quarterly numbers. No company on this public stock market can keep anything away from their investors. They can't. That's why it's public. Your money is in these companies, so they have to tell you about them. And if they don't, well, they just violated things and they can get in trouble. All right, so you have to look at the financials. Let's check the chat because I'll be tripping. I see John. They come with advanced training. That's my boy Q. Q. Now, the thing that I love about certain people is my buddy Q. That's in the chat. Q, and I see you, Quavers. He's a retiree as well, just like me. Let me tell y'all something, man. If it's anything in the world I love to see veterans learning the stock market, because we've all been in hell, and some of us been in hell more than once. You understand? And by hell, I'm speaking combat zone somewhere, a combat environment. So when you see veterans that's picking it up, I love it. I just love it. But if there's anything I love is to see a person make it to retirement from the military and pick this game up. Because I ain't kidding y'all, man. I know how I was when I picked it up. So now when I see that same gleaming look in my friend's eye, it's like addictive. And honestly, me and my wife be in the house, we'd be laughing because we'd be like, all right, who else can we hit with this life-changing thunder? Because she's seen it firsthand as well. So Q, I see you. And he definitely say use all the systems. And don't let none of this stuff discourage you as well. So like you said, it comes with advanced training. You don't learn none of this stuff overnight. It ain't a person, not even me, gonna learn trading in a 3-day boot camp or a weekend. You're not. You're just not. But you are gonna learn so much of the basics that you're gonna go, okay, this makes sense. All right, you're gonna start instantly making money now. But the only way you can continue to make a whole lot of money is by further, getting educated in things, learning more of what you don't already know. Stock market to me ain't nothing but fantasy football. Honestly, y'all, it's just fantasy sports. It's just the difference is these athletes in the stock market, companies or athletes here, these athletes, I can plot them, I can chart them, I can look up their history, I can predict what they're going to do. I can almost tell these athletes more than they can tell me about them by doing certain research. See, in fantasy sports, yeah, you can look up LeBron, and honestly, man, if you're good at charting, charting ain't nothing but analytics. So if you're good at analytics, then you can kind of predict what Bron is how many points he going to get this game. But it's never really for sure. Stock market is just like that, but it's a little bit more accurate. Your dangers in the stock market is not the company. Well, it's the company doing something crazy, illegal. But your biggest concern in the stock market is the people running the country. The laws, things that change. That's what changes the stock market. The more politicians say they're going to do something in the future, they're going to maybe cut the cost of gas. Well, they say they're going to cut the cost of gas, then gas prices, at least in the stock market anyway, gas stocks going to probably start going down because people want to jump out at the highest point. So your only enemy is the people running the country mostly. And I see, oh, my baby in the chat. What up, Justin? Oh, my baby in the chat, man. The coolest thing in the world to me as a pops is not only teaching Marines, but like teaching my kids this. When I first started trading, well, I first started investing, it was on accident. And it was just because I love Tesla. I'm a Tesla geek. I was like, man, I want a Tesla and Tesla. But I was like, I'll never buy a Tesla, but I'll invest in Tesla. And that's how I started learning how to invest in the stock market. And then I started making money off of Tesla. Some little funky little dollars I put in a Tesla made me a lot of money. So now I'm like, oh, wow, I really, really, really want to learn this more. Started reading and researching Warren Buffett and all these guys who got into this crap when they were kids because they daddy made them do this and they daddy made them. It's not, he didn't say his daddy gave him the option to learn it. It's like his daddy made him. So the more I learned that is when I was like, I want to make my damn kids learn this. And any of my kids would tell you, they was like, Pop, leave us alone. Put the phone up, pick it up. Let me see it. What's your portfolio look like? Why is it this low? Like, yeah, I'm that dad. Because now that they got it and they're getting it more, I'll be honest, man, I sit in the house now. We used to worry about, what would happen to your kids when one day you pass away? Because eventually we all will, But, are they set now? Is there something else I could be doing? And it's always been about money. For a lot of families, it's always about money. But for us, it's been the same. It's been like, have I done everything that I can? Now, when I start teaching my kids this, and I see what they can do with a little bit of money, I tell you, I sit back on the couch now and I clutch my beard a little bit tighter because that is not one of my worries anymore as to what are my kids going to do financially. I ain't gonna lie. My son is online. I'll be the first. Well, not him. I used to worry that my kids one day when I pass and they get their inheritance and all this, I was like, man, they gonna blow it. Man, I've been out here busting my butt all this time. They finna blow it on PlayStation games or something, So it's like I wanted to teach them how to value money and most importantly, how to take a little bit of money and flip it into a lot of money. Now you and your family should be good and you shouldn't repeat the cycle of hard work and dirty hands and coming home because me and mama did that. So if you coming home from hard work and dirty hands, it's because it was a choice that you made. So yeah, I know I'm rambling. But that's why I feel all our kids need this though. You understand? Like they need this game. All right, so let's check out those. Big Bear. It won't let me do it. All right, so let's go to Big Bear. All right, and we're seeing right now, so what did they give Big Bear average price? They got 2 buys, 1 hold. You got a $8 buy from this guy. He gave it he gave it today. He said that they're worth at least $8 on the upside. So what Big Bear is going to need to do is they're going to probably need to have a few more analysts come in. Let's see, and this article was 15 minutes ago. They're going to just need to have a few analysts come in and give them some better ratings and boost them up. And you're going to start seeing Big Bear take off. They're trying to call Big Bear the mini Palantir of the world. Now, how true that is, I don't know. But if anybody knows about Palantir, then they've been on fire since about the last 4 years, basically. And if you've been following me, I've been screaming about them for about the last 4 years, basically. So you look at their stock price now, it's not a secret to where they are. And they're going to go higher. Please believe that. They're hands down going higher. AI is too important to the world. It may not be important to most of you, but it's very important to the world. All right, so Big Bear. Stock did jump today. And so I got like a zillion screens open all around from my computer to my phone to my laptop over here. And I cannot see current stock price as this second on Big Bear. But if anybody played Big Bear, I know it was 570 some yesterday. Matter of fact, Dean, Justin, one of y'all in the chat, just put Big Bear's price for me in the chat for me. I don't want to jump off my screen right now. My wife ain't here, and if I touch a button, it's probably gone. That'll be it for this live. So what we got here? right, says bullish on Axe Sage deal. So Big Bear has some things that they are working on. If you don't know it, if you've been flying in the airport, and let's say that you have clear, like me, I like clear. I do not have time for those lines. So I want to cut it down as much as possible. So I have clear and I have TSA pre-check. Now they have things where it's a little bit even more expedient than clear because it's more just face recognition. You can go into certain Delta spots. I know here in Atlanta anyway, you take your suitcase in, they sit it on, they bag it, they scan your face, it gives you a thumbs up, you're going about your business. That whole process, like, honestly, man, unless it's packed and you're in line, but most of the time, once you get up there, that whole process of them getting your bag in your face, scanning it, it's like a minute maybe. Now, the line within itself is probably super long, but thanks, Dean. We're at 650 on Big Bear. All right, 652. Thanks, guys. All right, so 652. So Big Bear's at 570 something yesterday. This is Big Bear. So we was at, I'll tell you what, let me give you guys the 1 year. All right. So now we can see, yeah, we were about here somewhere yesterday, and then we got that gap up, obviously, today, due to earnings yesterday. So you got the gap up. The gap up is cool, but as you can see, Big Bear is not really sustaining it. It's not sustaining that pump. So as I was telling one of my little proteges here, if you stay in a Discord Diamond, I was telling her that, see, Big Bear has to get a little bit more funk out of this mofo, or she coming back down. Because the candle right now, it's up, but as you can see, it's red. So that means that the candle pumped up, and now it's coming back down. So it's coming back down, but it's also sitting at support. So we are now sitting at a support line. How do I even know this is a support line? The same way that y'all should know it's a damn support line. Because the Bollinger Band is telling me it's at average price. What is average price? Average price is the middle of the Bollinger Band. So if we fall below average price, then you know the price can fall. If it's falling, you know that it is very cheap because it's under the average of the Bollinger Band. Now, what can happen as well is if price falls and it continues to fall, the middle of the Bollinger Band and the top of the Bollinger Band are now going to point down because that's indicating we going down. So like Mary J, I'm going down. Yeah, that. But if you look, when we bounce and we get a strong bounce up, well, the bottom of the Bollinger Band it will begin to bend. And as you can see, hopefully you guys can see right here where my mouse is, it's bending up. So we have, what is this blue line in here? It's looking like probably my VWAP I have in there. It looks like that's just automatically in there. So I'm gonna let it ride. But nevertheless, this line that runs at the bottom, you got two lines. You got one that runs up, and then you got one that runs through. That one that runs through is one of the VWAPs. So the price bounced basically off of the VWAP, came back up to average price, and now we're sitting at average price. So long as Big Bear AI holds this price today and don't come no lower, we'll be okay. But if we look back here, let me see, this gap back here, it was closed. This gap right here to the left, it was closed. All right, we got a big gap here. It was closed right here. So when we pumped up, it closed this gap to the right. When that gap closed, that's almost like the all clear to say, all right, hominis dominus you to go higher. As soon as that gap is closed, bam, what do we get? We got higher movement. We came back down. Remember, the middle of the Bollinger Band is average price. So when price comes to average, you got to expect a bounce. And sure enough, we got a bounce. And if we get a bounce and good news that day, oh, we gonna rock and roll. Yeah, we gonna rock. So let's say we get a bounce, price fell to this, and then tomorrow they release, hey, we got 19 patents on a new product. Man, now price gonna skyrocket back up. So that's what's going on now. Big Bear was falling. How far did they fall? Well, they did not fall lower than they did over here on the left. Over here on the left, they fell to about 470. Actually, I take that back. They fell to about 466 was their lowest right there. At least in the, Let's look at it on a year. On a year. All right, so that was not their lowest. That's the lowest to where they fell. So if you look to the left, anywhere over here to the left, you see that price is lower than current price. All right, so essentially the left is lower than the right. So that only has to mean that we're going higher. If we never came back to where we fell from, we're going higher. All right. So anyway, this is on Robinhood's Legend, man. Y'all can use this. And then over here, depending on how you do your widgets. So let's show you how to do widgets. Let's delete this one. And let's delete this one. All right. So when you come on Robinhood Legends, all right, and Robinhood Legend is for everybody. So this is the reason I say I like it, because a lot of you guys can learn how to start charting and stuff on Robinhood, and now you don't have to pay for an outside subscription to do your charting and your researching and all of that. You can just use it right on Robinhood Legend. This is a new feature that they started this year. So since I've been trading, I've been on other trading. You know, you got trading views, stock charts. I got trained on stock charts. And that's what I got comfortable with, so I keep it. You got other ones like TradingView, Thinkorswim, Moomoo, and all these other platforms that has, I think, trading, but I don't know if they have advanced trading like Robinhood. So nevertheless, you come to your Robinhood Legends. It's gonna make a little funky sound, and then you'll come here, and these are what's called your widgets. Your widgets are just obviously the screens that you want to see. So if you want your watch list there, if you want your, you got the snapshot, the positions that you hold, any of your recent orders, option change, blah, blah, blah. Me, I like charts. I put my charts there, which is what we just saw. And then what would be another one? I think it was snapshots. One of them is where you can see like the news and articles. I think it's snapshot. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So I don't really want to add any more on that. So I'll take this one and then I'll stretch it out. Or maybe I don't want that and I want to see my chart more. Then I'll just take it and then I'll just stretch my chart out. So now it's a little brighter. And then I can still see the articles over here. So now I can see the headlines as they come out. And then the headlines will kind of tell me what's going on with the day. So we're looking at Big Bear on, I'm always keep you guys on a day chart. And the reason I do day chart is because if you want to see anything smaller than a day, then you got to learn that. You know what I'm saying? You either going to learn it while in my Discord from me, or you're going to learn it on your own. But I'll never just teach regular people how to day trade, because the only thing I'm doing is setting you up to lose all your money. So I always stay on about the day chart. And as we can see, if we look over here on the day chart, man, this is why I beat you guys up so much. Well, let's see. Let's go to about the 1 year. All right, there we go. So now when we look on the 1 year look, and I'm looking on the day, look at these gaps that I can see. Now, a lot of these gaps have been filled, but look at the gaps. And we're currently in real deal time right now, going to have a gap to fill. And let me show you. And that is today's price, because Big Bear did what? Gapped up. All right, so you see this little gap right here. So we were at, I bought my option yesterday at about 570 something on Big Bear. Because again, Big Bear is something I've been charting in my Discord. And I actually have I don't even know if she's on, I don't know, but I have a 13-year-old that lives in the Philippines. Her dad is a retired veteran. Obviously, he moved. Her dad, who I love to death, he's been doing my taxes for like umpteen years and taught me so much on financial knowledge. He's part of the reason where I am now. But either way, he doesn't like spending money in America, because he said America is overpriced and they get away and, you know, all of this. So obviously in his time of traveling, all in his, I think 30 years in the Air Force or so, he deemed he was not going to stay in America. And that's when he moved out of country. So I still talk to him, you know, just as if he's here. But it's his daughter that I've been training in my Discord. She's 13 years old, and I swear, man, she pick up. I've never even physically talked to her. We just always either chatted or we got on Zoom, I should say. So I talked to her maybe through the internet. This little girl is picking up trading like, man, I can't even explain it, but better than most adults. As I told him, you know, and he came to him and he told me, he said, hey, man, I've done a great deal with my daughter, but I feel like I've gotten her to the best I can get her to with the financial knowledge. Can you teach her the stock market? It wasn't even a question asked. Hey, man, hands down, yeah. She know how to work freaking internet? Yeah, cool, send her my way. And she's been kicking butt ever since. So either way, you can get into all of this. I'm definitely rambling, y'all, but you can get into all of this. You put those charts out and you start finding the gaps. Learn about gaps. If a stock gapped up, then it has to sustain it. It got to hold it or it's coming back down. Right? And where is it coming back down to? At bare minimum, it's coming back down to where it gapped up at. Right? So if we gapped up at 574 or 590, we're now at 632 that I think we opened up at. And now Big Bear's, well, no, she shot up. See, she shot up. She gave us a wick about almost $7. And now we're here. And this is more likely probably in the early morning pre-market. I would almost imagine that was definitely pre-market. All right, but let's go. Say we did go in. Now, let's say I was going to play it. First of all, let's go out on the week. Let's go out on the week and let's go to the 5-year chart. As you can see now, if you're into charting and you're understanding stock charts, you can look at this right now and instantly know what formation is made and it's making. You can instantly almost see where the pullbacks are going to be. If you're new to this just look like hieroglyphics. You don't know what the hell this is. You're just like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. But again, and then definitely for the people that's been in my Discord, man, if some of you told me you wasn't too familiar and you don't know what this formation is, then you boy, knife hand is coming out on Veterans Day, you understand? Like, now you got to know, because this is telling you exactly what's about to happen. All right. So right now, if you don't know, for those of you that are new, then I will be nice and break some of this down. So this is why I look at the chart on a wide view, because now I can see everything. Look at all these peaks. Every peak tips that you see, we either coming to that or we gonna bounce off of that. All right. And by the way, I'm in here with my dog. By the way, he don't leave my side. So if he start barking, don't be freaking out. Crap. He just won't leave my side. But either way, so this is the formation that it's making. So this is Big Bear. So guys, you got to know. But let's try to funk it out on Robinhood with this. First, we got candles. So let's go add indicators when we come over. What are some of the indicators that I liked? Well, obviously, the RSI. So we now add the RSI to my indicator. For those of you that don't know, they may say, well, what is the RSI? The RSI, Relative Strength Index. All right. It is the Relative Strength Index. Matter of fact, y'all know what I'm going to do? As I sit here and I feel my stomach grumbling. All right, man, I should be eating right now, but I'm not, because I'm sitting here charting. So you mofos, hold on. I got something for y'all ass. I can't find my screen now. Oh, there we go. All right. How about we switch my, you don't switch my damn banner up. You know, y'all drop a donation to the Cash App or something. Give me a biscuit. Spending my time on this shit. Y'all know I've been teaching support and resistance for the longest, right? But nevertheless, we're gonna add our RSI, and I also want to add my. Let me go with my MACD. And damn, I don't even see it. Hold on. Tell you what. How about we just type it? go. All right, so now we got our MACD added to there. And that's all I'm gonna really add for right now. So now let's see if it'll let us chart. Let's go with, we're gonna go with the solid line. So first thing I'm probably gonna come to is here, and we're gonna learn how to use this charting one together. All right, so I wanna build a highway. All right, and what I mean by highway is make your joints appear on the chart. All right, well, shit, let's do it then. All right, I want to make a highway simply because I want to know where it's going and where it's capable of going. So if it was me, I'm going to bring it from point to point, which is here. And now I got it boxed in. All right, now I got it boxed in. Say I'm looking for the most touches, guys. I'm looking for the most touches. What do I mean by touches? Touches are the points that it kind of makes that elbow. So remember, support and resistance. Touches are the top of the peak. It goes up. It can't make it. It can't go any higher. It now falls. Where it fell from now became resistance. No matter what. No matter where it fall to, no matter what this stock does, until it beats that peak it fell from, it don't mean nothing. So just like with this stock, it means Big Bear means absolutely nothing until she gets back to about $15, because that's where it fell from. So again, in the game of Mortal Kombat, what happens when you lose? What happened when you lose? Well, when you lose, you get knocked down the rankings. So if I fought the top guy, they're going to knock me down. And now I got to fight everybody that I already fought just to get back to him. That's the same thing that a stock price has to do. When it falls, boom, it falls. In order for it to come up, it got to beat every price it fell from. All right. So let's learn how to work this. What is this? Looking for a different line, guys, so hold tight. Actually, let's change my color to green. All right, so back here, there's an elbow. Remember, stocks can only go where the hell they been. That's it. All right, you dirty son. All right, apparently I'm doing something wrong here. Hold on. All right, there we go. So say I run this all the way to about there. All right, we're gonna lock that in. So now we can take this, and now let's say we come in tighter to a 1 month view, bam. Now I can see almost exactly where I am. So we are dancing on support. Hopefully you guys can see that, because I can see it. And we can see that today's price is on the green line that we just placed a minute ago. Now we'll come back out to the 1 year look, and we'll see, boom, that green line is shit. You would think I'm good at this or something. Like it's literally where it should be. And the only reason it's there is because I put it where price was before. Still confused? Shouldn't be. All right, look back here. All right, actually, let's go. Yeah, that's about the furthest you can see. So I'll take you back out to a 5 year look. On that 5 year look, let's see what the all gives me. All right, the all kind of gives me a little bit more. If you look back here, this is where I put the line, right back here in this area, because I got an elbow there. But where do I think stock price is coming to? That last one was on me. Unfortunately, I don't know how to take that one off. Well, we're gonna have to rock with it. Shit, it is what it is. Let's jump into the 3 month. So as you can see where my line is on the 3 month, like it's spot on. So Big Bear gapped up. So they are sitting on support. For the last 3 months anyway, they are sitting on support. If we go year to date means pretty much from January to today. 1 year means from November of last year to November of this year. Right. So even on the year to date, look, you can see we are exactly where we need to be. But where a stock gaps up from and down, even in history, as a stock moves up, those positions matter. If it was resistance at one point and the stock price falls from it, it's going to be resistance going back up. It ain't even an if, it's going to be resistance. What is support? If whatever support is, if it falls through support, in order to get back up, wherever it fell from will now become resistance. All right. So prime example, stock price travels under, comes up. Apparently they got some great news or something that day because they gapped up. They continued to go up. And now, because this area was resistance, but it gapped up, it beat it. Resistance now becomes support. So what happens to price? It came to it, bounced right off of it. Came to it, what it do? Bounce right off of it. Now, again, if the gap up is not strong enough to sustain, it's going to come down. And as you can see, it came down. Once it broke this support, that's a wrap. The only people that think it's going higher is like you guys that don't know what you're doing. You're the only one still holding going higher because we're going, oh, damn, she got to start this run back over. So you're going to get a strong pump. And unless some strong news came out when they fail, man, that pump ain't going to do nothing. That's a pump and dump. All right. So she's going up and then dump right back down. This time when they dump, it comes to a stronger line of support because you can see all of these touches back here. So you got 1, 2, pretty much 3. And even though they didn't touch it, it still respected this line. So therefore, that is a great line of respect. Stock price jumps up, comes down, bounce off, hits resistance, come down. Now, this pump has to try to break this time. It can't get stuck at $9. Or this time when it comes down, it's going to come down. It could hold if new investors or so come in, but chances are it's going to go lower. So now we added our RSI, our relative strength index to this. And what do we see? We read this sucker almost just like the stock. This tells you the strength of the stock. And guess what? You can chart this mofo too. Well, if Robinhood lets you. I know no one don't mind not to chart it. But let's see. There we go. So now I can chart my RSI. So now when I chart my RSI, I know what window it has to play in as well. And I just bring it from point to point. So now as my RSI is charted, I can kind of see exactly where it's going to be played out at. Cold-blooded, huh? So you can utilize your indicators. You can chart them. You can chart the stock. You can chart almost anything that's on there. Your job is to make sure that you understand what it is and what you're reading. Because now when you can understand it and read it, man, it's game over. All right, so I'm bouncing around, but let's check the chat. We can say thank you. If anybody got something, I don't know. If you got something you want me to chart, so let's toss it in the chat, and I'll do the best I can to chart it and hopefully get you to understand it a little bit. But I did Big Bear because that's one of the ones I feel like a lot of youngsters should play it. Well, not should, but they have the opportunity to play it because it's pretty affordable. The stock price right now is $6.37. So Big Bear, as long as they stay relevant, which they seem to be doing, because they're definitely making some moves in the right directions for the future. Are they going to get you rich right now this second? I seriously doubt it. It depends on what you put up on it, because a lot of your movements, they may not be too big. But who knows? Next week is NVIDIA's earnings. And if NVIDIA's earnings is great and it runs, then that must mean that any and everything that has to do with tech is also important. Because if the boss hog of chip makers is saying, hey, we got orders out of the wazoo for our chips, everybody want them, then that means that almost anything tech, robotic, or car making, autonomous, no matter what it is, stock price is probably going to run because it's tech. You know? So, hey man, this game is super, super easy when you learn it. Now, what I will show, let's go to a 1 month look, and we're going to take it on a, let's go to a 4 hour look. Actually, not even that. Let's go to a 1 hour look. All right, so on the 1 hour look, it's just that. If I wanted to trade this stock for 1 hour, like 1 hour, 1 hour. If I want to trade this stock for 1 hour, this is the chart I would use. As you can see, I've already charted the stock within itself. Now, as I switch through the different hours and minutes and seconds, it's going to show me pretty much how my line lines up on that chart. Remember, the smaller of the candle, the smaller the time frame I go to, the smaller the candles would be. So those candles going to be funky. You understand? They're going to be moving. They're going to be like toddlers on Red Bulls and penny candy. That's the 5 minute and under. So you can watch it, but only utilize that if you're like day trading. If you're scalping and stuff like that, you'll be at 5 minutes and under. But if you're going anything for long term, you don't really need to look at the 5 minute because it's definitely going to confuse you. And it's going to make you very emotional, and it's going to make you sell. So if you are trading for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes and under, I'll say 1 hour and under, then yeah, you can use 5 minutes because you want to know where this sucker is going. But if you're trading for months out and you're looking at the 5 minute is hands down going to make you sell. Because these candles are supposed to fall and bounce and fall because you're looking inside the bigger candle. But on the same aspect, if I went to a 1 hour candle, they'll change. Watch how they change. Bigger. So if they're bigger, then that means that you're watching it on a bigger time frame. If they're smaller, mumbo jumbo, look like I can't read that, then now you're watching it on a smaller time frame. Yeah, you can't even see the 1 minute. It's back there so far. Look at that. So the 1 minute stay moving. Let's get over here. There we go. This is the 1 minute. If you want to go funkier than that, that's why I say you can trade for seconds. You can make a lot of money in seconds. Let's go to 30 seconds. These are the charts for every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds, you can see now we have had a long sell-off, actually. And even if I wanted to take this trade, I would play it to the green line. So the green line that I just put there, there was already a green line there. You understand? So they both are signaling, you know what the hell I'm trying to say. They're both pointing to the same damn spot. So that's what they both are doing. So anytime that they do that, that lets you know that it is a solid place that you're going to come to. If you do another indicator or another form, and then that also comes to that spot, again, it lets you know that's a strong spot that it's coming to. So as we watch this play out a little bit, we'll see how the candles kind of work. I don't know if I can make it. I might be able to stretch it out. So now what you're watching is kind of a live thing of trading. So you kind of got a bullish engulfing candle, but that bullish engulfing candle didn't quite break resistance. So now the continuation candle is coming. The continuation candle, let's put that right there. The continuation candle now has to make its way up to resistance and then break. But it also must keep going up, because as it's going up, it's still hitting resistance, y'all. It's still hitting resistance. Okay, let me check the chat here. So as this playing out, I'm gonna check the chat. Oh snap, y'all are in the chat. See, that's why I need my wife here, because she's always on me about the chat. Q got core weave. Junior boy say sound. Wheat bull and lift. I can definitely tell you now, Junior, lift definitely needs to be on your list. Lift is on my list as well. And as you know, in the Discord, you know, I say we're gonna have that 6-figure challenge starting the new year. Big Bear AI, lift. It's probably a few more, and the list is in the Discord if y'all want to see it. Diamond posted it. Yeah, man, you'll find your money making stock, and we're gonna learn how to trade it. But if we're all trading the same thing, especially if it's something I'm in, I'm already charting it. You know, it's almost like even if you didn't know how to chart it, well, I'm charting the damn thing. So obviously, you know, I would know more than you. But let's look at that pool. So either way, well, hold on. I don't want to go off the screen just yet. I want to see if we're gonna work our way up to resistance or will we reject. And as you can see right now, we have our continuation going on. So we are moving higher. As every candle's forming, you'll see that price pushes down to probably either the base of that candle or 50% of that candle, because every candle is going to tell you what's going on the next move. So now if we come in and let's say this next candle that forms in the next few seconds is red, then that means that we've hit resistance somewhere, and we're literally at resistance right now. So we got continuation. So now we're bouncing off of support. Support at this second is the top of the candle that was just made. So we're gonna let this keep playing out. And while this play out, I'm gonna let y'all watch it. But I got what's called a diabetic dog. So he gotta go out every few minutes. So y'all watch this play out while I take him out. All right. He pulled a whole possum move on me. But as you can see, we got our red candles. So now the red candles are forming, but we still got kind of a strong level of support that the stock is bouncing off of. So we can still break this. But we can also reject because it's also at a strong line of resistance. All right, so now I'm trying to see bottom here. So that bottom green line could be where it comes back to. But normally when price goes up this high, it should break. But as you can see, that green line, we had a few taps there. So that's a strong line of resistance. So strong line of resistance, it just takes a minute to have price break it. Unless that resistance is that strong and we don't have no news to pump us, we come back down. So again, this is the 30-second chart that you're looking at. So this means that every 30 seconds, you could be making money. Or at least in 30 seconds, I should say, you can make money. 30 seconds. I'm 51 years old, y'all. I ain't never worked a job where I can make any anything in 30 seconds. Like nothing. So yes, people literally make millions, trillions in seconds in this game. All right, so now price is testing resistance. It just poked through. I always say you get that first test, and like price will go through, it'll form a wick, and it's probably gonna come back down because it's saying I'm trying to break it, but the job is to get above that green line. Right now, damn, that bitch fighting. She fighting. Oh, snap. So this next candle should start at about 50%. Now you can see the volume is pumping up on that. I don't know if you guys saw on the volume ticker at the bottom, but it just pumped up. So now the next candle exactly started at about 50%. It bounced off of support for the 30 seconds. So now she got to fight. If you look at the RSI down here, you see it ticking up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's trying to figure out which way it is going. And in about 30 seconds, we'll know. Yeah, bam. All right, so that one did not break resistance, so the next candle is forming. So this candle is bouncing off of support. Its main job is to not, well, it just broke support. I would say its main job is to not break support, which it just did. So now that support is now broken, most traders are going, she didn't have enough. But that don't mean she can't fight back. It just means that now some people's like, nope, she broke support, I'm out. And then we get a bearish candle. So we actually had a bearish engulfing candle, which did take out the last bit of support. So now that's where you got that wick that's down there. And guys, remember, this is 30 seconds. All right? 30 seconds. So if I see it right now where I think she coming back to 636 or so, then I could have probably took a quick call in this. If I'm wrong, I'll get smoked. But if I'm right, I'll make a little bit of change. What is a little bit of change? I don't know. What did I put in it? I would take that call because I said that it broke my line of support. So once you break a line of support, then that normally signals bearish movement. But let's see if she fights back. Dean, I see you comment. Say, bro, I can honestly say, I feel you on that one, man. I feel you on that one. All right, let's see what she do. So remember, what was support will become resistance, all right? So chances are it should reject this 644, which it looked like it's doing now. It should reject that, and it should go basically back to home base, if I can use it in military terms. The price should go back to home base and re-up. All right, it should re-up on food, beans, what is it? Beans, Band-Aids, and bullets and stuff, right? So that's essentially what the stock price is doing. By re-up, mean it's falling back to support. When it falls back to support, there's somebody that's sitting at support going, I was waiting on you to come back here. Here's $30,000. You know, something crazy like that. And voila. So right now, stock price fell to support. It tested the first pump through that resistance, and it came down as it should have. So now we're trying to pump back up. And this is real live. Like, this is the stock price right now. This is stock price right now. So bam, it broke. So now it still got a little bit of resistance to break. Bam, just broke it. All right, so now we'll form a wick, and we should have continuations move on from this one. Maybe a 50% retracement down, which we get now. 50% should be bouncing off support. It's bouncing off support at the 50% because inside that 50% candle is a support line. So let's see if she holds. I would imagine this candle should stay green, but I don't know. She's getting a little low. She's getting a little low. All right, that one's red. So now that forms what we call a pin top. Pin top is two candles, a green one and a red one. Normally the green is on the left and the red is on the right, which lets us know we're either going back to support or lower. All right, it's pin top. So if it's a pin bottom, then that means that, well, we may be going higher. And as you can see, we're starting to break. I promise you, man, y'all can just sit in the, I know it sounds crazy. If somebody's new on this live right now and you're listening to me, you probably think I'm somebody new, but somebody that's old to tell you I'm talking how I talk. So when I say you can be doing this while on the toilet, I mean it. You're already scrolling and sending reels every 30 seconds. They have nothing to do with your life. They have absolutely not a damn thing to do with your life except provide a little bit of laughter or some motivational crap for a few seconds. But then after that, it's out. If you replace a little bit of that scrolling with, hey, what's going on within the world? Man, you could say, man, Big Bear sitting at support. Oh, I'm all in. So now, as I stated, we had a pin top. Pin top means we're coming lower, and we already are. And when we come this low, we're probably coming down to about 628. So as I stated earlier, had I taken this call on the put saying that we were going lower, I'd be cashing in right now. Seconds in this month. Seconds. In seconds. So let's see if she's going to come back down to support. This is 30 seconds. So let's see what 30 seconds look like for a week. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of room to fall. We got a lot of room to fall. Let's see. She would have to hold about 622. 622 is strong. So I can see her. She should be coming her way to about 620 in the next few minutes. But she can, a stock can bounce anywhere. All right. So just know that. All right. And remember, these are 30-second candles. So they're super, super small. So they compact like a mother. All right. So this is us. Did it break? Still trying to break. So it actually broke. It broke the line of resistance that I had. And then it came back. What the fuck going on? So now let's see what you get. I don't want, oh, this is the 1 minute. My apologies, y'all. That's the 1 minute. Let's go back to the 30 seconds. So the 30 seconds rejected. Y'all stay with me, man, because I'm trying to watch the chat and talk. All right. There we go. Remember to guard your privacy. Man, what the hell y'all talking about? All right, guys. All right, so she's still pumping. We're going to come back to that. All right, so now let's go to Qs. Core weave on the 30 seconds. So let's look at it on the day. And let me get at least a 5-year look. What the hell? Okay, so apparently it ain't 5 years old. All right, this is core weave. Hold on. I gotta be. No headlines in the last 7 days. They ain't making no news. I would have to do more research on. I'll tell you what. Let's see. What's CRWB? Tell you what, Q. Let's check this out. So what I like to do is if I can't find some, I go to the pros, which is tip ranks, and I'll use these nerds because they know more than me, obviously. All right, core weave. Oh shit, core weave has a. You're looking at about a 155 after. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. So they're saying that you're at $90 right now. Your current average price is $155. All right. So that means you got one hell of an upside to this stock. Your highest price target is $430. So that means that you got damn near what 200, 300 some and some change actually, because if 430 is the high price, then you probably can get 450, 460 on the squeeze out of that sucker. So I mean that mofo got a lot of room to run. Like you. I see what you did there. All right, let's see. So did they have earnings? When is earnings? So the next earnings is in February. So currently what we're looking at right now, so then that means they just had earnings. So then that means that earnings must have been a little crazy. So then why don't they have any new? So why Robinhood don't have anything in the last 7 days is beyond me. I have not a clue. Holy crap. I just saw your name pass by, man. Appreciate the donation. John, you all right with me, man. I don't care what nobody else say. You all right with me. CoreWeave. I ain't gonna lie, man. I gotta do more homework on CoreWeave because I ain't looking at them. If I'm looking at the chart, I'm saying you're coming down. But when I do 1 year, so you giving me. Yeah, so CoreWeave is still new. And see, I don't like messing with new companies, not IPOs. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me see. They just gapped down. They're at support. If they had it, damn, they down $14 a day. So that means they had to have earnings. And earnings wasn't good. Or something. It was a miss or something on earnings. Now, if it was a miss on earnings, okay. All right. You got yourself some action here because you can see $69 will probably be your next stop. Let's go 1 week. Oh yeah, your ass coming down. Yeah, because you're sitting at support. You got a long bearish candle and then you got a continuation. So unless this continuation holds, shit, that bitch can come to. If I go to the top of the wick here on the monthly, $55. So if it don't hold current price where it is now, it needs to hold. Actually, Q, let me show you a little funky little trick I do. Switch these to my Hikanashi. Bam. Now that wick gives me a better pinpoint. That's a little trick. You can keep that one, all right? Cost you a lot of money to learn that one. So we're looking at 84 on the monthly. And what I mean by 84 is if she hits 84, I would say it's not a bad price to get in. Just because I'm going off of what the professionals are saying with their, their forecast for it. And just because they forecast don't mean it'll be. But they also have a low target price of $36. So let's see, CoreWeave falls 11.3. Let's see what this article is. So CoreWeave didn't quite cut the mustard. Downgrade. Oh, they got hit with a downgrade. Yeah, well, that'll do it. Yeah, so earnings. So what's going to happen now? Let's go back. So what's going to happen now is these ratings are going to change. Now, some analysts may keep their ratings here at these particular prices, saying that they have upside. But, man, in my experience, young companies like that, IPO, you should definitely get a break in the line. And that's the weekly. Like your next resistance on the weekly I'm sorry, next resistance, but your next support on the weekly is $46. You can go up here to 64, but that ain't even strong. All right, so now we will go to, let's go to the 4 hour. Right. So on the 4 hour, we will be looking at I gotta remember to check the chat and see. Well, that's my wife kicked my butt. All right. But even on the MACD, man, that mug is down. It's broken. RSI. Yeah, I'm definitely waiting on her to come lower. I think even me, because she came out, she IPO'd, she had a nice little almost cup and handle formation, and now where she's falling from is that cup and handle formation. So what an IPO does is just, essentially what I said, because if this company is new, they may be important, they may be very important in whatever they do, but when you come on the stock market, man, it's like a freshman into high school. Like you got to earn your spot at the top. Most freshmen ain't gonna come in and just take over a senior's position, you know what I'm saying? Unless he's just that bad. And I don't know if this company is that bad. They probably are that bad to hold, especially with all this AI stuff going on, but I definitely see 74. They're gonna come back at least to the base. And the base is 60. Yep, the $60 range. Now most IPOs, IPO though. It IPO'd. It's looking like this year. I can't do this year. Looking to get a $400 rating from in this year. All right. Hey Diamond, I see you in the chat. Thank you for the happy Veterans Day. You are all right with me. Damn, man, I got messages flying through like my phone been off or something, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I never want to answer them, but then I'll be like, it could be somebody trying to get on the live and I ain't paying them no attention. So, yeah, my son hit me up. See, this is why I need my wife here. All right. Damn, I forgot. I got people coming to my house to fix stuff. Anywho, I do apologize for that, y'all. But anyway, Q, if you're still out there, man. Yeah, that one would you need to put that one in the Discord. Let's check it out a little bit more. Let's go to now Lyft is my sleeper because Lyft got a lot. Lyft, they got a lot of stuff going on. All right, so for the 1 year, they are up. For 5 years, for the last 5 years, on the 5-year view, they're just starting to get to boogie position. What boogie position is just saying they're starting to come back up. And as you can see to the far left, test that far resistance area. So they're testing it right now. If I'm not mistaken, Lyft should have probably just had earnings as well. Yeah, they did. They had earnings 5 days ago. So 5 days ago, and they still kind of up there. So that's a good thing. Let's go to year-to-date. So we know we got a bullish engulfing candle, and as I stated earlier, that bullish engulfing candle, you got the continuation forming now, even though it's just forming a wick at the top. So that's known as a double, basically a double top. So it's going to need to continue to break that one, or the next candle is going to need to come in and smash that, or else it's coming down. Let's change my candles back to regular candlesticks, and bam, there's our gap. So we had this gap up, that gap closed. We went here, boom. So for the last year to date, we're the highest we've been for the year to date. For the last 1 year, we're the highest we've been for the last 1 year. The last 5 years, we are now just getting good. So where is Lyft going to probably slam at the top? Well, y'all got to see this big ass damn gap back here. And it's going to bam right there. $29. So essentially $30. So you look off right now, it's going to slam at $30 because that's where the gap is. But honestly, if Lyft can get itself up, all Lyft has to do is hold support. If it holds support, it ain't a damn thing back here stopping it to going to $30. That's why Lyft is my sleeper. You understand? That's why Lyft is on my 6-figure challenge. Because, and honestly, even if people in my Discord bought Lyft now and started, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't be mad at you at all. And especially, I don't know where we are on the fear ingredient. We'll check in a second. But if we're still in fear, or I doubt if we're in extreme fear, I would think we're either in deep fear, as in, well, almost out of fear, approaching neutral, or we're still floating around. And if we're still floating around, and this is just the pump that we're experiencing, man, this sucker prime picking. So anyway, so Lyft, because of this gap back here, you got this gap back here, y'all. That is where Lyft is gonna hit. You know, one hell of a headache. All right, do the best we can. All right, I got people texting, so as long as they're not locked out freaking Discord or anything, we all right. All right, so that's Lyft. What else you say, son? You said SoundHound. We're going to do the same with SoundHound. We're going to take SoundHound out. I don't think SoundHound is 5 years old. They're about 3 or some shit. What is SoundHound? May 22? Yeah, so 22. So what's that? About that, 3. We're going on 6 years. So they coming in. So they are about prime picking. Let me see. IPO, they jam there. So let's go ahead and chart this motherfucker. Can y'all believe I'm literally sitting here charting this? If I ain't got stuff to do. Let's see here. Let's run that sucker across. We're going to run it to the most touches. Run that one there. Like, this Robinhood is real sensitive, y'all. So just work with a player. Tell you what. Wait, it's gonna make me cuss. So hold on. I'm actually looking for my horizontal one. Hey, there we go. That's why I was kicking my butt. All right. So we got one there. And we're going to go right there. And I can even go one right there. Damn sure. Okay. All right. So now I'm taking them off. Let them be. Actually, then I want this guy to be right here. I want my green one here because that's going to signal me that when he touches this one, it's not a bad place to take a position in. Actually, let's take that one off. I would go here. I would go to the next one just simply because, what's that, $13? Just simply because that's where the gap is. So it's looking like maybe $12. Right at $12, that's where the gap started. You understand? That's where the gap down, I should say. It came, it fought back up. So then now that tells me that as we get ready to bounce, if I break any of this, then we're going lower. Let's go trend line. If I break any of this right here, All right. These little sticky little lines is kicking my butt, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. But hopefully you can see my green line is there. And you can see that right now the stock is at support. It is at support. All right. It is at support. So it needs to hold that. If it breaks that, it can come to $13 and you may be okay still. And it can bounce back up. And the reason that is because, well, right here at $13, that's where we're sitting. But we can also come here to $10 because we got a damn gap to fill. So you can never know. But on Sound, I can damn sure tell you on SoundHound, she should be getting ready to rock and roll. She should have a lot of great stuff going in. This is the all-time here. This is a formation pattern that's kind of starting to try to be made, like a little cup and handle formation. Granted, it didn't hold as much, and I'm pretty sure back here, this is where a lot of tariff stuff started. Yeah, this January, February, yep. So there's a lot of tariff stuff. So this run up here is where I got in. I took $300. No, I lied. I took about 2 contracts. I can't remember what they were, but they might have been about maybe $100 a piece. And I bought them from my 2 nieces, and they ran up to a couple $1,000s. So I might have did $300 and got like $4,500 or something out of it. My goal was to hold, but unfortunately life did what life does, and it kind of kicked me, while I was down, and I had to cash in. Like I had no other choice. So it was beautiful that I had that to cash in on, because other than that, for what I got hit in the, kicked in the butt for, it was like, damn, I would have probably had to go get a job to recoup that money just to, pay what broke. So I was able to have an option that was there. And that's the beauty of all of this, man. Just knowing how to chart, you know where to sit money. So now, son, they got to get back to $21. Do I think they're going to do it? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I do. I can't get it to lock because this damn buy sell keep getting in the damn way. Should make me want to cuss. But anyway, that's where we're gonna go. So the red line, $17. You should see some type of resistance there. All right, on your next pump, you should see resistance at about $17, and they should be able to attempt to break it, and then maybe hold, and then continue to go up. And that may be by next earnings. So if we go to Sound now, so Q, you make sure you put that core weave in the damn Discord if you ain't already. I don't want to see you get burnt. I want to see you make all your money. SoundHound is going to be, my bad, y'all. God damn. All right. So $17. $17 is what they're saying the average price is going to be. And your high price of $26. And we said that we was going to hit resistance, I believe, at $17. Yep, at $17. So that's why they give it an average price of that. Because when it gets to $17, that's pretty much where it should probably hold out at. And when I say hold out, it just depends on how long you have your option for. If this is into next year, so shit, you good. You good. Let's see. These guys, he gave a rating as of on the 8th. He gave one on the 7th, and so did these guys. They all say that it has upside. Excuse me, sorry. These guys say hold, and they kind of like this guy Cantor Fitzgerald say he reiterates what the hell he said. You got downside of 3%. Everybody else is like, nope, got upside. And so you have a total of 6 ratings. 2 people say buy, 4 people say hold, but nobody says sell. So that's a good thing. So now your job is to figure out what the hell SoundHound got going on. Their next earnings is in February. So I would imagine if they don't do it for the Christmas rally at the end of this month towards December, if SoundHound does not break $17, I would imagine by next earning, they should be approaching $17 to break. Financials. And these are the financials of SoundHound. The biggest thing that I want to say, because you can learn how to read them, but you're just not going to learn how to read them in this split second. What you don't want to see is whatever number you're looking at for it to have a minus in front of it. You don't want to see that. Anything else is fine. But if there's a minus of money to be made, that's not good. So chances are these companies had minus, in their previous earnings or so, and then they start coming out, making money. Or if they had a minus of 60 million, and now the next time they report they got a minus of 20 million, that's still a loss, but it ain't a loss like the last time. So it's like, you're making a little bit of money. All right, so that's all right, what else did you say, son? We looked at core weave, we looked at sound. We looked at lift. Oh, Weeble. Let's check out Weeble. Now, a lot of the trading platforms, I like those. And the reason that I like them is because, well, people trading on them. So if I got to make money on Robinhood, then I would think Robinhood as a company is good. That's just my mindset. So with Webull, I would think the same. I don't know how long. I know Webull has not been on the market for a long time. But let's see. Just to leave you with sound, your RSI is approaching a 30. So if you remember anything, you know that I say a good buy zone for RSI is 30 and below. Just looking at right now, we are at 35. So 30 and below. So even at a 35, that's not bad. But if you can catch it at 30 below, and that's a position to start in, you are now at a cold RSI, meaning it's so oversold. Like somebody need to love it. And whatever price you're getting it, it's super cheap. It's super cheap. Hell, SoundHound right now is super cheap. So just remember that. Let's go to. Yeah, see, they brand new. When you're brand new, you have no choice but to go up. Yeah, they just came out. So if they are stock, yeah, prime picking. Like you can start a position in this sucker because it's prime picking for a stock. Because the stock price is going to fall and everything. Like I said, your position isn't locked till you sell. For an option, if they have them right now, they're too young. So I don't. If I ain't got a lot of data, the most I can give you is some quick trades. But it has not broken its IPO low. It's just sitting like it's come to it, just bounce off of it a little bit, and right now it's currently sitting on it. So as an IPO and a company to start, like, yeah, you could be racking up on shares. Because Webull, I would imagine, should be around for a while. I don't even have any news on Webull. Mixed option settlement in Webull. So it's a 0.88%. 0.88. Hell, I can get 0.88. So I don't know what that's about. All right. But they're not bad right now as a stock. As the second they start making money, yeah, they're going to become beautiful. So, hell, it's almost like I wouldn't even trust the data that I get right now to chart it. But I can tell you $10, she ain't finna really mean nothing to nobody until she crossed that. Yeah, at least that. And even after that, it's still a long way up. So it's a lot of potential for this sucker. It's a whole lot of potential. But your potential is just long as you ain't trying to get rich in the next 90 days, yeah. If you are, leave this alone. But if you got a long-term hold on this, honestly, if the company is good, this is probably a great one to do for nieces and nephews, kids that are not born. Even if they are born, this is still a great one because it's probably young. But you need to look at the financials and what they're doing. And if all that joshes up to like, yeah, they're growing, yeah, you definitely still getting this for cheap. So that's that. Hey, My Never Dog brother in here. What's happening, baby? Hey, Bria, what's happening with you? Hey, thank you for the Happy Veterans Day. They say, Diamond, am I accepting donations on Cash App? Yes, it should be scrolling. I said I'm in here charting, my stomach growling. I want a Chick-fil-A biscuit and stuff. And my stomach growling. And I'm in here charting for people. So yeah, it should be scrolling on my screen and stuff there, Diamond. John didn't hook me up, so I should at least be able to get, you know what I'm saying, number one. So I appreciate John the man. But okay, let's go back to, unless y'all put something in the chat for me to check out. Let's go to, and I see Justin, no problem, son. Not a problem at all. If y'all got anything else company-wise that you want maybe me to chart or let's take a look at, then just put it in the chat. My wife ain't here to monitor the chat, so the chance of me seeing it may be slim, but I can see it. Who knows? Let's go back to, because I ain't even watching my stuff because I'm charting. So let's see what NVIDIA is doing today. She should be down, I would imagine. And she is 192. So if I'm not mistaken, NVIDIA was about 190. Should have been 199 today. This morning. Let's go to a 1-year look. All right, so I'll tell you what. Let's do you one better. So NVIDIA is a little different because they're at the highest they've ever been, right? So it definitely will work on my charting platform, but let's see if it works on this. We're gonna go red, P in the bed. All right, so I will start back here, and then I'm gonna run my line to all and see how many touches I can get before I get to the top. So we get about if I brought it here, let's just say I left it right there, right? All right. So now if I left that line there, that now tells me my resistance line. How do I know that was resistance? Because all I want to do is go from probably the last highest point. And in this case, it was back here. Because I'm looking at it on the 5 years. So I'm going to the highest point that's back here. And then I run my line from there to the top until I can get as many touches as I can on that. Phone blowing up like a mother. Just 1 second, y'all. All right, my deepest of apologies. Because although I'm charting and dedicating this day, I still got responsibilities, y'all. They are whooping my butt. All right, let's try to say now, where do I think this stock is going to go to? Damn it. That's what it's. Buy sell thing is really starting to get on my damn nerves, but I'm gonna leave that right there for now, because now when we go into a bigger look, we should be able to see it better. Let's go to 3 months. All right, so the line that I put there, you can kind of see it now in real time, and we are currently sitting on it as support. We're currently sitting on that very line. This very line that I put back there, if we come into a deeper look, you'll be able to see it much better. Bam. You see how that play out? And the only thing I'm doing is I'm looking for where do I get the most touches. Now, this support and resistance thing, does it come easy overnight? Hell to the no. I'll be the first to tell y'all, man, it took me 5 to 6 years to learn this Wall Street game. And it wasn't 5 to 6 years because it's that hard. Yeah, it is hard, But mentally, oh yeah, it'll whoop your ass. And I guess it's designed that way because you have to put in the grind to learn this. Because when you learn it, you'll never ever be broke again. So they're not like, this game ain't for the people that just kind of know what they're doing. If you want to stay wealthy in this sucker, you got to learn to hustle. Any of my kids will sit and tell you, there was days I sat at my kitchen table for hours. It could have been 7-8 hours. They would leave for work and come home from work. I'm still sitting in that chair because I'm like, I got to get this. And for me, the main reason I had to get it is because I had made so much money in the stock market, not even knowing what the hell I was doing. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have none. I made a lot of money and then I lost it and I got pissed. I was like, I never made that type of money in my life before. So I know that this is real, but like, if you beat me, man, we got to fight every day until I win. So that's how I had to learn this. So that's how easy this is kind of to me, because I do it all the time. Let's go. So in video right now, she got earnings coming up. So she's already poked out of this. So let's say even if I put my Bollinger Band on, and for some of you, you should already know what Bollinger Band is. So the second you go, what's the Bollinger Band? The knife hand is coming out. Understand that. But let's add. I want to add a simple. I want to add an indicator. Okay, there we go. So now let's go to. Let's find the Bollinger Band. Bollinger Band. Bam. All right, so now we're gonna put our Bollinger Bands on. And you know what? We're gonna leave them. We're gonna leave them basic. We're gonna leave them basic. We ain't gonna confuse y'all. So now when we go into the Bollinger Band and we come into a stronger look, even if you don't know how to chart, the Bollinger Band already telling you what's up. If you look at the middle of the Bollinger Band, it's already at my red line. So the red line that I just drew a few minutes ago saying that, hey, this is where price is going to bounce off of, all right, those two red lines. Well, now when we come in for a bigger look, you can see that the Bollinger Band already told you where it's going to be. Matter of fact, the middle of the Bollinger Band is sitting directly on where my red line is. So that's why I say again, when you learn your indicators, it takes away from whatever your fear of Wall Street, the stock market, or whatever. It takes it away because damn, if you can read the indicators in a car and you know when to put gas in your car, you can read the indicators on a stock and know when to get out or when to get in. Just, like, serious. It could just be me because, you know what I'm saying? Anything that takes my money, I am dedicated to figure out how to beat it. Most people may tap out, but nah, bro, you take my money, we scrapping every day until I get it back. So that's just kind of me. Hey, Ant, I see you, bro. I see you. Say you jumped on. I see you on the boot camp too, bro. Semper Fi, man. Happy Veterans Day too. Right? That's my dog, man. Hometown people, you understand? Like, meet up in the Marine Corps. And where I'm from in East St. Louis, we very small. Like, we just straight inner city hood, you know? So when now I'm stationed somewhere in North Carolina and you see somebody that, you know, you went to high school with and graduated with and they're a Marine, it's like, dang, y'all have no clue, like the relief, you know what I'm saying, of just the emotional relief of just knowing that, damn, it's a familiar face there. So either way, yeah, man, it's goddamn, boy, good seat, man. But again, hopefully everybody can see what I'm talking about. I have no clue why this line keep doing that. But you guys can see how the Bollinger Band and charting plays in hand. And you don't even need to know how to chart, honestly. You just need to know how to read your indicators. Now, for me, I know how to chart. I know how to read indicators. I know how to read the formation patterns. I know how to read candlesticks. I know how to do all of that. So I can pick up on a lot of this. And even now, I can tell you this candle, well, actually this formation has made it a formation, almost like an inverted head and shoulders, as we called it. So the stock should bounce. It should bounce somewhere in here. And this is on a 5-year. So the stock should almost somehow, some way see another visit to the 170 area. I believe it's going to be after it breaks the 200s good, of course, but we'll see because earnings is next week. So again, let's go to the 3-month. All right. So as we see, NVIDIA is still jamming. So what else do I have? Oh, here's a sleeper for a lot of people. Because you own the mofo every damn day, second of your life. And that's Meta, aka Facebook. This is another one of my sleepers. Now, I have a position in Meta for next year because I'm not dumb enough to think that Meta, the king of taking everybody's damn attention, is anywhere, lo and behold, finna lose any money. No, Meta, a lot of people are not messing with Meta simply because Meta is spending so much. They're spending trillions on their AI infrastructure. So any company that's building an AI infrastructure anywhere, they have to spend trillions for it. And what is going to be able to power? It's only one source in the whole world, y'all, that can power all this AI that Google wants to have, that NVIDIA wants to have, that Microsoft wants to have, that Amazon wants to have. All of these heavy hitters want to have their own data center. These data centers are how this AI is going to function. Because you can't use gas to function AI because, well, you'll be broke. It takes too much. You can't use electricity because, you can. It's the strongest thing to power it, but it ain't strong enough. So I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but the only thing that's strong enough to power AI for the future is nuclear energy. That's it. It's nuclear. And that's crazy. If we sit in nuclear, are you crazy? Yeah, they are. Because that's the only thing strong enough to power AI. And AI is so important to the whole entire world that they are now figuring out how to use nuclear energy to power AI in the world. If you guys don't know this, you should look into the future and see what is the world going to. But we're going to smart roads. We're going to smart houses. We're just going to have dumb people. That's the only thing left. Your car will be able to be driven on the highway and it will be able to be self-charged on the highway. So how we pull over now, we plug it in to charge it. But here in the future, certain cars in certain places, eventually the whole world, but we'll probably be long dead by then, but the whole world will be able to drive these smart cars and the car will charge as it's driving. The car can drive itself. Honestly, most of them do that now. Elon Musk literally has it to a point where he wants it. He wants it to a point where everybody who owns a Tesla, you can get the autonomous feature already standard, or you can get it, your car capable to have it. And what this is you'll go to work. You can almost be putting your makeup on while your car driving you to work. Even though they don't recommend it, you can. You can sleep. You can do whatever the hell it is you want to do while it's taking you to work. Once you get to work, you get yourself out, you've gone about your business. You can now, that car can be parked in the garage, or you could say, boom, set that sucker out on the route for a Tesla route. And now all it's going to do now is Uber. It's going to go around town, and people that's on that Tesla app or whatever, and they need to get back and forth somewhere, they can now order your car while you are at work. So that means that your car is going to be making money while you're sleeping. Sound crazy, don't it? But it's true. And it's not even the future. It's the now. That's happening. Like, he has all of this now, and it's already out. It's already perfected. It's already used. He's just perfecting it more. If you don't know it, Tesla trucks, they have Tesla 18-wheelers, not that ugly crap we see on the highway. It's Tesla 18-wheelers. They've been delivering Frito-Lays for about the last year or two. I kid you not. They've been driving from, I think, Texas to somewhere, about 500 miles. Tesla trucks, 18-wheelers. Driver barely even touches the wheel. He barely does anything. And they've been using them to deliver Cheetos and stuff as a route. So obviously Cheetos ain't gonna turn it down. It's probably at like least expensive than what they were already using with the 18-wheelers. And now you have no drivers. There is a risk of a crash because of no driver, but I don't think this dude will be putting his reputation on the line if he didn't believe in his product. So that's the future of Tesla. That's all I'm saying. It's just all this autonomous. And Tesla actually, Elon Musk has made a lot of his own chips, but the dude is so bad that he's also made some of NVIDIA's chips. Now think about that. The number one chip maker in the world has gotten chips from the number one car maker, well, the number one technology company in the world, Tesla. So I'm telling you, man, you do your homework on all of this, you'll be like, man, we're gonna all be driving rockets to Jupiter here soon, you know what I'm saying, with the amount of stuff that they have going on. Anyway, but this is Meta. But Meta is the king of all kings. And if you could read that formation that it's making, Meta is prime picking. She is below on the RSI. She is broken the RSI here and may even go lower. She may even give us lower. I've been saying lower to about 551. And the reason I say 551, I'm not going to talk your ear off. Let's find one. It's because there's a gap that needs to be filled on Meta. And that gap is right about, bam. Let's put another one right about there. And then we're going to take this guy and go right about there. All right. So now let's jump into it. Let's go to the year to date. Damn, Gunny, you are good. All right. So now we can almost see almost every position that we're going to fall to. And I can even put one right here. But I don't need to. You know why? Because my Bollinger Band already there. So let me take that away. All right. So we're done on that. So hopefully y'all can see this, man. But where my green lines are is where I say price is coming to. I was going to put a green line here where price is, but my Bollinger Band is already there. All right, can y'all see that? So hopefully you can see it. You can see it. Damn. Hopefully you can see it because now it's playing out in real time. Let's take it away from the 1 day. We see where we're going, where we should finish at on the 1 day. Where we should finish at is to stay good. We want to finish where we are right now. Meta wants to should stay where it is right now. But right now, we could probably get a pump back up to about 670 something, and then an instant rejection back down to the 5s. I'm personally watching to see if we can get back to the 600s. Because then that's when I'm gonna buy more. She come to the 600 because she can actually come to, she can come to 5. She can come to the 500 simply because there's another gap that needs to be filled. Yes, I am. All right, so now let's jump to let's go to the 1 hour. All right, and on the 1 hour, we see that we are definitely bearish. So if we look at 1 hour for the last 3, oh damn, yeah, it's like that. Is that Mary J? I'm going down. Yeah, she's going down. 589. It looks like the window we should be shooting for. But here's the funky thing, and this is why it's called a divergence, and this is why I try to teach you guys. You can't go off of just one thing. You got to look for the damn divergence. So even though stock price is here, now this is also the 1 hour chart. All right. So even if you was trading, you can now trade on 1 hour. Why can you say 1 hour if need be? There we go. All right, so right now, that's pretty much our position in this. And this is on the 1 hour chart for the last 3 months. So now if we take this back in for the last month, bam. We take it in for the last week, bam. We take it in for today, bam. All right, so now we can kind of see exactly where we should be hitting resistance at. Where we're going to hit resistance at on my red line is what? That's the blue line of the Bollinger Band. So again, even if you don't know how to chart right now, learn how to read your indicators. You got a low oil light, you got a gas light, you got a freaking speedometer. You got everything on a stock that you would have on a car. You just got to know what it is. All right. And this is, man, y'all can do this, bro, while you're laying down, doing nothing. My wife would tell everybody, hey, man, every second I get, I won't even touch social media like I do. And if you follow me, you see me posting goofiness all day because I use social media as recess. When I'm done researching something or I'm done tying myself down so that I can, well, I shouldn't say time. I'm locking myself in the room so that I can just study something for that time. When I'm done, then I get on social media. I give myself 3 hours a day, and I'm retired. I could be on social media all day, but I give myself 3 hours a day. If I reach those 3 hours in the morning, I don't get on social media for the rest of the day. And my phone will let me know you know 29 minutes away from your social media time. If I keep scrolling, then so be it. But that's just the way I chin check myself. So anyway, that's how I learned this. And as we can see, Meta now 512. We might be able to get some of that soon. So either way, all right, this is Meta. Meta is not one to sleep on, y'all. I'm not saying go buy Meta because I am not a financial advisor. I'm just a dude to sit at home who's very successful and smokes a lot of weed because I can. So you shouldn't listen to me. But if you don't listen to me, it could be the biggest, dumbest decisions you ever made in your life. So, you make that choice. But if you're already on Meta all day, you can't even function your damn business without some type of Facebook ads to grow your business. You can't even sell to nobody because all of your audience is on social media. So to me, it makes no sense to not trade social media. They already eating up your time. Get some money out of them. And I can tell you right now, Meta is at prime picking right now. And she has a possibility to go just as low. Actually, just as lower. Oh shit. She might just go lower simply. And I just noticed that. So even on the MACD, she's went lower. Let's see if I can find it for you. If you don't, and if a lot of you guys, you probably don't know what I'm showing or even what I'm talking about. And that's probably because you haven't been schooled up. So honestly, man, if you got somebody in your life that can school you up, get with them and understand stocks. But if not, then yeah, you get your ass in my boot camp and understand it. Because it's not hard. And as long as we need money, man, you better learn this. Because this is about the only way you're going to be able to make money by doing nothing legally. All right. So if we look down here and you see my green, let's just turn this off. You see my green line down here at the very bottom of this MACD. Back here, and this is for the 1 year. Let's go to the 5 year look. Yep. So that's the lowest that we've been. All right. So for the last few years, back here in this area, this was the lowest dip. This red back here is the lowest that we had ever been. Right now, currently, we are at that same level. So in the trading world, that is now called what? Support. We are now at support. Can we go lower? Yep, we can go a little bit lower. As I stated, this last green line here is 557. All right, 557 is the last line of defense, meaning, nope, I just spotted another one. Hold up. Wait a minute. All right, so I just found one right here as well. All right. So now this very last line here is the last, that's 500. If it hits 500, then it closed that gap. All right, that means that gap is closed. Now, if there's any other gaps back there, we would have to go find them. But as of right now, that would be the last gap to be closed. Unless it's one back here or something somewhere. And I can't see that. And that gap was closed. So that is oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't. So it's a gap right here. thought it got closed by this little fella here, but it did not. There's a long wick there, but it did not close that gap. And that gap is $400. Okay, all right, we're getting a little bit eccentric on that one because I don't foresee that. Meta, but let's see. This Meta should have a high potential. All right, so we got a low of 655. We got an average of 843, and then we got a high of it's my favorite number. $1,117. All right, is there high? So does that mean now? No, this is a 12-month forecast. So that means by next year it could be this price. I'll be the first to tell you, I think Meta should be over $1,200 by next summer. Unless they just do something else stupid and spend more money, then all right, it'll delay that. But Meta, hands down, yeah, they're gonna crush it. Reportedly plan to leave to build his own startup. All right. So obviously Meta got a little bit of news and stuff today. And this is probably so new. Stock price reacts off of news. This here says Meta's chief AI scientist, Yang Li Kung, or whatever that is, reportedly plans to leave to build his own startup. So a little bit of news like that will have investors pulling their money out going, oh my God, he's starting up. He's going to be Meta's competition. He's going to take Meta down. And he's the Meta killer, blah, 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 blah. You got to remember, most of us have been on Meta since we were kids. You understand? We've been on Meta since, like, it wasn't Meta then. It was Facebook, of course, but we've been on it since we were kids. That's a long time in the game. A new person ain't finna just come in and knock you off like that unless they just that boss hog. And chances are, if somebody's doing a startup, he ain't got there yet. But that news can tank Meta, and it probably did somewhere near in here. It affected Meta's down $8 today. They were probably down lower than that, but that little bit of news, you're gonna come out and see that he was leaving because Zuckerberg then hired some 12-year-old who's a freaking genius at AI technology, and so you don't need the old guy. That's what you'll find out, and then the stock price will run. So you just have to do your own homework, man. It's all just, don't be emotional in this game, but don't be a dummy either. Let me see, that's Meta. So Meta is expensive for some people. Now, some people with a little bit of money and you want quality companies, then you want to invest in Meta. If you're just getting started in it, you may not want to touch Meta because Meta's going to probably run you about $500 to start out on an option. Hell, just to buy the stock is $623. So even if you want to buy one, that's $600. So yeah, that's okay, expensive, but there is probably somewhere another stock out there that can be traded. I was just about to talk about something quantum. So Diamond, I just seen your message. My mom is joining. She's asking about QUBT. All right, so for those of you that don't know, quantum is the lick. Oops, sorry. Quantum is like how AI is kind of going to become that thing that replaces the internet. Now, AI is going to need the internet, but AI replaces the internet because I say it replaces the internet simply because what do people do all day, every day when they need to know something? ChatGPT it. As soon as you need to know something, instantly ChatGPT or Google. That's how you're going to find that out. So now, and even in the AI world, so for some of you guys that don't know, these cell phones and these new computers and technology that's coming out, it's some real Star Wars type crap. What I mean by that is you're going to get holograms in a lot of your stuff. So you'll be able to, sit your phone down and instead of FaceTime, it's a hologram of whoever you're talking to. So when R2-D2 was showing the Princess Leia video, for those of you that are into Star Trek, by the way, I'm in Star Wars, he was showing a video, he was showing a hologram of a message that she was putting out to everybody. And then it went off. That's exactly what's coming in the future. Actually, it's now, but quantum and a lot of these other AI things, that's how we're going to be talking to each other. So I'm sure some people already, look crazy in the dirt with it, but that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So quantum right now is bouncing as it should. Quantum took off because of the hype of AI and people talking about it, but quantum ain't earned its keep yet. So you could foresee all of quantum taking a, pardon my language, a dookie, and falling back down, and then that will be the time to jump in. So even if you're in the quantum now, it's fine. And QUBT is one of those ones that you can do that. Because if you look here on the RSI, this is a 5-year look, you'll see that we're heading back down to the 30s. And if you know that a 30 is a good buy zone on the RSI, we're now heading to that, then you should be getting your money ready. I personally wouldn't go in anything boss hog crazy on quantum yet, at least to the end of the year, maybe. Or at least until we're out of this cold RSI. So as of right now, I guess what I'm saying is if I was to touch quantum, then I'll be racking up right about now. But we can stay with a cold RSI for months, years. But as NVIDIA and Tesla and all these guys are starting to, Google and NVIDIA and Tesla, they're starting to do more in quantum, then it's starting to show people that quantum is relevant and they're starting to buy it early. So QUBT is coming to almost at 30. We got a gap down here at $9. So let's see. I'm gonna say the $9 is definitely in the future. So now we come here. Average price 32, low price 24, high price of 40. You got, as of today, this AI. But as of today, this analyst, who's AI, says it's a hold with 3% up, and then Lake Street said today they got a 97% upside. Now it's only two analysts, and that's them, and they both say buy, no one says sell. So it doesn't mean that it's great, but let me see, our average price is 32. Our low is 24, and if I'm not mistaken, you're already below the low. You're already below that. So, yeah, you're at 12. So on a stock wise, this is absolutely beautiful to be racking up. Even on the option wise, it's beautiful, but long as your option is to, at minimum next year, and I'm not talking January or February, I'm speaking like deep into next year, next summer, next Christmas, or into 2027, then yeah, if it's that, man, ball the hell out and buy up. But if your stuff is, like I say, if you got an option on it and it expires in January or February of next year, then just know you're treading on, close grounds. Now, we can get a Christmas push, which we should, hopefully, like I said, at the end of this month and December. So if you tap this 30 RSI now, what is this? Early November, kind of almost mid-November almost, then this is still a good area to buy a little bit more. I would not go crazy in case this trade turns against us, but in case it's just bouncing, it wouldn't hurt to buy one or two in that RSI. If the RSI decides to stay low and you have your option out until the middle of next year or further, and this RSI want to stay low even to Christmas, then your main job and focus should be, I'm gonna just try to get a few more than I normally would during this down period. So if you normally would get one, you might want to get two or three. If you normally would get three, you might want to grab 4 or 5, just to grab some extra while you're down in the cold RSI. And the reason I say that is because now it'll keep you from singing the song of going, damn, I wish I would have bought more. It'll keep you from doing that. All right, so your QUBT is actually, and I think we charted this in the Discord before. You should be good, but you're looking like, well, this was your lowest point back here. And this was January. This was January 13th. So it looked like that was the lowest that they've been. Right now, it's looking like it's trying to head back to the January low. Will it? We don't know. So let's see. Your January low was right about here, which is that gap down. And if I came back here to the left, put that there, because there was resistance that now get. Oh, look at that, boy. I'm a bad mother sucker. So we're right on the middle of the Bollinger Band. Can't see it. Let's go in a little closer. Bam. If you see my green line, it literally intersects with the middle of the Bollinger Band. So therefore, we know the middle of the Bollinger Band is the average price. So even though stock price is under it, we know that we are under average price. If we look down at the MACD, we see that there was a heavy sell-off. There was a heavy sell-off on the MACD. And now the MACD is starting to trend back up, which means that the selling has slowed down some. It's still there, it just slowed down. So now you as a trader, you got to know, oh snap, selling has slowed down. Let me get to what's going on. All right, so should you buy quantum stocks ahead of Q3 earnings? So that means that earnings, they should be having earnings, so obviously. So let's see what they say. Chick-fil-A, yeah. Hey, man, my crew got me something to eat, y'all. Cause my belly in here rumbling and grumbling. I'm in here charting. Yeah. All right, let's see. Lips is my mom. Oh, okay. Thank you, Diamond. I got me some food. All right, Lips, I'm in the chat and I'm seeing you. You say I have them for Lips, by the way. Lips, huh? I have them for January 2026. That's way lower than what I have them for $27. Oh, wait. You have. Let me make sure I read that right. So you have them for January of 2026 at a $27 call. I have them for $27. All right, Lips, we might need to look at that. Because all right. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Lips. That's a tall axe right there. Because that's what? It's about 40, 50 some days, maybe even 60 to 80 if you got it to mid January or so. So I didn't know you're talking to Diamond, by the way. So your mom is Lips. I was telling her just to make sure. So she $27 for a January call. Okay. All right, just want to make sure I was telling you. Oh, I take it. I thank you. Hey, my crew has fed me on Veterans Day, y'all. Man, I feel special. Yeah, Lips. All right. If you that would mean if you got that option, I would imagine you 100% should be losing money in that one. I would imagine. All right, I'll leave the name alone. Yeah, I would imagine that you are definitely losing money in that. And if you are, then you got one of two options. You can hold and play the bounce. I'm just trying to look at my chart as I do this. You can hold and play the bounce, or you can eat your L. I never want to eat the L. I never want to eat my L. Holy moly, donut shop. You got, okay, wait. They got earnings though, right? They got earnings. Oh, I don't know. Earnings might be freaking awesome or something. I don't know. So let's see. Set the report on November 14th after the market closes. So November 14th. The quantum companies. Actually, I would expect them. You know what? Let me the fucking see. Tell you what. Let me. That's QUBT. Let's see. What was Rigetti? I feel like Rigetti got slammed on earnings. So they $31. They had a price of 32. Down 1%. That don't seem too bad. I just wanted to see simply because QUBT should kind of get that same result. Meaning, like, I don't foresee them. They shouldn't be pumping too hard, just simply because it's like it's not Quantum's time to pump just yet. But being that everybody these days, you know, has a Robinhood on their phone, you can never really predict what it's going to do. So let me see. This was as of yesterday. This week, major company. Okay. So, QUBT is on Friday. So they report on Friday. 37 plus or minus 12%. So if it was me, all right, here's what I would do, Lips. I would probably definitely buy one or two prior to earnings on this dip that is on right now. Because sometimes a dip before earnings is good. Like a run up before earnings isn't always good. A dip before earnings, it's not always good, but you know what I'm saying? If they say something good in there, then it'll fly. So it's just sometimes you don't want to keep buying a falling knife. If it's already fallen, you don't want to keep buying it. You want to wait till it's done. And by having an expiration of January, even if it failed for the rest of this month, that means it would have to run in December in order for you to recoup your money. And if it's an option, the closer you get to your expiration date, then the more money is going to eat out of that month. So we're gonna need it. We're gonna need it to jam. So I won't say that you're dead in the water because you are at a support zone. So if you bought one or two or maybe three, you know, depending on the price of it, then that pump up to, let's just say, even if it just pumped up to $15, if you lost a lot of money, you should be able to recoup it. So, all right, I think that's it. And I'm kind of trying to watch what I'm displaying with you guys on my other TV as I talk to you live. So there's a little delay in it, but hopefully, Lips, you can see that. The price that I was trying to tell you about, the $15. Hopefully, you can see it right there. You say, so buy two more to make up for the loss. Yeah, buying more at that price will help you be able to get out of that option quicker. Meaning that, let's just say you buy two or three more. Maybe your total loss right now, let's say, I'm just using it for a number, but let's say it's $1,200. And if you bought two or three or four, whatever the price is, and it runs back up to $15, $15 may now give you a loss of $300 or so. You may still be in the L, maybe, but it's not the big L you was in. So even if you took the loss, you lost minimum. Hopefully that makes sense. And the only way that happened is because you bought at such a cheaper price that when it ran back to support, resistance, you was able to get out. But if it breaks resistance and then let's say continue to run, them three or two, whatever you bought, will be more powerful than almost all of the ones you bought. So let's say you get a big bullish candle on earnings and boom, that's like go to $18, $19. Then you're almost recoup everything that you lost plus some. So now you'll be able to get out with a profit. And then if it continues to run, you'll make so much more money because your intentions was just to make enough money to get out of it. But by the time you woke up, it was a big old bullish engulfing candle and it continued to run. That's how people become millionaires overnight. A lot of times it's not planned. You know how many times I plan to wake up a millionaire? Man, shit ain't happened yet. It ain't happened because it don't work like that. But I have had mornings where I'm gonna just put just a few more dollars on this just so I can get out in the morning. I'm out and bam, I'll wake up to a big bullish engulfing candle and it's like, if I would have put $1,000 on it, now I too be singing, I wish I would have bought more songs. So that's just normal, but just keep in mind your beautiful buying areas is going to be a 30 and below on your RSI. All right. So let's say she got it. All right. Obviously, you need anything else, and just ping me in the Discord and we get you tight. But let's see. I guess until somebody give me something else, I'm gonna just thumb around. Diamond said Rivian. She wants to see. All right, Rivian. Boom, look at that diamond. I know you're loving that. Big bullish engulfing candle with a continuation. If there's ever anything you ever want to see on your chart, is a bullish engulfing candle with a continuation. That is the continuation. Oops, sorry about that. That is the continuation. So if we go to the 1 year look, we'll see that we pretty much broke all resistance that was there for us to break, at least in the last 1 year. We also know that anytime we go outside of the Bollinger Band, we can expect a pullback. A pullback to where? I don't know. Find a Bollinger Band. So let's say, what am I on candles? I am on candles. So what if I went to Heikin-Ashi? So Heikin-Ashi gives me a better look, but we're going to stick to candles. All right. If we look on the RSI, we can see that the RSI has poked out of the, comfort zone. It is now in what's called the hot zone. If 30 and below is cold, and that's the prime time to buy, then just know 70 and above is hot. And that's when you want to, maybe take some profit or so, because it's going to be a pullback. Let's see. Diamond says she expects to pull back to 1450. All right, well, let's see. So, first things first, I'm coming here. Well, actually, no, I'm coming here. This would have been where it had to break. And I'm coming here, because this would be the next place it's coming to. All right, now, if I go in, actually, let's put this guy right here. Now I'm done. All right, so now if I come into a closer look and I go to about 3 months, I'm pretty much spot on to everything. So Diamond, you say you expect to pull back to about 1450. I got pulled back to, about that. And your 1450 is the middle of the Bollinger Band. It is the middle. It's saying about 1441 or so. So that is good. Let's go to the 1 hour chart. Damn, Gunny, you are good. Look at that. All right. So even on the 4 hour chart, the 1 hour chart, we go year to date. We see that we still jamming. Oh, they went back to 1 day, my bad. All right. We see that we still are good. We're still jamming. The middle of the Bollinger Band for the 1 hour chart is right now $16.49. All right, so we're at $17. 100% probably in the next hours. I'm gonna say in the next 3 months. I'm gonna say you can never guesstimate the stock market, but looking at it on a 1 hour chart, we just crossed the hot zone. I'm going to say that we should definitely see 1649 again. What is today? Today, Tuesday. I'm going to say before the week is out. We should definitely see 1668 on a bounce. Will it continue to go? I don't know. Rivian hit stock high, a new 52-week high. So a new 52-week high, yeah, she's going to have to settle somewhere. And if I can, so Diamond, if you're looking, you'll see on the stock chart, the stock price is steady rising up. But if we come to the RSI, we're steady going up, but we got to beat this little shaded guy right here. If we do not, we're coming back down. And right now we're sitting at a double top. So it has to break this next one, or we can come back down for a recharge. Why is this good? Citigroup doubles down on Rivian stock, so that's good. So now let's see what the nerds are saying about Rivian. All right, so they're giving it a $13 average price, low price $7.55, and $21 on the high price. So just as I was just looking at, so these guys have given Rivian, and this is as of today, this is out as of this month. Matter of fact, everybody's saying it's a down. So you got 18 analysts, 5 say buy, 8 say hold, 5 say sell, with the most recent people saying sell. Before, I think I was saying, telling Diamond that Rivian is going to need to bounce, so she's definitely coming back down. We're coming down to where? Let's see. So now we'll go to the week. And as we can see, Rivian really ain't even start jamming. I don't know if I can say ain't without my wife cursing me out, but Rivian is not even moving yet. All right, so I wouldn't expect it to move to the 20s and 30s right now, but by midsummer or so next year, man, Rivian could probably be at $65, $70, even $80. So I would expect the RSI to kind of take a turn on us, to come on back down, settle, cool off, and then boom. So that's Rivian. So you expect the Diamond, you'll pull back to 1450. I expect that too. It could run this year and then pull back next year. But I do. But if you got an option of 2027 on Rivian to like $20-something, man, just stay racking up. Stay racking up. Rivian will probably retire you if you have enough contracts. If you only got 1 to 5 contracts, you're just gonna make some good money. But if you got a few contracts, 10, 20, 30, especially if you can get 100, not 100 at one time, but 100 every time it bounces to a support area and you got it for like 2 years, your minimum should be 50 contracts. But I'm gonna honestly be, if you want to retire, your minimum should be 100 contracts. Because now when you get 100 contracts, and let's say the stock moves $12, that's $12 per contract. So you times that. You know what I'm saying? And it's, you add zeros like it ain't even, boy. So anyway, and that goes for anybody. Instead of playing 19 damn stocks and stuff, just play 1 to 2 until you know what you're doing. When you know what you're doing and you're starting to make money, you can start playing more. But if you're playing with what you're working for, don't spend your hard-earned money on this stuff, man. Nah. Most people tell you, well, come into my stuff and you got to spend $1,000 per trade. And honestly, it sounds like a scam. No, they are legit, because $1,000 is probably gonna get you a 6-figure payout somewhere, 10,000 at minimum. But if you don't know what you're doing, you ain't finna go to nobody crap and play $1,000. Hell no. I know you ain't, because I didn't. You understand? But I did go to their stuff and pay, 50, a couple hundred until I was comfortable. So, I should say I went to their class, and when I did my first trades, I probably wasn't breaking $100 because I was too cheap. And then I started seeing that $100 turn into like $500, $600, and I'm like, damn, I would have made more if I put more up. So as I got more confident in my skills, I started putting more up. As I started putting more up, I started getting more back. And that's when I started going, oh, it's about the capital you put up. Because me and you guys can put we can go on the same trade, but if I put up $2,000 and you put up $200, we are not going to get the same payout on the same movements. My movement's going to be gigantic, more than yours, but you are going to make money. You're just not going to make what I make. All right, we got Ford. All right, let's take a look at Ford. Ford is one of them ones that I like too because I drive a Ford. And every time my Ford needs to go in the shop and I get it fixed so they break me, I instantly come trade Ford because I want my damn money back. Let's go Ford. So Ford for the last 1 year, Ford been taking one up, man. They've been taking a butt kicking just simply because so much stuff, supplier fire, EV recalls, everything. So if there was ever any time to buy Ford, it's hands down right now. And that's as a stock and that's as an option. Let me see on the week, on the last 5-year look. We're pretty much right at the lowest point Ford has ever been for the last 5 years. For the last 5 years. Let's go to 1 week. Yeah, that's the lowest it's been. So Ford Industries file resale. I would need to read that to know what the hell that is. That was 19 hours ago. And again, Ford cut dividends. They got rid of workers. They did so much. Now, a lot of companies and places are doing this. So you'll look at Ford and be like, oh, they're getting rid of their employees. All companies are getting rid of their employees because everybody's going to AI. We do not need human workers now when robots will work like 17 times the hours that a human will. They're not going to really call out sick, and they ain't going to give you no attitude problem, and they ain't going to go in the bathroom and hide and stay on their phone for 19 hours. So what boss would not want robots in his factory if it's going to boost production? If production is boosted, that means that your money is boosted. And if your money is boosted, then that means that whatever sacrifice you made to get there, it was worth it. So it's sad to say, but it is what it is, y'all. People are going away from human contact workers. They just don't want them. So Ford, when they're getting rid of their dividends and everything, yeah, it's just part of the bigger plan. Ford needs to come. Ford is shit. They got to get back to this damn near IPO day. And right now it ain't. It IPO'd it down there 40. And that mug has been under that damn near the whole time. Let me see. And all these big movements could have been before Ford moved to dividends. So what happens with a lot of stocks? So company, let's say Ford. You look at Ford price right now and be like, damn, Ford, $10? Ford been around since I was a kid and my mama was a kid. Yes, Ford stock price is $10 because instead of the stock running like a Tesla or a Microsoft or Amazon and all these guys would, Ford pays a dividend. So any extra money that they get, instead of having just keeping it and have the stock price run up, Ford takes that money and now give it to its investors. It's called a dividend payment. So that's why you will see it now run up, in these days, and then it maybe stays at a certain price. Now they'll make a certain announcement. Maybe it's a new vehicle coming out. It's something going on, and people will, that anticipation for it, it'll run up and they'll buy. So Ford is one of those ones right now. She's deemed to be coming down lower. Let's see the price side. RSI is sometime the closer you go in, the RSI will actually start flattening out. It's like you'll have to almost go back out. There we go. And this is on the 1 week. So right now the RSI is at support. So she's sitting at support right there. And Ford is one of those ones that I play a lot, and I've gotten rid of my position in Ford here recently because I'm waiting on it to fall. It's been a constant fall. Look at this long fall. See, I bought here. I think I bought in the middle. With the expectation of it being back at, I think, $18, $19 by the end of this year. And we're in November now, and Ford is at $10. So it's still falling, and it's probably going to fall for the rest of this month because, like I said, they had a fire with their supplier. So now they got to find a new supplier for a lot of their stuff. Tariffs are kicking their butt. All the tariffs that the president had put on, like Mexico and all these other countries, that's where they were getting their parts and stuff from. So it's like, man, American car companies are catching it. And the president is not doing it to torture them. He's doing it to show, obviously, other countries, hey, man, we're gonna figure this out without y'all money. So now once we start getting this in America or somebody that's not China or Mexico, then I won't punish them as much. So that's why all these car companies, in case you guys didn't know, they had to scramble to find new suppliers for their parts. So this was all over the summer that they was doing this. And the president gave this warning, honestly, as a person who's been editing the president's speeches since he was a candidate, because the TV station that I worked for, that's all they ran was Trump. President Trump, I should say. So that's all they ran. So that's all I got to watch because I was editing it. So whether I want to watch it or not, I still had to edit it. So I got to learn and hear almost everything that this man was saying, and everything that he said, he's doing. He's not letting nobody down right now except for the people that don't like him and didn't listen to his speeches. But if you listen to any of his speeches, he already said what the tariffs was going to be. He already said what he was going to do. That's kind of how we knew what Intel was going to do, because he had stated when he was a candidate what he wanted to do with Intel as a company. He wants chip making to be in America and nowhere else. He wants the computer chips that function the whole world. He wants us to be able to get that in America and not have to get it from China or anywhere else. The man stated this. So even with American car companies, they knew if he got elected, oh man, we got to find new suppliers because he gonna put us on tariffs. So as I told my wife, I said, you may not believe this or not, but it's been a lot of crap going on in this country, since the president took over. Good and bad. But what's crazy is he's not even been in a year. It just seemed like he's been in there forever. We ain't even been a year since he's been in office. So that's how many changes are coming. So Ford, again, is one of them ones. I'm not even going to chart it because it's so low. And if you're planning it for years out, then okay, give it, even if you bought now, it wouldn't hurt. And it's even on the option because that option should be so cheap. But if Ford falls to, let's say, the middle of next summer, and then you got an option until 2027 or even 8, you probably, if you played it correctly, you're sitting on probably a 6-figure at minimum option. So that's Ford. All right, so I'm checking the chat. That's what I feel. Oh, so and one way to play ellipse is just if you want, the way that you could play a lot of your options sometime is, what is the purpose of me getting into this option? Why am I even buying it for? A lot of times people buy options just to buy them for the sake of buying because you want that rush of making money. Like, trust me, I get it. It's the dumbest thing to do, but trust me, I get it. I've been there. So you want that rush of making money, but if you actually just take a second back and say, hey, you know what? Like me, I use me for prime example. I want a new vehicle. But me as Tyran, I'm too cheap to pay for a new vehicle. New vehicles are almost 6 figures. Why is a car almost 6 figures and it ain't a Bentley or something? Why? Because of tariffs and everything else. Will there be incentives to get your money back because vehicles are overpriced? It may be, but I don't care. I'm too cheap. I ain't had a car payment in 10 years and I love it. But now that I do want a new vehicle, I've started a position. Well, I started one in Ford, but obviously I jumped the gun on that. So the money that I made and lost in that, I'm going to reposition. And I may even still do Ford, or I may do something else, but I expect that to give me enough money to give me a down payment for a car that I don't want. Does that make sense? I don't want to use my retirement money to put down on a car. Hell no, I'm too cheap. So I want to use my retirement money to go make me a whole lot more money so that now I can use that money to either put a down payment down or just purchase it. Now, if I was to flip the script on all of y'all and say, well, the easy way to do all of that is to go buy the car. You can go buy it. As long as you put that car under your business, it is now an asset and assets can be claimed on taxes. They could be claimed on taxes as a tax deduction, or they could be claimed as a gain. So that's kind of the thing. So that's why, especially if you're in my Discord, you always hear me say you got to be an entrepreneur. You need to be an entrepreneur. And if you're an entrepreneur and you're not making money, I guarantee you it's because you don't know the tax code. Your ass don't know the tax code. Like, that's the simplest way. You became an entrepreneur to make money and pay all your bills, not realizing you ain't finna pay no bills as an entrepreneur. You ain't finna pay no bills as an entrepreneur because your business is finna eat up most of your money. So if your recoup from starting a business is to pay your mortgage, lights, and car note, I can tell you now, you've already started out wrong. If you start a business and you do not know the tax code, you're starting out wrong. Because this stock market can help you gain the amount of money that you need to thrive. And now knowing the tax code can keep you from letting Uncle Sam take it from you. If you don't know how to work the tax code, I can guarantee you win $1 million right now. He's going to take over half. He's coming for half, period. But if you don't know the tax code, he's going to take over half. And he's going to do it because you don't know any better and you letting him. So I say all of this to say taxes is something, honestly, y'all, you ain't got to pay that shit. You ain't got to pay taxes. It's called tax avoidance is what you need to practice. Just not paying your taxes, that's called tax evasion, and your ass going to jail. All right, so you're going to Wesley Snipe and all that, just go, I ain't paying no taxes. It can kiss my butt. Oh yeah, you're going to jail at that point. But if you do tax avoidance, then you're straight. And that's why Jeff Bezos, Jay-Z, and billion trillionaires, Elon Musk, they get away with no taxes. They ain't breaking one rule in the world. So again, you just kind of need that. Oh man. Hey, and here's something crazy, y'all. Can y'all believe this? I am a father-in-law. I freak out on this shit every day, man. Like, damn, I'm a father-in-law. So anyway, I'm off subject because my daughter-in-law says, so is opening an LLC for a rental property, is that a good idea? Yes. Yes. Any business is a good idea. You got to understand, though, in those businesses, you got to keep the business up. You can't just start a business and say, I got a business. Because even in your business, you're going to have to pay taxes in your business. Now, not all taxes can be avoided. Not all. So you're going to have to pay like state taxes, city taxes, things like that. That's and most of that is based off of what you make money. Like how much you bring in is how much you pay taxes. But see, with so much of it, it can be avoided because there's certain things out there. Like for me, I'm a disabled veteran. I'm a 100% disabled Black veteran. So when it comes to certain things, especially businesses, government, what am I trying to say? Contracts, I'll get first dibs in it. Then being a veteran business, there's certain tax cuts that we apply for if you're in a veteran-friendly state. So to answer your question, yes, starting a business, whether you're a veteran or not, you need it as an entrepreneur just to not pay Uncle Sam. Oh wait, that ain't Kiana, that's Karina. Karina, I ain't got no glasses on. I see Karina. I thought I said Kiana. So okay, I take that back. This is not my daughter-in-law sending that question. It's her sister. So close enough, Karina. And what do you know? Goddamn, Karina got my glasses right here. Yeah, I did say Karina, plain as day. Let's say she needs to learn how to not pay taxes. Karina say opening an LLC for rental, yes. Anybody else? I need to use my LLC. Lips, yes, you do. You need to use your LLC. Matter of fact, I'll give you a prime example. You say you want to buy a house. A new smile and that's it. All right, I'll rock with that. But I will say when it comes to buying a house, so if you guys have a business and your business has been making good, decent amount of money, you're an entrepreneur, you've been out here hustling and bustling, then yes, you want to take your business. If you want to purchase a home, you almost want to purchase that business under your home. You want to purchase it under your, am I saying this right? You want to purchase your home under your business. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you can't do that, then you want to take your home and utilize it for business. Even if you're in a subdivision, you could utilize it for business, meaning that maybe you're holding meetings for your job there. Maybe you're holding meetings for some nonprofit to come there. because you got extra space there. You're using it for something. If you're using it business related, then your home can now be claimed on your taxes. Man, it's some of the biggest cheat codes out here, y'all. But yes, if you have an LLC, if you have rental property, it's best to get it out of your name. So Karina, you don't want that in your name at all. You don't want it in Karina Glover's name. You want it in some business name, because Karina Glover's gonna have to pay taxes, and you ain't gotta wait around paying taxes. But whatever your LLC is, well, it can avoid taxes. So there's this thing called capital gains, and anybody that's getting into the stock market and anybody that's getting into purchasing a home, especially selling a home, anything that's going to bring you money, you got to understand, Uncle Sam wants his cut, y'all, period. Even if you ain't paying taxes, just know, well, your ass living illegal. He going to want his money eventually. So put it in your house. Put it in your business. Take care of your business. Then you need to build what's called like a holding company. Holding companies don't do nothing except what their name is, hold. There's no business formed out of it. There's none. It ain't nothing but a big ass garage, and it holds everything. What happens in that garage, well, that's different, but I'm just holding it. So even if your businesses are not in your name, they're in, let's say like me, my holding company would hold my business. I would just have the rights to run my business, but my business ain't in my name. If you look up my name, I'm gonna almost be bankrupt, because Tyran as a person is gonna die broke. Even though he got millions in assets, he's gonna die broke, because I don't want nobody coming to get my stuff when I die. So it ain't in my name, you can't have it. So all of that also goes where you got to have a trust and yada, 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 all this other stuff, y'all. But as an entrepreneur, you just need to know it is not about starting a business and then making money. Nope. Because the reason you started your own business because you got tired of working for corporate. But you got to remember, there was a boss at corporate, and his job was to deal with the headaches that, you know what I'm saying, maybe you was doing something, you're like, oh man, I effed up. But the boss got to deal with that headache. When you become an entrepreneur, you are the boss. If the computer break, it's your fault. The printer don't work, it's your fault. The car ain't working, it's your fault. Money ain't in the account, it's your fault. So when we always say we want to become entrepreneurs because we wanted to break away from the rat race, I'll be like, man, your ass crazy. And what rat race was you in? Because I want to be in it. Because if you think being an entrepreneur is easier than corporate, you're crazy. Entrepreneur, every headache is your headache. That's just it. It's your headache. It's not somebody else's. So you got to be built for an entrepreneur type life. You can't just want to do it. But when you do it, am I saying that right? But when you do it, if you learn the tax code, it's game over. All right. Let's see what NVIDIA doing today. All right. So as far as me, NVIDIA, she probably still sitting at support. It looks like my line is off a little bit. But nevertheless, I think if you guys were on earlier, we started out, we was at a certain price, and then I was saying that I believe it's going to come down, and then here we are. So she's still holding, but she ain't holding very strong. So that's a video. So it's not too bad. All right, so time now is 12:30. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I'm starving, and my team brought me something to eat, and I want to eat. So I do want to take a break. And I'm thinking about taking about an hour break. That's right. I said an hour. Because see, I'm at home and I'm chilling. Y'all at work. So let's look at a day before you dip. All right. We're still holding on the day. Let's see how we're looking on 4 hours. 4 hours we are under. How we are looking on 1 hour. 1 hour we are under. We're falling to support. Support is about 190-ish, 191. So it's at 192 I can't see what the low was as of today so far, but this is, but again, man, this is all stuff you could do on the phone. And me, I was in the Marine Corps, so I was motor T. So that means that we did a lot of convoys at times, and we had none but dead time majority of the time. All I can think about now is I wonder how, like, what type of Marine I would have been if I knew how to trade and I had all that dead time. See, as motor T, when I get dead time, oh yeah, I'm kicking my hat down, my feet going up, I'm going to sleep because I've probably been up for forever. But knowing what I know now, if I was on active duty and I knew how to trade or invest, what the hell would I have done with that free time I had? How would I have retired when I left the military? How would I be living now? Like, these are all the questions. Like, I literally ask myself this all the time. Like, I see what I'm doing with this life now. I just wish I would have known about it, when I was in my 20s and 30s. I'm glad I learned it now because I have more discipline. But my 20s and 30s, had I known it, Lips say Nvidia is stressing you out. I know it is. They got earnings. So as you can see right now, Lips, this is the 1 hour. So let me take you back to, I don't know if you got in on Nvidia. I remember you saying you wanted to. I can't remember if you bought the dip. So let's see, 3 months. All right, so even on a 3 month, let me see. We're kind of sitting right at support at that 50. Nvidia has earnings coming up next week, so I anticipate they should get a decent little push back to the 200s, maybe even 208, 207. I could see it. I could see us going there before earnings and sitting there because they want to know what earnings is going to do. And let's see what is over here. What's the latest article? So to the right, as you guys know, as the articles come out through the day, if you're looking at it like this, then you'll be able to see what is the new articles coming out. Now, you're getting free information. So just know you ain't getting that crap probably like one of us who's getting it high, who's paying for a subscription to get it like right away. But whatever this is, it came out 5 minutes ago. And actually, you know what? I saw this earlier this morning. So this just came out 6 minutes ago, and I saw this earlier this morning that SoftBank sold its entire Nvidia stake. All right. Here's the thing about that. When these companies sell their positions and stuff, it's not always bad. Their options might have just been expiring. SoftBank has customers, so they don't hold like we may going, I think it's going to go up. No, they don't do that. They got people money in their hand. So even if it gives one slight detour that something gonna be wrong, they'll probably sell just to lock in those wins and then keep their customers happy. So that's not always a bad thing that they sell. Let me see. I hope I got this thing right. Happy Veterans Day. What's up, Mika? Hey, not a problem. And just know, I probably should put in the chat, but if you guys follow me on Beard Talk Vet, anything social media, Beard Talk Vet, all right? Just follow it, all right? And I have stock boot camps that I do. And I actually have one coming up this month, stock boot camp, 21st to the 23rd in November. They run, that one's actually 300 person. And let me see what else. We go over everything. And then that one, I still feel I'm so undercharging myself, by the way, y'all. But in that one, I break this stuff down kind of like now, but you would definitely get it more. Because I'm going to make you do it at this point. Not just y'all sitting here watching my chart. No, you're going to do it. Because I need to know that you know how to rock it out. You're going to know how to research things. You're going to know how to be able to find your own kids some type of stock for their portfolio. Because Tyran ain't going to do it. You know what I'm saying? And even if I could, I wouldn't do it because then I can't be retired. I got to listen to y'all ass every day talk about why you're losing money. So no, I'm not even going to touch that. But I will show people how to take care of their own self, make enough money so that now you can go to a financial advisor and give him a lot of money to save and budget for you. You won't have to just use your paycheck. Because if you use your paycheck, I guarantee you, your ass been saving for years and you probably ain't even nowhere near where you want it to be. Because that thing called life is not going to let you save no money. It just ain't. Life is going to life on that ass. 192 on the Nvidia. So again, I see us possibly We shouldn't hit the 180s. We got this gap up here at 187. I can see us kind of pumping down, closing that, maybe even in an active market, pre-market, or even a Sunday evening. Close it and come back up. So what I mean by close it is, on some of these, you'll see a long wick. It'll just be like a long wick and then nothing. And that's probably because that happened when the market was closed. It happened like in the pre-market or the aftermarket most of the times. So I'm expecting NVIDIA. I think we already looked at NVIDIA, but I'm definitely expecting NVIDIA around the 230s. And that's by next summer, I'm going to say. So if we get it out of earnings, damn, that's dope. But yeah, so we got 238 on the average, 350 on the high, 155 on the low. The 155 is definitely something I'm eyeing because I too am like, damn, we might be coming back to the 155s just simply because of how strong of a support and resistance area that was. And that was about right, yeah, right here in this area. There's a whole lot of play in that area. So months ago, I stated, I was like, man, I think we're really coming back to that area. Don't want to, but it's a possibility. But see, me, I have an NVIDIA option out to next September, and I think I have it for it might have it for 350, 380. Might even be 2. I need to check it, but nevertheless, I'm looking for the 150s to give me a great position to re-up on that very option, because I too have been calling that. Now NVIDIA can pump up because right now we got our inverted head and shoulders and it's pretty much rocking. So all we need now is just a great earnings and she's gonna blast off. And if that's the case, then she'll go to about 250, 230, maybe even 300 somewhere. She'll trend. Something crazy will happen in the world. All the tech will fall. She'll fall to about 180s. Somewhere try to avoid the 150s, but she may give us new life in the 160s and then work her way back up. So all stocks do is make patterns all day. That's it. That's all they do is make patterns over and over and over and over. And once that pattern is formed, it'll start over and make a new pattern over and over. And chances are it's just going to repeat the same pattern. It's just going to be up or down. And you got to be able to find out which direction it's going in. So all right, that's NVIDIA. You saying you pray that they go up to the 200s? Man, me too, Karina, because it's already been in the 2s. We was hoping that it stayed, but of course, tariff and China talk is killing NVIDIA. I could just foresee, as usual, how the game is played is right before earnings, maybe even next week, or the end of this week, something to come, and they'll say the president in China high-fived, and they're actually doing pretty good, and they're looking to get this deal going with NVIDIA chips, and then you're going to see NVIDIA skyrocket. So I wouldn't doubt that, and that may even be before earnings, but if we can get that bounce, we can get about a one. I don't even think we're going to get it because we're already up here. So if we can hold if NVIDIA holds where it is today, 92. Let's go to the 1 hour. Yeah, 192 is its average price. So it came down, it poked up, and now it's holding. In case y'all can't see it, I'm going to put it right here. So it's actually holding right now. We went to about 195. And now we're holding at 192. So you had the gap up, 188. So I can even see it closing this damn gate at 188 as it sits here with this red candle. I can see a long wick come close it, probably in the aftermarket or the pre-market. Say market opens, it'll pump back up to about the 195, 194 and hold. I can see it. So let's see. Karina says she's got them 280 for January. Karina, I think you got that one because I remember helping you buy that one. So as you can see here, the 280. I got that price because well, at the time this wasn't even here. They still had Nvidia like the average price was 150 or so. I came up with the 280 just one because of everything that they have going on and the fact that they had been at their highest and they're steady signing contracts and they're steady doing stuff. So it's like, oh yeah, they're gonna smash 300. So the 280 hopefully can be closely being a touch by the time that your option is over. Christmas push is real. So November, December, thing called Christmas rally, it's kind of real. Now again, will the market respect it and happen? Who knows? But with the president that we have in seat, and he keeps a lot of his money in the stock market, I would imagine we're gonna get something out of the stock market. All right, so that's them. So again, y'all, this is 12:42. Yeah, I'm gonna go get me something to eat because talking to y'all about this and my stomach growling ain't where it's at. All right, so I'm gonna pause everything. Y'all can feel free to hold on. What I will do is for those are the ones that was asking questions with the LLC and the business and stuff, what I can do is while I take a break, I can let my video, I'm gonna let my video play of me talking with one of my friends about taxes and businesses and stuff. So for those of you that have never seen it, like maybe watch it, take down some notes, come back after lunch, we can chop it up on it if you want to, but I'll be the first to tell you, man, I am one of the ones that like I'm living the life that I'm trying to get you guys to live. So I'm not one of them people trying to sell you something that I'm not living. Hell no, I'm currently in a moment right now in sweatpants and boots and freaking t-shirt. That's my uniform of the day because I'm at home. All right, but I want to make sure I dedicate my time to help people learn this because I know people are at work praying for a financial break or maybe, you know what I'm saying, a good Christmas for their kids. And the way I'm built is, well, if I can help, I'm gonna try to help. But, you know, once my help starts to become more than help, then no, you got to pay for my damn time because any second of the day I can make money. So if I give it up, then know that like now I'm not even looking at my own charts. So I'm losing out on money. So that's just my little rant, but I don't ever want anybody to kind of go back and get the big head on my ass because I'm gonna have to shut that down. All right, so y'all go get some lunch and I think I'm gonna come back at 1:30. All right, 1:30. So feel free. Y'all see my Cash App scrolling across that mug, man. Don't act blind. Feel free to get her the calls because I got a diabetic dog and his medicine ain't cheap. All right. So I'll see y'all at 1:30 after lunch. So let's do All right. What it be like, folks? I am back after, y'all still call it chow? Because I call it chow. But anyway, what's going on? I am back. And if anybody is out there, because I can't see without my glasses, and I don't know what my glasses is. R. Is it is or R? But either way, I'm back. Any questions? Anything that y'all want to put back in the chat? Make sure you put it in the chat, man. And I can pretty much probably chart it. Let me get me back up here so can at least see me and know that I am alive and I do exist. So what's going on, good folks? How busy? I'm sitting there waiting on my wife to get in because she got to be my Vanna White for the day, and she got to monitor the chat while I maybe chart stuff for y'all or anything. But once again, if there's any veterans that are out there or maybe come back and watch this, just know Happy Veterans Day to you. Again, man, I know what it's like to put our name, sign our life on basically a blank check. You know what I'm saying? For Uncle Sam to do whatever he wants with us. Like, man, it's like I got so many thoughts running through my head at one time as I'm talking, just of all my Marine Corps time, how quick it went by. 20 years is a long time, but damn. Damn, it went by pretty quick. If I could say what was some of my best times in the Marine Corps, I'm probably say it didn't matter where I was, just as long as I was there with my friends. All of my friends that I had, even when we was in the combat zone, I had good friends. So they made those horrible times, they made them good. So my bad times in the Corps, hands down, would probably be any of the times that I spent away from my family and friends. So I look back on the 20 years, was it worth it? I would think so. When I look on my life now, yeah, I 100% took the harder way to get to where I wanted to be. But I'm here now. You dig? I'm here now. All right. So let's get back to some of the stuff we were doing earlier, which was, let's get me off of there. And let's try to find some money. Share my screen. All right, share the entire screen. All right, so first things first. Let's go back and we're going to check our options flow. If you tuned in earlier, we was trying to see what options was jumping today. So we come back to the options flow. Let's see what we got here. Nvidia's on there. They did 1114 hood. BBAI. So somebody is buying it. So I was looking for BBAI earlier as we were charting to see if anybody was purchasing it today on the options flow. And earlier we didn't see anything, but we did see that one came in, and it could have been more than one. Let's see. Okay, so it was just that one. This was like 90K with a $6 strike price. So he bought an end of money call. And that's for the 21st. So that'll be next week. It's not bad, but that's not enough volume per se to make a perk like me anyway want to continue to buy. You need to see volume. So if you don't know what moves a stock, it's volume that moves a stock. It's people buying it. Without people buying it, the stock price is not going to move. But if people are buying it, then obviously stock price is going to move. So you got to have volume to push it. So let's go to NVIDIA. Let's see what NVIDIA pumping on. So they became pretty bullish today. We were looking at them earlier, and they came in red. So obviously people was playing to the bounce. I don't know what NVIDIA is sitting at this moment. 193. So earlier when we was looking at it, let's go to the 15-minute. So on the 15 minutes, we're still trying to fight up to resistance, right? But on the 5-minute, okay, on the 5-minute, we fighting up to resistance as well. But it's actually sitting at support. You can't really see it, but so if we went at it, it's kind of sitting right on the middle of the Bollinger Band line. So that is support. So it's sitting at support right now. So again, if a person was trading this, then he would be looking to go to the red line and then eject up out of this trade if it was on the 5 minutes. So if he was day trading it. So if you're just kind of in and out, then you can play it from the 193 to the 194.50 or the 195 if it goes there and then get out. If you put like $100 up, then you might get like, I don't know, $20, $30 out of that move. If you put $500 up, you know, you might get 80, 90, you know, $1,000 up. You might get a couple hundred. You know, it's in the stock market, it's about capital. What is the capital that you put up? So a lot of times people come in, they say, well, I got $10,000 I want to put up. Me, as a trader that I am today, would say, man, I wouldn't even put the whole 10K up. Let's just do a G and grow it. The bad thing about saying that to a person is, well, let's just do a G and grow it. People are like, I don't have time to grow it. I need money now. See, the stock market don't work like that. I mean, it can, but the way that I trade, I don't work like that. If you need money right now, that's a personal decision. You know what I'm saying? You got yourself in some stuff. That's some bad financial management. So nobody can get you out of that in a rush but you. But by learning this, hey, man, I can make sure that if you're ever in this situation again, you know how to get yourself out. But if you're trying to tell me, hey, I'm trying to come learn stock trade now because my mortgage due next month, oh, man, you might as well get out of here because now you're gambling. You understand? So nobody ever wants to play that long game. And I didn't either. When I came in, it was like, I don't have time to play the long game. I need money now. I don't have time. So I'm trying to learn how to day trade. I'm trying to learn how to day trade, coming fresh in. Don't even know what the stock is, and I want to day trade. Boy, I was getting smoked in this. I was getting smoked at this game because I didn't have a mentor. I just knew where I was trying to get my family to. So, yeah, you can come in this game and get smoked, but you can also come in this game and learn it correctly, and then you could change your family's whole life. Because when I stopped playing that risky, close game, and so I learned how to play this thing very, you know what I'm saying, respectfully, that's when the money started growing almost overnight. You're like, man. So you would rather go with a shorter trade because, well, it's cheaper and I can get a lot more. But nobody really wants to go out and play the longer game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's more expensive and I can only get one or two. But you have no clue that that two is more powerful than anything that you can play in the short term. What you play in the short term is a scratch off. That's all it is. It's a scratch off. And everybody's familiar with scratch offs because, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can hit, sometimes you can miss. But that's all playing short trades are scratch offs. If you're good at scratch offs, then yeah, you're going to know how to buy them, where to buy them, what time of the day to buy them, all this type of stuff because you're good at them. I don't know too many people that's good at scratch offs. Scratch offs are just that. But see, in this game, in day trading, you can get good at it. It just takes a minute because it don't matter what your charts say the stock is finna do. All it takes is some numbnuts to grab a microphone and say, I'm imposing taxes. And the whole market just tanked. It don't matter that this chart say it was bullish and it was finna run for the next year. So it don't even matter. So again, but by playing the long game, just like right now, if you come in the game, you can only afford 2 contracts because let's say you go far out into something like this. We go to an NVIDIA. I think this is still NVIDIA. So we look at NVIDIA and we say, what's the possibilities that NVIDIA can go to? Well, they can buzz light year to infinity and beyond. There's no telling where they can go. So, okay, well, if that is the case, then would I want to play this long or would I want to play it short? If I'm looking at the chart, I'm going to say, well, I may want to play it long. What am I trying to say? Yeah, I may want to play it, I guess, in short. Like I want the money right now. But if I look at the RSI and the MACD is telling me we still got some ways to go up. And right now, from all of our peaks from back here, tell you what, let's get our lines going back. That way everybody can see it. All right. Picked the wrong one, y'all. Let's just stick with this one. So now let's come in. Let's go to year to date. So if I've already charted out from year to date, if I already charted out from the 5-year view, all right, so let me back up. If I already charted out from the 5-year view, I got my lines and everything plotted. Now all I want to do is just come in a little tighter. Now I should be able to see exactly what's going on. I don't need any more lines because my indicator already told me what's popping. So my indicator is saying, here's exactly what this stock is doing. My lines are reconfirming what the indicators are saying. So for this short period right now, you could play it up to resistance, which would be about a 70 RSI. Because remember back here, we were 79.63 on the RSI. So it can still be played like that. We leave that there. And then I would even come back here because this was my lowest point. And this is on the RSI. This is my lowest point. So now I'm going to bring it to the next line of support. Where do I get the most touches at? And I'll say right there. So if it's truly right there, leave that. Then now that's plotted. I'll do the same thing because I still had another line poking at the bottom, right? So now we're going to bring this one here. Make sure it touches. And then voila. At one point in time, man, I used to watch people chart and they make it look so easy. But to me, sitting on the other side of this, I'm going, man, what the hell did he just do? So understand, man, if you are thinking that, it comes with practice. All right. But the only way you can get that proper practice is to learn from someone who knows what they're doing. And if you're new to the game, how do you even know that someone knows what they're doing? Honestly, you just kind of don't. You know what I'm saying? You got to do your own research in that person. In the stock market world, they always have what's called receipts. If a person is telling you they're doing all this yin yang and zipping and zacking in the stock market, well, where's your receipts? Where's the proof? So if you know anybody that trades, you'll probably see them posting their money and stuff like that all the time. Most of the time, because they don't care. They don't care because it's free money. You could be making this same amount of money if you got off your butt and learned what to do. So I ain't ashamed about it. Government shut down or not, I don't care. I've been told people to learn to trade. You should not have one source of income coming in. You just should not have one source of income coming in. That's too close to homelessness. You're one tweet away from losing your job and now being homeless because you just had a job. That's it. That's nobody's fault, but kind of your own. So no, you should not have one source of income coming in. So if you don't have the energy, the stamina, anything to continue and have more than one job, then hey man, you got to learn to trade. And all you got to do with most of these is just learn how to read these candles and just understand how to read the chart. I'm gonna go away from NVIDIA because she is pretty expensive and I know people don't like that. So we're gonna go back to Big Bear because we did that earlier. And our lines are still there. And they're pretty affordable. 3-month chart. I gotta keep my eye on this. I gotta keep my eye on the chat because I suck at reading it. All right, so Big Bear, from where we were earlier, I think we started the day off watching Big Bear on the 5-minute chart, I think. And she played, yep. And she played around. So earlier I was saying that when we had got that double top, then I would have took a put. And that was pretty much here. I believe we started somewhere here. We had a pin top. And I was like, hey man, I'd have took a put. And as we could see, I would have won, I would have made some good money on that put. And boom, we came down to about a 611. I think I called 620. I think that's what I called before we went on lunch. Well, I went on lunch, but I think that's what I called. And we got to about 626. And then we fell. And now we broke it. We came up. So now we're sitting on support. So again, what is resistance? Once it's broken, will become support. Now we're sitting on support and we're riding it up and we slow tricking it up. So this is on a 5-minute. And this is where we started out today. Actually, I think we were charting on, I feel like the 30 seconds, the 30-second chart. Yeah, we were. We was on a 30-second chart. And we just getting back to pretty much where we fell from. So then at that quick moment, when we charted it earlier to now, just depending on how much I would have put on it, that would have been one hell of a payday. You know what I'm saying? Just sitting on lunch break or something I did sitting in the parking lot before I went to work. I noticed that, hey, the candle position gave me a certain look. So I played that look, which would have been a put. And now this put would have paid off. Now, if I didn't sell it, now my put would have been losing because stock price is trying to rise back up. But again, this is 30 seconds. So it can rise up all it wants. It's probably just going to fall back down. All right. So this is 30 seconds. All right. Sound like my wife is getting home, y'all. So I might have an assistant after all. All right. But anyway, this is the 30-second chart. So most of you obviously won't be looking at it, but we was just looking at the 30-second chart just because. So now let's go back to let's look at the 8-hour. 8-hour chart. We went up, we hit resistance. About 720. Wait, this is 8 hours for, let me get the last 3 months. If you can see coming in from the left, the stock price comes in, it bounces down to the red line, and then it bounces up. That is called support. So we would say that is bouncing off of support. Stock price bounced off of support. It went up to resistance, and it actually broke it. Now, I don't know if you'll be able to see it right here. But right here, there's a red candle. This little guy right here. That little candle of mine right here. All right. On that view, that was the pullback. All right. When you get that pullback, and let's say now stocks come in, boom, you get that red candle. Whether this is a day candle, a minute candle, a second candle, whatever, once you get that candle, that just established a base. What that base is, it doesn't, I don't know. What is the price doing? If the price goes up, then that is now a step coming down. If the price goes down, that is now resistance coming up. So whatever the price does, if price goes up, then just know that red candle, it's going to be a step. Like somehow, some way, price is going to have to touch this red candle again before it goes higher. And in this case, this is the candle I am speaking of, this little guy right here. So now, if you take your eyeballs and slide them over to the right, you'll see, Shabayal, this red candle right here, this wick poked down to about the distance of this red candle. That is now called bouncing off of support. When it touched that candle, as you can see, it went back up. Now, as it goes back down, what happens? It comes back, it touches that same goddamn exact line, all right? Right here, because it was a step. Okay, I'm starting to sound like my wife now, teaching my kids their homework, like Rochelle right now. All right, I'm fussing. All right, what's happening is the stock is only coming back to where it's been. So when it goes back up, its main mission now is to not go below this line. If it does, we are now probably going lower. So its whole mission is to stay. It can pierce through the line. It can do whatever. It just should not fully engulf, break that line. So I hope that makes sense. All right. So then again, this is Big Bear. It's Big Bear AI. So it's a tech person. I mean, it's a tech company. If you fly anywhere in the United States, if you fly through any of these major United States airport and you have some type of pass, clear, TSA pre-check, any of this stuff that allows you to bypass that super long line, they got the biometrics where you could just walk in and you can scan your face and all of that. That is more than likely probably Big Bear AI. All right. So if they're speeding up airports times and they're all in airport, then that means that, well, their money should grow. So it may not grow right now, especially with all the crap going on, government shutdown, planes ain't flying, all of that. If planes ain't flying, then you're probably not walking through the airport. If you're not walking through the airport, that means that their equipment is not being used. If their equipment is not being used, that means that they're not making money. If they're not making money, that means they're going to report a loss. So now you as a trader, if you already know this about the company, you've just given them a head start. They're supposed to fall because of all of this. Is any of this Big Bear AI's fault? No. Big Bear AI has nothing to do with a government shutdown. They have nothing to do with planes not flying. They have nothing to do with any of that. So it's not their fault. So therefore, the company is still great. The price is just down because people are scared and they're selling. So you have to be a smart trader. You have to be a smart investor and everything. So again, this is a company that, you know, it could get slept on because they're not fancy and in the news right now. But if any of you have been following me, and if you're on this YouTube or whatever, because I told you to come here, not just because you was thumbing around, then you've seen the results of my trading and you know I ain't full of crap. I like to say I have a reputation of finding awesome companies in the trash. And the reason they're in the trash is not because they're bad. They're just in the trash because nobody reads. Don't nobody read. They just, man, people's attention span is 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. That's it. If they can't be told or anything in 10 to 15 seconds, they're not interested. But if you got a little bit of time and you don't mind reading, then all of the answers are right there. They used to tell me this when I was a kid. If you want to hide stuff from certain people, put it in a book. They'll never find it because they ain't going to read. So anyway, I started learning about these companies as I started reading about them. I'm like, damn. So now when you look at the economy, you look at everything, the way and the place we are has nothing to do with these companies. So therefore, these companies are still at a steal. Still at a steal. That should be a rap lyric. I'm gonna write that down. All right, so we're going to the year to date. So as you can see on the year to date, we could do another bounce to the downside. And when I say another bounce, meaning to this red line right here, which will bring us back to about the $5 range. We could. All it needs is just something crazy to happen. Excuse me. But I'm thinking I see a green candle there. So let's see what we see on this green candle. All right. So on candles, as you look at this, as you look at the dang chart, you see red and green candles. You see these little things. You don't know what they are. You just see ticks. Those are called candlesticks. And believe it or not, each and every one of them, the better you get at becoming trading, it tells you what's coming next. So you got to know how to read certain candles. So now as we sit here and we look at the current candle that's being made today, you don't even see a body on it. You know what I'm saying? You don't even see a body on that mug, just a long wick. That's because it ran up and then it ran down. Chances are it ran up to where it opened, and now, I mean, it ran up to a high, and now it's probably sitting where it opened. This is Big Bear, and I haven't been able to watch it, mostly because I've been talking to y'all, running my suck all day. So I ain't been able to watch it. But it's actually sitting at the middle of the Bollinger Band right now. So you came down to the 1 hour. And I promise, man, once some of y'all pick this up and you really learn this, you're going to be like, man, because you can literally be on lunch break right now looking at this type stuff. All right, so on the 1 hour chart, you're looking at, we're sitting at resistance. Actually, if you're in my Discord and you rock with me, then you know what a bullish candle looks like. And then you know what activities should take place after a bullish engulfing candle takes in. If you're not in my Discord, you have no clue what I'm talking about, and you probably don't know what a bullish engulfing candle is. But if you do, then you should know that, bam, bullish engulfing candle, what happened? We shoot up, and then there's going to be a pullback retracement. But where would a retracement be to? Now, that's the thing that you need to know. And the only way that you're going to know that is do what? Look to the left. I got to know where the hell the chart has been in order for me to know where it's going. If I look to the left, I already see it. What up, Moto? Right here to the left. Boom. So even now, and then if you can't see it, let me help you see it. Let's put a damn line in that mother sucker. So now we're going to set this green line. We're going to set it right here. If I set that line right there, the bottom green line, if we come over here to the right, where we sitting at? Bam, perfectly bounced. Why is it perfectly bounced? Because it's only going where it's been. And if it goes anywhere it hasn't been, then now it's making new highs or new lows. It's called new highs or new lows because it ain't never damn been there before. All right. So, bro, I promise. And you could be doing this like at lunch. You could be doing this in the parking lot. You could be doing this while sitting in the meeting and your boss getting on your damn nerves because they ain't talking about nothing. Take his money, go flip your money, make more money than he can give you, and now you're sitting in your meeting and you'll be ha ha hee hee and chill while everybody else is stressed out. Again, I'm only telling you what I've done. Granted, I took a gig as a retired person, but I used their money to grow. So where the boss, that dude who I was working for, thought he was really working me, he gave me a measly little check. Now, granted, the job I had to do it in order to graduate school, so it wasn't even about the check. But the fact that he thought he was paying me something little, I was taking his money and flipping it and make more than he was even making off of that little bit that he was giving me. But I stayed at the gig because I needed to learn what I needed to learn. So I wasn't in the meetings mad and angry like everybody else. If I didn't know how to flip money, I guarantee you I would have been. But I'm the one set back like, well, I tell you what, I'm going home in a few. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't really paying me anyway, so I'm dipping. But everyone else needed to stay there because they needed that little bit of money. Yeah. So anyway, you learning this game, man. Learning how to do this in meetings and just throughout the day. You could be sitting at your kids' game, especially if your kids ain't getting in the game anyway, and you just up at 8 o'clock in the morning, they ain't doing nothing. Because you what? Hey man, break the phone out, and instead of going on social media, you go chart. And you could do it right from a cell phone. So anyway, that's Big Bear. If anybody got something else new for me to chart, let's give it a shot. But until then, let's look at why Big Bear is rallying. I think we did this earlier. So I'm hoping that you can kind of read the screen, but if not, essentially Big Bear is up because the earnings was pretty respected last night. So of course, all stocks are going to pump on good news. Every now and then, it'll fall even on good news. So let's see here. Has a moderate buy. And I feel like we looked this one up earlier. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we did. PBAI. Yeah, we did. We did. Then we said this AI says 13% downside. back to 550. I'll be the first to say, man, if Big Bear comes back to about 5 anything, I mean, really, where Big Bear is now is still beautiful and sexy as hell, especially if we're talking long term. If we're talking, hey, I need money right now, you may not want to touch Big Bear. All right. But yeah, to next year or beyond, she's sexy. Oh, this is like prime picking. But the main mission is to ensure that you watch them and making sure that they are making money. Big Bear ain't making money. You just investing into a brick. All right. And that brick is in the ocean, falling. All right. But let's see what we got here. We got a little time. Is BBAI a buy or sell? Has a consensus rating a moderate buy? It's only based off of 2 ratings. So they're saying, are there a buy, sell, or hold? And they have a moderate buy. Like, you can buy it, but don't go crazy. You understand? That's what a kind of a moderate buy is. Like, you know what? You can get a few. So that's a moderate buy rating. Let's see what Tip Ranks got pumping and jumping. Actually, do you want even better? We'll stay where we was, just so people can see what charting looks like and how it plays out throughout the day. So if a lot of people say, well, I don't want to trade because I don't have time to watch charts, or I don't have time to do whatever, you don't have to. Because honestly, even if I wanted to play this, then I can buy it. And let's say I bought it this morning, I can immediately set my sale on where I wanted to buy it. So if I bought while it was at support here at 550 or 560 yesterday, and then the stock price jumps, I could have had as soon as I bought yesterday, I could have set a sale saying, hey, if it comes to $6.50 or $6, $7, whatever, I want you to sell. And if I bought a lot of them, I may say, I want you to sell a couple. I could be asleep. I could be out working. I could be in a meeting. I could be anywhere in the world. If my sale is triggered, it's going to immediately sell and go right to my bank account. And I never once was even looking at a chart. I was out freaking, you know what I'm saying, mowing grass or helping the elderly cross the street. It's never once that I ever even have to sit here and look at a chart. I sit here and look at a chart because I want to. Well, I look at a chart because obviously I got to plot it to know where to get in, where to get out. I got to look at a chart if I want to day trade and make money in a few seconds. But even then, I still don't have to look at a chart, because as soon as I buy, I can just set the sale and go on about my business. So it ain't that TV stuff that a lot of people see. Oh man. And whoever told y'all that, they told you wrong. So I'm going to continue to let this play out just so you can kind of see. And actually, this is on the 1 hour. So just to see it move a little bit more, we're going to put it back on the 5 minutes. And let me see, do we need to plot it there? Yeah, let's put a new line here. And if I put it anywhere, it would probably be about right here, because I'm looking to the left, the very far left. I'll tell you what, let's take that one off. And let's do your color that you can see. I already got green lines on there. So now let's give the red line a look. All right. So now if we come in, let's go into, this is the 5 minutes. So let's go in for the 5 minutes for at least the last week. All right, let's go for the damn day then. All right, and if we can look at it for the day, if you can see this red line that's right in the middle, that's the one I made from where price point was a while ago to the far left. So in case you don't know what I'm talking about. Where were we? Either way, that got put in from far back there. So now when we come in, damn it, let's go away from the day. All right. So we got put in from far back here, and I just ran that line straight across. When that line came straight across, you can see directly where it's at. So now here's the candle. Let's see if we can get bigger on it. All right, you should be able to see it now. So today's price right now is bouncing off of the middle of the Bollinger Band right now. So currently price is bouncing. It's trying to figure out if it's going up or down. It's undecided right now. Depending on what candle this makes depends on the next move that happens. So it's almost like checkers. I mean, I'm sorry, checkers and chess. But you only know if you're going higher depending on the candle that's formed. The previous candle lets you know where you're going. So the two red candles that's to the left, they're telling me that we're going down. But this current candle right now may form, and it may form green and say, well, maybe we're not going down. Maybe we're going up. So if you've ever watched a chart move, then you just see the lines go up and down, and the candles go, and you don't know what's going on. But each and every candle that's formed, there's someone, some company, just somebody in this world that just made millions of dollars off that candle. So this candle that's being formed right now, there's somebody in the world making millions of dollars right now off of it. And this is 5 minute candles. So this candle will form in the next 5 minutes. But let's say if we wanted to see what's going on inside of that 5 minute candle, then we might come to the 1 minute candle. Now we can see in the 1 minute candle, the 1 minute candle is coming up to resistance, which is the middle of the Bollinger Band. So hopefully you can see that it's coming in, it's coming in. Let's go. I hate when it does that. Let's go to the 1 minute back for the day. And you can see it coming up to resistance of the middle of the Bollinger Band. So let's see if it breaks. Now, what happens in a lot of places, people actually, what's crazy is they bet on the candles. They bet on the candles that's forming. So a lot of them will go, what do you think the next candle going to be? And one of them will say, it's going to be bullish. It's going to be green. And they'll bet. The candle forms. If it's green, yeah, they won. Whatever the pot was, they're going about their business. But just like now, if they say it's going to be green, they put their money up, bam, and it falls. Now it's red, then they'll lose the money. But that candle hasn't decided which direction it's going to go yet. It's just going back and forth. And right now, it just decided to go red. So that should definitely tell me as a trader, hey, man, we're going lower. So in the next 5 minutes, unless this next candle is some type of green candle, we hands down going lower. So as a trader, I'm probably not even going to play it to figure out what's going on. I might just eject right there because I got 2 candles, but it never broke the resistance, I'm sorry, the support that's right here in this area with these two candles. Again, this is called pin bottom. A pin bottom should tell you that you're going up. But in this case, the pin bottom, we did go up, it just couldn't break resistance, so it failed. So now when it failed and the new candle is forming, if you notice to the far left, it never broke any of those candles yet. So therefore, we're still okay. So long as it keeps bouncing off of this line, this next candle, just going to say this next candle can form green, and it did. So now that it's formed green, it's still indecisive though. It's not a strong green. It's a green saying like, I want to go up, but I want to go, I don't know. It's very indecisive. So now this candle needs to be green. Or other than that, because if it's red, then you're going to go lower and you'll be coming closer to the red line. The red line is already telling you where you should be coming anyway. 626 is the bounce, strong support line. So as you can see, we're fighting up, but they can't hold. So let's see. Sorry. So let's see what they give us. Will we close out in the next minute on green or red? And if it's green, it has to be a strong green, meaning it got to break the middle of the Bollinger Band line. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I think we're going to get it. Right now, we're bouncing off support. So we got the green candle that we wanted. So this next one, it should go ahead and break. But if not, then we'll keep trending down. And how will we do that? So we'll let it keep playing out. While it's playing out. What the hell? All right, my line. Oh, wait, dummy. I got the wrong one. Let's go with trend line. There we go. All right, candle ain't giving us quite strong, but normally we would have held this line as such. So prices should dance off of this line. Had I put this line there earlier, then you would have saw that sometimes we don't take a trade until it breaks it. But as of right now, it still has not broke that area of resistance. So let's come here. Let's go here. And let's go there. All right, so now if I leave these here, what are we still on? We're still on the 1 minute. So now we had a quick price run up, and now, yeah, we definitely gonna probably get a little booger back down. All right, so price wanted to shoot back up, but it did not. Let's see if we can keep it on. What is it gonna look like if you give me a tighter day? Yeah. I want to be able to go. It won't let me go tighter than that, guys. So just hold tight. I'm going to have to bring it all the way out just so we can see it. All right. Bring it all the way out. All right. So hopefully you should be able to see it. And right now it is still rejecting the middle of the Bollinger Band. I got two red lines in the middle. And those two red lines in the middle are also, it's almost directly in the middle of the Bollinger Band. So it's a strong area, but we already know we should reject that area. So even though price is just falling, the candle is red. Well, I was going to say right now it's still on support. It's still on my red line. It's still on my red line. So we are okay at the second. But theoretically, we're going down. All right. And we're probably going down to the green line that's at the bottom if it don't hold. And at the second, it's not holding. And like the volume is starting to build for the sell-off, but it's not as strong. In the background, you'll see a red and green candle forming at the bottom, like right here in this area. You'll see those candles forming, and they'll go from red and green, red and green, and red and green, just like the candlestick. That's the volume. That's how many people is trading it. So if it's not a lot of people trading it, then whoever has the majority vote, so if they want it to go down, they'll probably win because it's not a lot of people trading it. But we're still on support. So let's see if we get another pump up. That long candle with the big long wick is just kind of sitting there. That kind of just simulated the price skyrocketed up. Like it wanted to go up, but it immediately got slammed back down. So people want higher. It just ain't. Oh, I'm tripping. Y'all know what we don't have right now? Just hold on for a second. It's gonna look a little funky. We at least need some music in this motherfucker. I can hear him breathing and stuff. Oh yeah, we broke the RSI. So now we're lower on now again, this is just the 1 minute chart, but hopefully the 1 minute chart still moves like every other chart. It just moves, much quicker. So as you can see, we've crossed about a 26 on the RSI. So if a good RSI is 30, then shit, this is still great buying area. So let's see where she play out. So right now we should be going lower. We should be coming to about 619 now. That would be my guess because we've already broken all support that we had. So I'd imagine in the next few minutes we should be working our way to 619. Yeah, 622 now. Remember, these are 1 minute charts. I mean candles. These mugs are popping up every 1 minute. So as it's going up now, it's trying to fight. But what you guys can't see is it's fighting resistance because it was already sitting on this line that it's currently trying to go through. So if it breaks it, it'll be cool. But if not, I'm pretty sure it should be coming down. We should get a red candle forming. That one's green. So it's like it's still indecisive, but I'm still gonna say it's gonna be red. She's still indecisive. She want to go up, but she ain't. Show us what you got, baby. All right. She's so bad want to go up, but it's not enough volume in it. Again, I got support at 619 minimum. Now, if this was a regular trade, and let's say I got in where I stated earlier, well, I'd have been took my money. Bam, 619 hit. All right, so 619 been confirmed. So chances, and that's a big candle, so it broke all support. So therefore, we should actually go lower than 619 now. But we can bounce off of 619 because traders know that 619 is support. So the next candle forming could be green, but it may not get the pump that it wants. So I'm still saying we're going lower. 619 was where we was, bouncing off of. But let's see, did we break it? Yeah, because we broke 619. So these candles should be a pump. Again, they should be a pump. But it don't mean we're going higher. You can get back to 622, 625. And if it can't break that, then she's gonna bring herself back down to 619. This time 619 would be support again, but if it's not strong enough, it's gonna break 619. Again, most of this, and if it sounds Greek, it's probably either because this is maybe new to you, or just maybe because you haven't studied it as much. And if you take the time to do it, this stuff will start making sense. It'll start making sense because it'll gain your attention, and you're gonna hands down be like, oh my God. So just like now, if I had taken this trade, from earlier when we started, then you guys would have watched me make money. And the whole time we'd have just been sitting on YouTube talking, and I would have been making money. But if you're at work listening to me and not working, then you would be losing money. So it's like, that's how important learning this is. It doesn't supersede you working. It's just saying, hey, when you get some spare time, change that BS and maybe learn a little bit more about this. If you look at the bottom here, the RSI is still fighting up, but it is slanting down. So for me, I'm looking at it like, well, until you level out, she's going lower. So let's see if I'm correct. Remember, 619 is support, so it should be bouncing off of it. And just in case anybody just joining, this is a live trade. We don't have any money on the books for it right now. We're just watching it play out as if we did trade it. At the time that we started watching this, I think we was about 620 something. I don't know, 620, 630, somewhere in that range. And we were definitely saying that we were coming down lower. We were coming down lower because the volume was weak, and it had broken the middle of the Bollinger Band. Like, it rejected it. So now we've bounced off the 619 support. We should get up to about 624 or so before we see a rejection. Now, will it be a hard rejection or just a soft rejection? We're going to see. Let's see. I'm going to delete my drawing off of here. And now we're just going to use the Bollinger Band within itself. And if we want to know what's going on inside the 1 minute chart, then we're going to 30-second chart. So on the 30-second chart, we can see that we have broken resistance on the middle of the Bollinger Band on the 30-second chart. So if it's broken in the middle of the Bollinger Band there, then that would let me know, okay, well, we got some bullish movement going up. So therefore, on the 1 minute chart, which we was just looking at, we should get some bullish movement out of that. And as you can see, we're starting to approach the top of the the middle of the Bollinger Band, and we're starting to get that volume in it. We're starting to get that volume to break the middle of the Bollinger Band. So these next candles should definitely break the line and start forming a different pattern. But in case we are wrong, because we want to know what's going on. And remember, this candle is going to start at 50% of the next one, or at least at the base of the next one. And then it should go back up. If this candle forms red, what's this, 1 minute? If it forms red, then that's kind of what we call a pin top. So let's go back into this 30-second. And as we can see on the 30-second now, we're starting to get a red one, but that red one is now sitting at support. It's at support, all right? So it's not really below support where it was, it's at support. So that means that it broke resistance. Once a stock breaks resistance, what is resistance? Well, we hear you, Gunny, it's support. That is correct. It is now support. You got that right. Very good. All right, so we go back to So the 30 seconds are still forming candles. So let's see if we get a red anywhere. We should stay green, but it's like it's at support, but it's still fighting it. If you know anything about the Bollinger Band, you can see right now in the channels of the Bollinger Band, it's starting to get thin, meaning it's starting to narrow out, right? So if you remember from my teachings, that's me saying something's about to happen. You know what I'm saying? When we start just kind of consolidating, you're going to get a strong move up, a strong move down. We don't know, but something is about to take place. And if it's breaking resistance, so like now we broke resistance, so we should be going down. And I would imagine on the 1 minute, we should be going back down. Yep. So this candle just formed, and we should probably get another red candle because I think we were red in the 30 seconds. So now when you see, and you're saying, hey, I don't want to watch charts and I don't want to do, well, some people don't want to do that, but if you don't have nothing else to do that, because now you can make money. So bouncing back and forth from the 1 minute to the 30-second charts, I can make money. In seconds. Like, do y'all hear what I'm saying? In seconds, bro. In seconds. See, in this game, it's cool to be a minute man. Like, you want to be a minute man. You understand? That means you're making money in seconds. Now, anywhere else in the world, you're a minute man, you're going to get voted off the island. But in this game, cold. It's cold. So again, I'm only explaining this, y'all, because I don't have anything in the chat. So if y'all got another stock for me to check out, then just drop that mug in the chat. Or give me something. Give me a question. Give me anything. But other than that, I'm going to run my suck hole on this. So on the 30 seconds, we are very weak looking. We are very weak looking if you're bullish. If you're bearish, then this is beautiful for you. This is what you want to see. So again, if we had taken this trade, I told you 619 is where we were coming to. We're now at 617 and we're falling. So again, I would, if I would have took that put, this would be a live trade that you would be watching and I would be making money. You know what I'm saying? And it would almost be in your face type of deal. And it's not a disrespectful thing. It's just saying it's in your face, meaning, hey man, you can be doing this too, but it is going to take some time to learn it. The average person to learn the stock market, I promise you, it's probably going to take you a couple of years. Hands down, it's going to take a couple of years. I ain't known too many people to just fly into the stock market and make money right away on their own. And if you do, you probably got a flame out period coming at some point. But a lot of times, if you learn this game on your own, you made a lot of mistakes. You got smoked a lot of times. And for some reason, you're just unbreakable. And that's probably how you became a great trader, or somebody became a great trader. So in this game, it's going to take a minute. So if you learn it under somebody, yeah, save you light years in this game. But if you're raw dogging it like me and you're just doing it and you're learning, you're going to lose a lot of money. And if you don't have a high threshold of pain, the amount of money you're going to lose is going to drive you away. You'll never come back. This stock market will forever be a scam, because all it did was took your money. But if you learn it the proper way, this mofo will forever be the only way you can live and enjoy every second of the day with your family. Because other than that, you're going to have to be at work. So the stock market is a way to love your job. I don't tell nobody to leave their job. Don't leave your damn job. You need money to invest, crazy. What the hell are you going to leave your job for? So learning how to trade on Wall Street don't mean you got to leave your damn job. That just means you know how to take your boss's money and make more money. And now you can sit at work and enjoy your job. Again, when I used to work the job, I used to take my wife to work. This just recently. Within the last few years, I take my wife to work. And I got tired of dropping her off at work and then coming back home, trying to take a nap, but I can't get comfortable in my nap because as soon as I get comfortable, it's time to go pick her up from work. And I got tired of that. So I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna just get a job, kill me some time while you at work. Like, who volunteers to get a job but me? As soon as I would get into the job, like I was so good at what they had me doing that I can get in there, I could bust that out in 2 hours. So I would get in. As soon as I got in, I should have been there at like 8, 9. I would get in about 10:30. I'm that dude. As soon as I get in, I go straight to lunch. I eat my lunch. I'm looking at my phone and all of this. And everybody's like, you can't even go to work. It's like, I can go to work, but I only need 2 hours. And sure enough, 2 hours, I'm done. They still working. So we can see Big Bear is coming back down. See 617. And if this was a day trade, that little small little movement right there in that little period of time, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand, man. This is like life changing. All right, so everything that we just watched, that was in the inside of today's candle. That's what's taking place right now today. I have no clue why this is look ashy. But if you can see this red candle here, that's everything that we just looked at. That's what's taking place inside of that candle. Let's see. So as we looked at the day, I think what else we look at? We looked at the hour. So the hour is looking inside of that day. We went from the hour to the 15-minute. That's inside of there. So if you look at the 15, this is the 15-minute. The stock is sitting at support. So if it's an actual day trade, I'm probably rocking with the 15 to the 30-minute just to look at my chart. That's the 15-minute. That's 30-minute. So now as these play out, these candles are forming every 30 minutes because it's a 30-minute chart. These on the 15-minute are forming every 15 minutes because they're on the 15-minute chart. The 15-minute tells me what's going on inside of the 30-minute. The 10-minute tells me what's going on inside of the 15-minute. The 5-minute tells me what's going on inside of the 10-minute. The 1 minute, the 5 minute, the knee, and the next thing you know is the hip bone connected to the knee bone. You dig? Like everything is connected to the same thing. So it's all taking place. Everything from the day on down is telling you what's taking place in the day. If I want to know what's going on inside of the weekly chart, I'm going to go look at the day chart. If I want to know what's going on inside of the monthly chart, I'm going to go look at the weekly chart. And then the daily chart. And then the 4-hour chart. And then the 1-hour chart. I'm going to go look at all the charts so that way I know exactly what's going on. And if you don't do this, then I guarantee you, you'll look at the stock prices, go, damn, I wonder if it's going up or down. You're not going to know. And you ain't going to know because you don't know to go look inside of those other charts. So if I'm going on a day trade and I'm going far out, if I'm going on a swing trade and I'm selling this in like 4 or 5 months, I don't even have a reason to probably be looking at the 15-minute chart right now. I'll just stick to the day. That's it. Now, if I want to know where to properly execute and get in the sale at the highest point and yada yada, then okay, I may go into like the 30-minute, the 1 hour, or so on and look at those. But that's it. That's it. And this can be done after you cook dinner with the kids. So like, ain't nobody trying to sell anybody stuff. It's just, I don't know. People have a fear of the stock market today. As soon as they see these charts and I don't want to do that. You don't want to do it. Like you'll hear traders get mad. Like you don't want to. Are you crazy? You know how much money you can make sitting on your butt? Oh, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm gonna just. All right. So I'm gonna sit on the couch and make your salary in like a week, and you're gonna work for a year to get that same salary because you don't want to learn these little squiggly lines. Man, your ass crazy as hell. So yeah, for me, it was a no-brainer. I was on it. So anyway, so here's where we're sitting right now. So right now on Big Bear, even though we had a decent thing on the earnings, we went up. Big Bear AI was going to hit resistance back here anyway, because that's what the gap was. So it actually went up. It closed the gap. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Big Bear AI come back down tomorrow. Or at worst case scenario, if that candle if we close out here today, we're still up from where we were yesterday, even though it is a red candle. So price can come back down and then bounce back up. So it could do that because it's still going to close higher than it was yesterday. Now, if it comes back down for some reason and it's below 592 before we close today, all right, Houston, we got a problem. All right, that means that we're probably coming back down lower. So again, as I was telling my son girlfriend Diamond, Diamond, damn, you're in the chat now. This is funny to me now. I see Diamond's chat. Diamond, this is why I was telling you last night. I told you Big Bear AI was going to probably fall. And it was going to probably fall because you got to get a big pump out of something at earnings. If earnings is great and the stock only goes to like 25 cents or so, that pump ain't strong enough. So Big Bear AI is probably falling. Most importantly, I'm not really watching what's going on in the world right now, so I don't know, but I'm pretty sure because tech in general is down. Tech is hurting, and chances are if Nvidia is hurting, then everybody's hurting. So let's refresh, see if a new article came out. All right, so the last thing, at least on Robinhood, was 2 hours ago, and whatever they talking about there. So I don't know. Let's see what they say on Big Bear. But it's just so funny. Like, I gotta laugh. What the hell going on? I gotta laugh because I was telling Diamond, like that was gonna happen. All right, guys, my bad. Something was on my keyboard. I was telling Diamond that was gonna happen. So. Oh man. All right, 6:15. So 6:15 is where we're sitting at. We still got the 3. What's the news? News and insight. This is why is BBAI rallying. Well, we know why they're rallying. I don't have it open, but another thing that I would probably use is probably Finviz. Oh man, Diamond, you funny. All right, so we had another buy since this morning, since we was talking on BBAI. This one comes in. They did 12.25, $6.50. Basically saying this stock would be no less than $6.50 by December 12th, 2025. They dropped that when the stock price was at $6.25. So here's why I'm saying going from somewhere just a few cents can make you a lot of money. So this was the spot that this was bought at, and hopefully you can see it on here. But it was bought at $6.25, and they gave it a strike price to $6.50. The premium that was put on it was $70,000, 70. So $70,000 was put on this. So $70,000, even at a 25-cent move, that's mega dollars for them. Even if it's 10,000, 8,000, 12,000, whatever, they could jump right out. On that little bitty simple move, they probably made that much money. So that's what a lot of banks, that's what a lot of other firms will do. A lot of firms don't have traders working for them. They'll have investors that work for them. And if an investor is more of a slow risk, like a slow gain, minimum risk process. But a trader is more like a high risk, high reward process. So that's why in order to get good and be a better trader, you got to understand investors. All right, so that's BBAI. So she's getting a little funk. So what people are doing right now is they're buying some of this funk. Should you buy it for a long term right now? I don't know, man. You're going to have to read up on it and get a warm and fuzzy of your own. Because if you read up on it and get a warm and fuzzy, I say yes. But if you read up on it and you don't get a warm and fuzzy, then I say no. You just play it short term if you play it at all. But one thing I didn't show you is we were over here looking at the stuff over here. But if you look to the far right here, right up under here, this is kind of dark pool orders. All right, these are dark pool orders that I kind of get to look at and monitor as well. And what I see here is that there were 3 orders to come in. And these were 2 million on one, 3 million on one, and 2 million on the other. They were bought when BBAI was at $6.35. One was at $6.27, and one was at $6.57. So who knows who that could have been? It could be a politician, it could be a bank, it could be anything. And yes, politicians do invest, and yes, they do be putting millions up. If you ask yourself, well, how does a politician have millions? Well, that's what a lot of people be asking, you know? But I guarantee you, if anything, a lot of it is because they put it in Wall Street. So anyway, BBAI has 3 dark pool orders. So the dark pool is just, we don't know if these will calls or puts. We just know that right now, somewhere in the world, somebody put up some bread on this mug. And they're not putting up on bread because they don't know what they're doing. Not 2 million, 3 million, they ain't. All right, so that's BBAI. That was something I wanted to see was open. No, not open doors. That's not who I was thinking of. But let's look at open. What is open? Because they pop up a lot on everything that I look at. But they do have a rating. They got 6. 2 buys, 2 holds, 2 sales. 2 buys, 2 holds, and then 2 sale ratings. Damn, they even got a low rating of 70 cents. Damn. But I just saw it for, where did I just see open at? There we go. $7. And they say by the 4th. Okay, so it's already there. So they bought an in the money call. Damn near half a meal on that mug. 480K. And that's on open. $7 call. I haven't inspected or anything with open, so I couldn't give no guidance on this. See number sale ratings. I don't know why Buddy bought a call, but let him rock out with it. Thing about trading is anybody will show you the money. Anybody will show you the money. Anybody. You just got to know how to look at it. So again, if there's nothing y'all gonna put in the chat that you want me to chart, I'm gonna just thumb around there. Actually, so one of the things that I like to spend my time and do throughout the day is research. I'll do things like, let's see, come here. And for me, I have my home page. See what we got here. I try to look up stuff under stocks. See what's popping off throughout the day. The thing about YouTube and watching other people on YouTube and tell stuff, you got to kind of, I don't know, I like to watch them and see what they talk about or any of the findings that they're talking about. Is it anything like what I'm saying? Are they far off or whatever? Because sometimes we both have disagreed, me and some of these guys on here. And then I'll change my opinion like, damn, okay, maybe I'm jacked up. Earnings or so will come and then I'll go with their call, which may be, let's say it's a put. I'll run with a put because I ran with majority, even though my gut said call. And then earnings will come and then the stock will take off. It's like, God dang it. So you just got to kind of find who works for you. Let's see here. Kramer, if you're into anything in investing, then you know who Jim Kramer is. Let's see. Right. So let's just say even some of that video, I'll watch some of what they say. And especially if you don't know about companies in the stock market, it's almost like coaches in the NFL. Coaches in the NFL, every other day, they may be given a injury report. They may be given some type of interview where you can kind of gauge some, is he telling the truth? Is he this? Whatever. Well, CEOs do the same thing. They do the exact same thing. That's why I say is if you can play fantasy sports, you can invest in the stock market, because the CEOs got to come out and they'll do interviews. They'll say what their growth is, what's the different things they have going on, whatever. They do interviews just like anybody else. So imagine if every time Bill Belichick did an interview, you could make money off of that interview. That's what the stock market is. So let's see what we got going on here. QUBT, we was talking about them earlier. We got QUBT. They got April of 2026, $20. Now that seems more respectable. $27 by January it's a bit of a tall ask. I don't want to do that one. I know I just saw. This was FML. We saw that one. That's OpenAI. This is Tesla. So we got a Tesla. We got almost a meal on Tesla. This got to be a bank. Either way, it's split. It's split across different. Either way, this option premium was $976 spent on it. Almost a milli. So I always say people don't put that type of money up because they're guessing. So even if you didn't know what you were doing in this game, if somebody put almost a meal up on a particular company, I wouldn't think that they putting a meal up to guess at nothing. They got to have one hell of a gut feeling. ZM got 1.1 mil put on it. Well, I feel like I've traded ZM before. What is ZM? Zoom. Duh. Okay. Boom. Boom. And that would explain why they got the 1 milli put up on it. These ratings came out today. They're giving it a 110 to 115 price target. This person got $89 to $93 price target. Morgan Stanley, which is well respected, says $85. Wells Fargo says hold. Theirs was as of last month. So most of these were last month, and then there was one today. The one today, she didn't really rank, you know what I'm saying? She got a 45%. So take her stuff at a grain of salt, probably at the same as mine. Take it as a grain of salt. But she say 110 to 115 on the price. 9 buys, 12 holds, 1 sell. All right. What else can we look at? Let's see where we are on our chart. It's still BBAI. Well, if we ain't got nothing else to look at, then it'll be BBAI. 1 hour chart. Let's go to 30. 30-minute chart isn't getting too much action on it. Obviously, because it takes 30 minutes for those candles to form. Nobody wants, no, we don't want to sit here and watch it. So you're still rocking and rolling on that. A little bit of the sale that it had has kind of faded off. So now it's just kind of consolidating a little bit. There we go. We got a little action now. And it's at resistance. So resistance, support, whatever you want to call it, it's at that right now. And it's trying to decide on if it wants it to be resistance or support. I was pretty sure I saw my wife come home and she pinching wool on the job, so. It's having a hard time breaking the middle of the Bollinger Band and staying above it. But being that when the market closed yesterday, I feel like it tapped down to about 570, 580. Again, we're still up at 618. Even if it falls down and closes today at $6, you're still okay because you're still higher than you closed the previous day. So you just kind of let it play out, let it do its thing. If it wasn't for this live, we probably wouldn't even be watching this chart right now because you'd be doing whatever your day called for. All right, she finally got back above it, which is what you want to see. So as it's consolidating, remember I said as it narrows out, some gotta happen. We either going up good or we're going down good. But we stay narrow long enough, something's gonna happen. What is the RSI telling you right now? Each tick of the RSI, are we going higher or are we going lower? The second the RSI starts to level out, that may be your indicator that, you know what I'm saying? Keep your hand on the button. Because at any moment we can go down. $617 is where we're sitting at. Remember, I called $619, which was support. So now the stock is trying to break the $619 resistance. So hopefully y'all can see it. And please feel free, for those of you that are looking out there, because I'm missing out on lunch and enjoying myself as well, please feel free to donate. I understand? Most importantly, donate because, say, man, just talked to one of the veterans that I normally mentor. He's like a 90-year-old man, so sometimes I feel bad saying that I mentor him, but he looks up to me for a lot of things, and he just sent me a text message showing me that he's tripped and fell. He's tripped and fell. He got these bruises and stuff all on his face. Like a 90-year-old man shouldn't be falling, y'all. So immediately, when I'm done with this, because he doesn't stay too far from me, I'm going to dart over to his house and check on him. So feel free, put some gas in my car, do something. Because if nobody's making money right now, something wrong. And my wife says she's here. Yeah, you there in the chat, Chief. You ain't in here, you in the chat. Serve me no purpose in the chat. All right, so we're at 615 and falling. the bears are definitely pushing this down. It's getting a lot of volume to the downside, at least for that minute. Again, this is the 1 minute chart. Now, if we look at 1 minute for the last week, 1 minute for the last week, we're literally sitting at support. And it's a strong level of support because it's been here before. So you can rock and jam on this for a minute. So although it's a 1 minute, if we want to get a better look as to what's taking place, then we'll just look at a bigger chart. And at this second, this bigger chart at this second is a 30-minute. So once again, according to the 30-minute chart, you can see that we are sitting at support. I don't know if that little faded little line is in the on the screen or whatever, if you can see it, but you're sitting like literally at support. We're pointed lower because if you look at the RSI, you can tell that it's sloped down in a downward motion. Just letting it play on out. See what it should give us. Now we are not, again, going to watch this 30-minute chart. That's why I keep jumping to the 1. Oh, look who finally comes. It's my wife. You gonna give your husband no kiss, mother? Check yourself. Let's try to chart this sucker. Let's go with trend line. Go with trend lines. So if I was to play it, I would play it from right now, today's spot. God dang it. This limit sale thing is really getting on my nerves. That really pisses me off. All right, so now the goal is to see if it's going to break my red line again. We put one there earlier, and it did break it. Unfortunately, to the downside. But I mean, I guess good for us because we see it put. But now we're going to just redo it. So as the chart moves, I just kind of freshen up the lines so that now I can kind of know where I am. And if you can't see it, I can even do as much of this. Turn my Bollinger Bands on. All right. So right now with no Bollinger Bands on, you just get to see my line and then the resistance line. And even if I wanted to trade this, I want to wait till it breaks the red line before I take a call. Other than that, it's all puts to the downside. It's Robin Hood, boy. All right, it's fighting. It's trying. Right now, we're getting a lot of bullish volume, but not enough to break at this second. So the next candle is forming. So let's jump to the 30 seconds and let's see where we are on the 30 second. On the 30 second, we're in the same place. Look like we ain't really moved. So it can't break and it can't go any lower. We're at 617, so we're still under because we fell under the 619 support. Next candle form. About the 1 second. Like 1 second is funky because these candles form obviously every 1 second. I ain't got my glasses for that. Yeah, I can't even look at that chart like that. I don't know what it is. But either way, even if you got glasses, chances are you probably can't see what that is because this is every 1 second. So therefore, that means that thing is constantly updating, and you can't keep enough candles on this thing at that time. Take our stuff back to at least the 30 second. Normally when the stock is consolidating like we see it, bam. All right, so now we're starting to test. I was just going to say, we're starting to see a stock consolidate like that, then something is coming. So this was a nice bullish movement, but it still hasn't sustained. So the continuation is going to have to keep going. The fact that it's on support means that this candle should finish green. Let's see, now I rejected it, so let's see. If it decides to go back up and it's green, then it would have broken resistance. Wait a minute. It's supposed to be a maintenance man coming to my house today, and he ain't been here. All right, so on the RSI, it's still trying to figure out its direction. When we say it has not broke support, you can almost see a straight line of red and green candles at the bottom. It's almost a straight row. It's almost a straight row at the top. So it's like it's staying within a certain channel. Yep, bam, we just got it. All right, we got confirmation that we are going lower now. So boom. So we're down. We're definitely probably coming to $6 now. And just like that, if we had played a put, we paid. We paid. We paid. Like, damn, bro, we'd have been paid. Damn. So now what we should get here is probably a 50% retracement, like basically the stock pumps back up. But it's actually going down. You may not even get the 50% retracement on this one. We may just come on back down to wherever I stated earlier. So now you just keep letting it fall. Now, if this candle finishes green, it kind of stop the motion, give you a bounce back, but then continue down. But as I stated, just like that, if we would have played it, we'd be paid. And this was an actual day trade. We should probably get another pump, try to get back up, but then somewhere in here, I'm gonna imagine we should finish back off at about 608, maybe $6. So at this second, it's trying to give that 50% retracement back up. I would imagine somewhere here we should get a rejection. Unless this sell-off was a premature sell-off. But I'm gonna say coming back down. Let's see how it continues to play out. All right, so we're getting a pump back up. So let's see if we break the actual top portion or where we reject back down. Volume is going good. And we got 3 green, actually 4 green. This area should be expected a rejection because it was support and now it's resistance. This is a 30 seconds. So let's see what the 1 minute looking like. All right, 1 minute ain't too far off. What about the 1? Let me go back to the 30 seconds. So this is back on the 30-second chart. All right, so we got the rejection that I spoke of. We got a little bit more than 50% out of that one, but we still hit resistance. So now if they can hold the 50% support, they may not be in too much bad shape. They might be able to recover. But that line of resistance that it's trying to fight is just too strong for me. So I don't think it's gonna hold. But I could be wrong. Let's see. She's definitely fighting. I think it's 616 or so. 615 should be strong resistance. If it breaks that, then 616. And there's our rejection. Now we should be probably hitting, unless we bounce off of this, lower. But went up, you got your rejection, came back down, we're testing support. And now they're going to try to do it all over again. And as you can see, it's at the strong line of support. Yep. That's a very strong line of support. She's definitely holding that line of support. But if you look at the RSI, it's already tilted down. So it should just be letting you know it's just a matter of time before it comes down. So if this was played today as a day trade, when we looked at it at first, we stated we would do put, then that means that you would be making money right now. How much money? We don't know, just depending on what you put up. But one thing we'd know, you would be making money. So now we're going to jump back to that 30-second. And if now we look on the RSI, it's still sloped down, but it's like it's trying to fight to come up. Right now, it's looking like the most that we'll probably get out of a good strong pump is about 614, 618. So now you're in what's considered power hour in the stock market. Power hour is essentially, that's when a lot of the orders start to come in. So the stock, it can run up, very powerful, or it can fall, very powerful. So that's why it's called power hour. If the stock can still hold this price, then you're okay. But if for some odd reason it falls back down to like 5, especially 590, 570s, so then that means that we can be bearish for tomorrow and the stock will continue to fall. Even though earnings was yesterday and it was okay, it wasn't bad, it could still fall. Again, my guess is just everything's waiting on NVIDIA's earnings. That's the boss hog. Somewhere, I would imagine, again, there's going to be some type of nice talk between America and China prior to NVIDIA's earnings. But NVIDIA may even just report earnings without China's numbers in it, because their numbers are stellar without China's, revenue added to it. Bottom, your MACD down here is starting to cross over at the bottom. You get a MACD crossover at the bottom, that should let you know that you're starting to go up. You're starting to pump up. Trying to crack over that 50% retracement. Going up. I would imagine we should get a red candle somewhere around the 613 mark. Maybe not drop it too much. Let's see. Nice push. So it broke that resistance. There's my red candle. I'm feeling like I think we definitely get another touch at 608 for sure. Oh, I'm just seeing the chat and say Jalen wants to know if we can do wolf. We could do wolf. All right, we're gonna see what it does in the next few minutes, and then we're gonna take a look at wolf. I would imagine we should pump back up to now, just maybe try to hit a little bit more above 612. Get our rejection and then fall. So let's see. I think we got a dog in there. All right. She still hasn't broke it, so she's respecting that line up there, that resistance line. $230. Almost. Come on, you're gonna give it to her. Well, we gotta probably touch it on the next candle at least, minimum. Let's see. I was just gonna say, I think this one should pretty much set right there. Now we would call that one almost, it would be like a pregnancy candle. And as crazy as that sound is because you got this big long red candle and then this green candle almost where the belly would be. So if you look at it, it would almost look like a belly. So we call it a pregnancy candle to say that's kind of the stop. You know, basically traders are saying they want it there. Don't mean it will, but your downward motion could be minimum now before we start going back up. Diamond says falling wedge on BBAI. Yes, very much correct. So, but what I do want, and this is just a 30-second chart. But if you look here on the MACD, you got strong sell-off, slight pump, minor sell-off, stronger pump, tiny sell-off. So now what would we think the next move should be? We would be thinking it should be pump. So right now, bam, there's my touch to 608. So I got what was requested. Boom, we just got lower. So now that it's kissed lower, we have more touches here. So you can almost get a slight pump back up to maybe 612. But if we got enough buyers to jump in, they can go to 614. But if not, she's gonna slam herself back down. But if you look at the sell-offs, you have strong sell-off, minimum sell-off, and now we're at the making of a minor sell-off. So if that sell-off stays minor like it is, the next pump should be much bigger. And that's where it's called divergence. So we're looking at the chart and we see it falling. But on the MACD, we see that, well, it's falling, but the selling pressure is getting weak. So that means that the sellers aren't as strong as they were before. The bulls are kind of pushing them out the way. If the bulls can stay in control for a little while longer, then they'll basically take control of it. So that's what's happening as we wind our way down to 4 p.m. You'll see once 4 p.m. hit, the U.S. market is closed, the foreign market will open, and then we'll see exactly what she do. This sucker just broke. So let's see. Is that the lower? So now this is where coming in where you go trying to see what a stock has been to see exactly where we're going to go lower. At this second, let's just say here. So let's just say there. Let's lock that there. Let's get us a horizontal line, and we're going to put that. Actually, let's change the color. We're going to change this one to green, and we're going to put this one about right there. All right, so now we're going to set that. That's one of the lowest points. Now we can actually see we are directly on that line. So this is one of those things where sometimes the way that the stock market works is it knows that traders, especially young basic traders, are going to the basics of support and resistance. So now we can push price below that. They're going to sell. Once they sell, those stock, those options, shares, whatever, are bought up, and now price will push back up. Most of the time that happened because we didn't go back there and find that other support level. So now that we've hit that other support level and we're bouncing off of it, now we need to see if we're going to hold it. And at this second, she's giving us lower action, and we are. So you shouldn't get a strong bounce out of her. Again, the RSI told her we was already sloped and looking weak. So it can still sell off some. It just needs to stay above this middle red right here on the Bollinger Band. It needs to stay above that. This sell-off that's taking place right now needs to stay above that. If we go back here to this sell-off. If we go back here to the one on the far left, the red on the MACD, and we set a line there. Now we are sitting today directly where we were then. So if a stock can only go where it's been, then you plot where it's been. And then that's how I know where it's going. That makes sense. Because it makes sense to me. All right, so we got a double bottom right here. We got a red candle, and then now we got a green candle formed on the outside. So that's what's it doesn't have the pin bottoms. That doesn't mean, what I mean by pin bottoms is how we have the top here, and we have that poke up top. You see that little pin? Well, it's called a pin top. Normally when you see them at the bottom, that's called a pin bottom, tweezer bottom, or so, whatever they want to call them. So when a green candle is on the outside of the red candle, then that's sometime good. That means that, well, the selling has maybe stopped. So like I said, we came down to the green candle and we actually pierced through that green candle. So that means that we would have made a lower low. So the stock is supposed to go up, break resistance, but how much resistance can it break is the question. All right. I think we pretty much seen what we wanted to see, and we knew it was going to go lower than I think 608 or something we was looking at. Now let's try to see if we can find Wolf. All right, so first things first, I will go out to all, and now I want to see where I am. I think Jalen was saying Wolf had earnings the other day and they missed it. First thing, we come in here. Now I'm looking to the far left. I ain't even looked to the right yet. I'm looking directly to the far left on everything. I'm not even looking to the right. I'm definitely coming here. All right, now I'll look to the far right. I didn't put one up top. It'll probably be this guy here. Because after they beat that, they don't have nothing else to about there. And then there. All right, so this is Wolf, W-U-L-F. Let's even plot this sucker. Right side there. Right side there. Let's come here. Right there. Like there. All right. So that's into the 1 day. Now let's take this same chart and let's say go into the 1 hour. If we go into the 1 hour, our green line is here. This stock right now is above that line. On the on the RSI, we are below one of those lines. So this is the middle line. So Wolf is at a support. It actually fell through support. So it's fighting, trying to get through it. And this is on the 1 hour. So now we would want to go into that 1 hour chart, candle, to see what's going on. So let's go to the 30-minute. 30-minute, we can see that we are sitting under support still after that hard sell-off. And then let's go to the 5-minute. 5-minute, we got a little bit more action up under the green line, which is 1214, but it's steady signaling down. But on the RSI here, let's pull that up. On the RSI, you can see it's fighting resistance. So if it was to break resistance, then we'd be good. But it's not. It's fighting resistance. But on the MACD down here, there is the crossover. It's not strong yet. So let's see how this one plays out. Now, if I was playing Wolf, I don't know. Like I said, I'm starting everybody out on the day. I'm just showing you day trading just so you can see the candles move in real time. But we would start off Wolf. This is the day, and I think we have established Wolf needs it. It is gotten back to its respectable point, which was $16. Now, there should be some strong consolidation here. What I mean by strong, meaning it's probably going to be a few days or weeks, just kind of consolidating it here because it was such a strong push-up. And at $5, probably cashed out at $17. At $17, there was no more need to be greedy, so they sold. Man, if you came in at 5 and went to 17, that's one heck of a payday. So you got to let this thing cool off now. The RSI was already hot. It was scorching. It was telling you to get out. It literally told you, get out, too hot. And sure enough, it crashed. So if you know that a 70 and above is hot on the RSI, then you already knew. And then we already had a peak on the RSI to beat. So even when we beat it, or even when we got close to it, you as a good trader, you should have known to sell something. So now as the RSI falls, it got to kind of recoup itself. And there's a strong possibility, but it should fall to about somewhere in this range, $12 to $10 range. It should consolidate where it is at about the $12 range to $13 range, but then come on the lower end from the $12 to the $10 range. So anytime that you see this, especially if you get a blessing to see this thing below $10, that's a blessing. That's a blessing. You might want to get a piece of it. But you just got to see how it forms, because I'm watching it almost look like a head and shoulders. It should have came this way. No, it played out perfectly. Should have came there. It held support. Did. Boom. So if I was holding this, well, depending on how long that he's holding this for. If it's any time recent, I don't know. I want the most touches though. Still. So I can see it falling back here to, what is this? $11. Like I say, play between the $12 and $10 range, with you even getting some respectable touches probably at the 10. By next earnings, which I imagine if they just had earnings, the next one should be about February. And if it's February, then if it's February, then you should get a stronger bounce back to the upside. So, yeah, when I play it, it's coming down. This RSI is at, looks like about 40 something. So that's under the 50 that we say on the RSI. And take me a pause for a second, because I was looking at my chat like, who the heck is this? But it's Lydia. What up, Lydia? What's going on with you? Lydia, I'm on live almost just for you, lady. So I'm glad you finally woke over there. So if you got anything at all you want to see me chart, me talk about, or whatever, just put it in the chat, Lydia, and I'm going to knock it out for you. So I'm glad that you up and you are on, because you are one of the ones that made me want to do this live today, because I sure wasn't going to do it. I'm so lazy. So glad you're on. All right, so Wolf. Back to Wolf. So hopefully if Jalen is watching, Jalen, I would be expecting, if you are going in this at all and you're going long, definitely take it out to next year, man. But give it time to fall right now, because the RSI is coming down. So you'll be able to buy this sucker at least a respectable price. Even if it falls, if you give it time, it should come back up, because you're buying it at a decent, respectable level. But it's definitely coming down to a minimum of 37, 38 on the RSI. All right, so that's that. QUBT. So Lydia, I'm gonna do QUBT just for you, even though we did it. We spoke about it a little bit this morning, which I know you were asleep because your hours are different. All right, thanks. So I tried it this morning, Lydia, when I was on, and as you can see, my lines are still there. What I was telling them earlier is 1522 was the support level that we wanted to stay at with QUBT. And then of course it broke that, and now it's falling. It has a gap down here at about $10, let's say $9 to the $10 range. So it's more than likely going to probably try to fill that gap. But you also have another gap back here. All right, you can't really see it per se, but because the more I zoom in, the more it's going to be struck. But it's kind of like right here. It's right here in this area. So does that mean that the stop price will come down to that point? No, it don't, but it could. So we got to always, make sure you respect that. But I would definitely say at about the 963 mark, we should definitely be able to get. So if you're holding QUBT, then the best thing to do is just kind of hold tight. You know what I'm saying? Just don't buy a lot right now. If you buy any, just buy a little. because as you can see, my green line is right up top. It's sitting directly on it, but it's pierced through a few times. So that, to me, that's saying that selling is weak and buying is weak. So which one is finna win? I don't know. Somebody may go, this is cheap enough for me and I want it. And somebody may go, this is way too expensive and I don't want it. So it's still at that point. So QUBT will have to come out with something great, to make something happen probably right away. But if they got earnings or something, it's probably. And Lydia, if you don't mind, put in the chat, when do you have QUBT out for? Or is this just something you wanted to see? Let me see. On the phone. That's my dog. Gary, I see you, man. I see you, boy. You know I love you, man. You say you're watching this from the laptop, but you're chatting from the phone. That means you multitasking, and that's what it's all about, baby. All right. She say, that's okay, Lydia. So to April 2026. April 2026. So then I'm gonna jump to my weekly. Now I want to see as much as I can see. So right now we are 100%, looking like we're coming to 963, if you can see here. All right, 963. But we can also play down to $20 call. At this second is very, very much respectable. Let me see. She says April 2026. April, January, February, March. All right, so let's go to, I think we looked them up earlier. QUBT. All right, so their average price right now is $32. That's the average price. But remember, this average price is a 12-month forecast. So that doesn't mean right now, today, tomorrow, anything. But at least right now, the pros are saying its average price is $32. Now, they just had more analysts come out today, which this one is AI. This one is a real person. And the real person said buy with an average price of $25 to $24. Well, let's say from $25 to $24. And I think this AI mofo says $13.50 and he changed to $12.50. So it's still up from where it is. This man, Edward Wu, he says he's giving it a bigger boost with a 236 potential upside. So QUBT has it, but honestly, Lydia, quantum, let's look at this article, matter of fact. Quantum is one of those things, like, it still has time, like, to grow. It's not like AI, which is here. Quantum, it's coming and it's being used by people in AI and stuff, but just not us right now. Let's see, raise this target to 40 from 22. Let's keep back this. I would really need to look at, this is that portion where I say we got to look at their financials and stuff and see exactly what's going on. Are they making money? Are they losing money? What? I would think a lot of Quantum's hype and their run up right now is mostly because of these AI people, Jensen, Tesla, Elon Musk, Amazon. All of these guys are talking AI, but they'll mention how, hey, yeah, in the future, we're going to be using Quantum. So as soon as people hear Quantum is going to be used in the future, they go buy and the stock price runs up. So it's like, yeah, we said we're going to be using it in the future, just not right now. So now Quantum are kind of phased back out, and then people start selling because, one, they want to lock in their gains, and then they want to catch Quantum when it falls to the dirt cheap prices. Yes, and they have earnings. That's what it is. That's what it was. They have earnings coming up on the 14th. So that is this week. So now we will come back and we would look at, so if you look at the chart right now, you should be able to see the red candles on the far right, which symbolizes this is today's price. All right? So this is on the week. Let's put us another line. And we know that because it's sitting right there. And we ain't gonna go there. All right, so that is on the week. So now we want to see what does it look like on the day, because now the candle should change and you should see maybe a few more green in there that's not there at this second. And I don't know if you've seen that quick change, but let me put it back on the week. That's what it looked like on the week. Now when I get ready to do it again, you look to the far right, you'll see a slight change. Okay. All right, and what that is now we're going to a little bit of smaller candles, but now we can find a little bit more support there. So first of all, this is this one. Do we got all the support plotted? I think we have enough plotted back here, so we can go up. There's more. Okay, yeah, we're good. So now if I was to come into here, so now I'm just basically, I would plot right here. I can't even see what's in the future right now. So we're just going to plot what we see right here from the past. And first things first, we're going to definitely plot this big boy because he just stand out. So now we got to dig in here and find the other guys, which are about right there. I'll tell you what, let's change this line just so we can see if we're right. We're going to change that one to yellow. And we're going to put yellow there. So now we're going to go to today's price. And this was my yellow line. So price is currently under the yellow line. So if we're going long or anything, and that's a good thing. So this is the 1 day. Now we're going to go. Let's go to the let's go to the 4 hour. All right, so we're looking at the 4 hour. We can also tell that if we look at the 4 hour on a short period, we'll see that we're at support. But now if we go out further so we can see, now we see that, okay, well, I see exactly where the support is. Does that make sense? So if we look at it here, we see one thing. But when we scroll out to see more, it's right there. But your divergence is on the MACD. This Robin Hood thing it be breaking me. All right, so your divergence is on the MACD. So we need to come here and we want to chart our MACD because we're going to chart everything. Actually, we can't even do that one. Let's take that one off. Let's go from here. All right, we can lock that one in. And then if we want, we could just bring this guy here just to give us a base. All right, so now we got that in. We would do the same up here. Now we don't need to do all of this because this is where you start getting a lot of lines and stuff on your chart. If you're like me and I need these lines, then you're perfectly fine. But to some folks, this can become too much. So the simplest way to fix all of this, if you do not know how to chart, it's very simple. I mean, you gotta learn how to read a chart, first of all. So when I say the simplest way, it's simple, but you gotta trust what's called your indicators. And let's add my indicator back. And remember, the one that we had on was the Bollinger Band. I just took it off earlier so that you could see it without it. So now, that's a delay. Sorry, I was talking to Vanna White. If you look at it, and all I got on here is the Bollinger Band now. All right, let's see if we can switch it out. Yeah, we can. This is the 4-hour look, and we're doing this on. Let's go to 4 hours. So these are bigger candles. So I think I want to see at least on 3 months. On the 3 months, we're at the lowest we've been in 3 months. But if you look at the RSI, the one that's in the middle, we're at support. And we are at a cold buying area. So if I'm buying this for 4 out, 3 months and more, this is perfect. This sucker is perfect to start my position in, because we're at a 30 on the RSI. Year to date, we're still heading down, which that gap was closed, so it technically don't count. So it looks like that gap was closed. But now, wherever you see a gap that was closed, we can definitely come down. So we can, we're pretty much at where the gap was. So it can consolidate right here and then give a push up. So I can see what they're saying. It can jump, but I would probably see if she comes down, give me more action in the cold-blooded RSI. All right, so hopefully that is QUBT. So in my essence, is it still good? If you got it to that period in time, at this second, you're still good. All right, because at bare minimum, you're going to get a pump back up to somewhere. So even if it's $16, even if you said, I want to get out, and you know what I'm saying, that pump back up to $16, you could just sell. So even though you're down, or if you're down, if your option or so is down now, it's fine. Now, if these are stocks that we're talking about, Lydia, as well, then I just want you to keep buying. At this price range, that's very cheap. And if they fall and give you anything lower, then that just means that you're going to get more than what you were already buying for. But at worst case scenario, at $11 is sitting at now, and let's say it's sat there for a minute, at least get yourself to a month at minimum. Now, I don't know. If you got money like that, because your dad keep your stock, then you got a few $100s on the line allowance, then you might want to grab 5 or 6 per payday or so. All right. You know what? That's correct. Lydia, if you listening, do you even tell your daddy that you be making money? I gotta ask you, because I know how your daddy is with money, man. So do you tell him you make it, or do you just keep it here? Yeah. Joe say ASNL. She say sometimes. I knew it. I knew it. ASML. Now, Joe, when the hell did we even talk about ASML? All righty, ASML. All right, Joe, put in the chat. What is this? Is this like a trade? Is this something you're trying to stack? Because I'm asking, because that's the only way I can tell you how to play it. If you say, hey, I'm just trying to play it for a week, 2 weeks, 6 months, then I would need to know. But what I can tell you right now from looking at the chart, it had a higher high before, which looks like, wait a minute, ASML, he can't mean this. Joseph Perry, why the hell are you looking at ASML would be my first question. This can't be right, because these are $1,000 a share. Looking at a 6-month option. You know what, Joe? Me and you gonna talk in the DM, because this option, this thing is $1,000 a share. I can tell you now, the options on that mug is atrocious. I would need to. Can we actually do it on here? Let me see if I can add it with you. I never used the option chain on here, so let's see what it's like. Got it. So let's say even if you want to do, oh yeah, this sucker's gonna cost your ass. let's just say January. Ooh, boy, you starting out at $1,000. You crazy. So you're looking at, this is probably about 6,000. If you buy in the money right now, you're gonna spend about 6 racks just for one contract. Wait, am I looking at that right? I need to look at this on my phone. So you did right. Yeah, you don't have enough buying. Well, no kidding. Shit. Yeah, that's $6,000. That's what I thought. Yeah, and that's just for one. Say, man, you sure you didn't fat finger something and you meant to give me another ticker? There ain't no way in hell. Even if you wanted ASML, I wouldn't even let you buy it. Yeah, no kidding, man. I wouldn't even let you buy it. Not saying it like that, but give me another ticker. Some you may be looking at, but that'll take your whole bank. JOPY. Oh, yeah. All right. So tell you what, let me redo my screen here. So for anybody that got in late, what I'm on is Robinhood Legends, and one of the reasons I'm on Robinhood Legends because my account that I have a outside account that I pay monthly for. For some reason, I think I'm logged in on another, so I can only be logged in maybe on certain. So I couldn't get on this morning. So I just wanted to show people how to use Robinhood since it's free. So once again, I'll show you guys how to build it. Only thing we did was build it with our chart and then the information that gives us any type of news that's coming out. So we came out with the chart, we added that widget, and then we added the snapshot widget, which gave us our news articles and stuff, anything that comes out while we charted. Like this one, I don't really need it to be too big. My eyes are bad, so if I want anything to be big, it's my chart. So I'll move that over and I'll take my chart and I'll stretch it out so I can see it a little bit more. All right, time on deck now is 4 o'clock. So what I do want to go back and see is BBAI. So we go on BBAI. Let's see, where did she finish out at? All right. So she gave us just what I thought. We got that bullish push back up to about, we got 614 on it. And then we got an immediate rejection on it. And then market closed. So time on deck now is 1600. So it's 4 o'clock for you down civilian. So market is closed right now. So just because the market is closed does not mean that stock price does not, like it stops moving. It doesn't. It continues to move. We in America just can't do anything because our stock market is now closed, but foreign stock markets are now open. So now what you'll start seeing is the foreign stock market starting to react to the stock price. So now they may come in and say, oh my God, BBAI did so great and we want it. And now prices start running back up. America held it to at least 611. We held it to 611. So we went from 570, 590, and we finished the day out at 611. So we shot up to 7 something. Then we finished out at 6, where it looks like 608 or 611, wherever. It's currently sitting and bouncing. So it's still higher than where it closed. So now if the foreign market can keep it going, then we'll start tomorrow probably with a gap up. And if American market can now continue that gap, stock price run. So this is the 5-minute. So now we want to see, where do we finish out on the day? Right now on the day, it looks like we finished out at support. And we did. We get this wild, wicked, crazy candle right here. Because chances are we probably open at this price. We shot up to wherever it was, and then we finished right back almost pretty much where we opened. Let's see what was open. I can't even see what the open was today. We opened at $6.97, high $6.99, low $6. Does look like we're back at the low. This is on the 1 day. So at this second, even though earnings was okay, BBAI is still kind of suspect to come down. Now, for anybody that did not play BBAI, and let's say maybe you're thinking about playing BBAI on a long call, then it's like your time is coming. It's pretty much here. But if you wanted to go, if you say, yeah, I just want to wait, you may get another, if it came to, you can get a visit at the under $6 range. You sure can. You can. And you could probably get that before NVIDIA's earnings. If that happens before NVIDIA's earnings, which is the 19th, it's probably a blessing. Right, so for me, that's holding BBAI. If it does come to that, I'm hands down. I'm going to buy, a little bit more. I won't go hog wild in it, but I will buy more. Now, the option that I have is the 2028. So of course, I want to get as much as I can while it's super, super cheap. So if it does come to $5, please believe you may see me on the side of the road selling snow cones just to have a little bit more money to buy more, because that's the game. All right, so that's BBAI, and we see where that finished at. Let's go to Gunny. All right, this is Javi. Once again, I don't really know everything behind Javi, if this is quick play, short play, or long play, but I'm still going to start with my chart all the way out. I can see that Javi came back here, the IPO here. Even if I was to put man, you can make money on these. All right, no matter the chart, 30-minute chart, 1 hour chart, no matter what it is, you can make money on it. Diamonds say to January of 2026. 2026. What's the strike price y'all got, Diamond? Hey, now there's Kiana. So earlier I didn't have my glasses on, so I just seen Kay Glover, and it was Karina. It was Karina, and I gave a little story about having being a father-in-law and stuff. It wasn't even Kiana, it was Karina. And I was like, oh, damn. Strike price $20. Okay, strike price $20. I would really want to see it on my own charting thing, but got Javi, strike price $20 for January. Trying to find my right look here. All right, there we go. Strike price $20 by January. So that's 40 days, 50 days. I'm thinking I'm somewhere in that range. All right. Like for me, that's a tall axe. By January, because it's got so much to go through. Right here is $17, which is where it needs to fight through. Now again, I could be totally wrong. Let me see. Marathon, Pylon. What do they have going on? Archer Aviation drops post earnings. Javi Aviation earnings call. Progress amid challenges. You got. So if I'm not mistaken, I think Joby may be the ones are they the ones working with Uber, that flying helicopter stuff? I feel like they are. All right, so we got $15 to the upside on them. And again, this is a 12-month. 12-month, okay. Okay, they are. All right, so if they are, then that mean that, yeah, they got some funky stuff going on too. So anything can happen. They got $17 reiterated. $15. This was as of the 7th. This was as of the 6th. They say $22. Yeah, I think that's a pretty tall axe, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you. $20 by January. No, I think you can get a pump out of it. $20. Again, now unless they got earnings. But this says earnings call was 3 days ago. Progress amid challenges. So they had earnings. Yeah. Is that like the pattern that it's making is doing what it should be? But I don't know enough about this stock to give any type of great information. Just looking at the chart, I'm gonna say that you probably can get back to about $18. You can probably even get $19. Now, if they catch that Christmas rally and everything is good, then okay, cool. You may smash $20 by then, but just know it's a tall axe right now. And the closer you get to your expiration, the more that option gonna chew up in your profit. So if you don't have a lot of profit, you just got a little bit of profit, then you may get close to expiration and it eats up your profit and you almost just break even. So just watch it. But if it's somewhere at a bounce and you're under, you definitely should get a bounce back up to $17. And if you're lucky, you might get 18. But after that, you know what I'm saying? That close, I would probably take my profits, reposition for longer, and then just be happy. So that's my take on Jobby. I don't know. What else y'all got? Kiana, you got anything? If you're out there, you got anything you want me to look at? Anybody, if you got it, just put it in the chat and we'll try to bust it out. I know I'm going to take me a break here in a minute. For myself and the fact that, well, I am the owner of a diabetic dog, so he got to go out a few times. But I want to have something for everybody to look at while I'm doing that. What could that be? We watched the video of okay, Kiana gave me some. Let's say ASCN. Diamond Series. Rivian hit $18. All right. We looked at Rivian today. So what did I say? I think we looked at Rivian today. Yep, we did. All right, so I do not know where we were when we was looking at it, but obviously, as you can see, we got bullish engulfing, so we got that continuation going on. Let's go to, that's the 1 day, so let's go to 4 hour. Okay, so we plot whatever we was looking at today, it played out. So it played out, we went up, and we got our continuation pattern going on. So if you would have played Rivian to the upside today, you damn sure would have made some money. Hands down. Kiana said AS. Can you read me that ticker? The Kiana? All right, we're looking on the 4 hour. So Kiana, I would have to ask with this one, like, how would you be playing it? Is this, I would imagine it's a hold, and is it options? If it's stocks, is it long? Is it short term? Right now, from its 5-year look, it is sliding on its support. I do have 3 options on this for January. January, what's the price you got it going to for January? Because for January, I can see you could probably get another $2 out of it by January. January 27. Yeah, what's the strike price? Is it 1? Kiana, what's the just put in the chat, what's the strike price you say it's going to? So, because it's under its IPO, looks like it's under its IPO. Yeah, it definitely it's under where it started. It started at about look like $26. So you got $40. Hold up, wait a minute. 40 by 40 by January. Can't be the first to tell you that's a tall ask. January 2027. My deepest of apologies. My deepest of apologies. All right. I'm sorry. Hold up. Wait a minute. All right. So then that means that you're way under your strike price. So you're way out of the money. But so right now that option probably shouldn't be doing too much of nothing, I don't think. Okay. And yeah, just work with me, Ken. I ain't got on no glasses right now because we don't know where they are. So you should, let me see, 2027. Well, first of all, you just got to get back. You got to get back to your IPO day, and that's almost $30. So you got to get back to that just to be respected. Let me see, does AI hype fatigue challenges? Long term, so let's go to this and let's see what the pros say. So that's ASAN. Okay. So you got 10 analyst ratings. They say the highest is going to be, your average price is about $16.50, which the highest being $19 and the lowest being $12. So you're currently at your lowest price right now, which you can go lower, but according to their stats right now, you're at your lowest point. So for you, it's like, yeah, that's kind of good, but now the thing is, are they making money? I have no clue who they are. So you have to go through, I see a few. Yeah, you need to look at this company because they would have to show me that they making some bread. Right now, I don't see that big boom. 19% at the earnings guidance overshadow strong results. So they must have gave like maybe a week guidance. So even though they made a lot of money, they're saying that, well, we may not make this same amount next year. It'll be close, but it ain't the same. So what happened is investors going, no, your guidance ain't good enough for me. Third quarter, but still lost investors' confidence. Yeah, I would probably want to read up more on these guys and see. So I don't know. Is this something that, you know, if a person gets AI, it now takes away from this company? So like if it's a hospital and they thrive on nurses and doctors or something, but now they're going to AI, then that's going to probably shorten the staff. So it's like the company is great, but you know what I'm saying? Like the cutting of jobs would probably worry some people. But the cutting of jobs is more for, well, that's something that people will get over, because if at the end of the day, whoever made the decision to cut and use AI for whatever these things are, not just this, but anything, then they'll look like a genius. But if they cut and, you know what I'm saying, AI don't help them, they'll look like a fool. So the analyst data shows it's surprisingly bullish despite stock sharp post earnings. Wait, what is this? This ain't the same damn thing, is it? No, that's Mindy. Okay. What are we looking at, Cosmo? All right, Keon, let me back up. Okay, I clicked this one. But that is them. All right, I have no clue what Mindy got to do with ASAN because I don't know this stock, so I would have to read up on it. But obviously, they had earnings, and there was something that just kind of worried everybody. So we go back to this, and we see that they're saying $16. So even if we go to $16, so we're looking at about right there. That's still under IPO. So I'm going to say, because you're not, this company ain't going to be anything until at least gets back to right there. That's $30. Like that's meaning that it's still nothing to big money, but to maybe it's some of us people trying to grow money and other traders, they're not going to really pay attention to it until it gets there. So for you at this point, long as they are making money and good, until they can fight and get to that point, you could be racking up. And if you got it to 2027, yeah, you're definitely going to make something. Right? You shouldn't lose because hell, they look like they at the lowest they've been. This is on the Monday. Yeah, it looked like they're at the lowest they've been, and they can go a little bit. If we go to the absolute lowest, it's now at that yellow line. So that yellow line within itself is, hold on for a second. All right, that yellow line is 1142. So it could still come to 1142. It's not that far from where it is now. So at 11, like if you're already holding, then at 1142, I want to get me some more. Oh yeah, I'm going shopping at 1142 and below. It's just how much more lower. If this thing just continues to go lower and lower, what was their lowest price target? Lowest price target is $12. So it's actually right at the lowest. So if it goes lower than $12 and you got it to 2027, then you're more than likely still in good shape because it can go down and sit down for 6 months. And then at that 7 month just explode. And if you had been collecting and not selling and not kind of, well, I was going to buy some this month, but no, if you just know you believe in what you bought, then you buy. Because when it bounces back up, it's going to be a nice payday. So your IPO day it matters. Your IPO day is like when the initial public offering is when it comes out. All right. So I'm trying to make big money. Okay. I just saw your comment there. Yeah, this company came out and they ran up and they made essentially a ceiling. That ceiling was 145, basically somewhere in there. Let's just say 150. So it ran up to about $150. All right, then from $150, it tumbled and fell because again, IPOs are going to run up, they're going to set a ceiling, and then they're going to fall. The only people still holding the IPO at that time is young people who don't know any much more, and they got into the stock market to make money, but nobody taught them, so they bought at 100 and some, or they bought at 80, and it just tumbled all the way back down to 11. So now they're going, oh my God, this is a stupid stock. It ain't made me no money, and I don't want it. So they're going to sell it, and they locked in all their losses at that point. But had they known that now, because if you bought it in here at 140, and I'm speaking stock at this, if you bought it here and then it failed, then you should be down here racking up, man. This Christmas shopping since 2022. So if you got in this company at an IPO because you believed in this company, then once you made a lot of money, you just let it fall and settle. And whoever bought here, I guarantee you, whoever bought here, they are now buying here. And I'm speaking stocks at this moment. They're collecting on stocks, but the options that they are buying, they probably are taking it out to, I'm gonna say 20. Even your $40 call is smart. It's not bad because it's so far out of the money, like an average everyday person would be gambling. But again, you know, you guys kind of listen to me and you rock with me and all of this, and I'm telling you, if you know how to chart, you can make a living in out of the money calls. You don't have to live in the money call. They have a bigger premium that they are going to pay out. So it may move $70, $80 per contract. But that $70, $80 per contract probably going to run you $700, $800 per contract. But when you go out of the money, yes, they get cheaper because they are a gamble. But depending on how long it is, that gamble can pay off. And that's kind of what we do. So your $40 call for 2027 is what I'm saying. It's still good. So if I had it and I had that option, yeah, I'm gonna probably add to it. At least one every other payday. If not every payday, if it's something you can't do every payday because maybe it's too expensive, then I'll probably get one every other payday. 2027, because even if it does attempt to go back to its IPO day, let's just say it goes to this gap. It gapped down right here. So that means that whenever it comes back up, it's going to hit a hard ceiling right there. It's going to slam its head right there. It's going to slam its head all through here. But this one is going to be the hardest it slammed its head at. Mostly because when it finally do break this, there's nothing to pretty much stop it until about $89. So if it's $82 here, and let's say this is $89 at resistance, and there's nothing stopping it there, man, that means that you can, this is thousands. Even if you put $100 up, you're going to probably get 1,000 minimum out of that move. If you put 1,000 up, you're going to get maybe 10 to 20, 10 to 20, you're going to get so on and so forth. All right. But check for them gaps. That's your gap right there. You got a gap right here. So you got a bunch of gaps. So at bare minimum, yeah, you can get paid on that. So what else? We got anything else on it? I don't think. Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan. Thank you. Not a problem, Kiana. Let's see. Where do we finish out the day? Options. Did anybody else buy BBAI? No, just still those two guys. BBAI. Nvidia finished all 81% bullish on today on call options. Ooh. Now we got a 185 puts. Damn, 1.1 mil put on it. So 185 put. Ooh, you got more puts to 185. So that means to me that something was seen. 185 put. All right, so this is the one that we did earlier. This is the 1 day. Let's look at it on year to date. 185 put. Where do they see that? 185. Well, yeah, you got that gap. Yeah, well, there's that. All right, so there's this gap right here. So you gapped up. So at some point, probably before earnings, what was their date? It's going to probably touch that before the run up. And they got 1121. So they're saying it's going to do it by 1121. We just got a large call come in saying 195. Excuse me. So because you see a put all the time doesn't mean that, well, it's super, super bad. It just means it can run and touch 185 before we go higher. 73 is the lick. So where would you see that? Let's go 3 months. If we go 3 months out, 185 is right here. So it's essentially, I guess they're calling it to close that gap. Nvidia finished at 193 today. I believe that sucker was like up at 200 some. Yeah. So right here, this was the other day, but just today. I think yesterday. So we ran up to about 200. Then we came back down. So today we're sitting on support. We got a red candle. I can see the 185. I can see it. The 188 right there would be closing that gap. So That means the 185 would be there. So the 185 is probably just a cheaper one instead of buying the 188, because 188 will close the gap. But chances are when you close the gap, you're going to get a longer wick. So that longer wick should give you about 184. So if we said 185 on it and it go to 184, they're going to get paid just as much. So if he dropped a mil on it, 1.1 mil to be exact, to 185 put, and let's just say it hits 184, he's paid. But boy, if that sucker, it wind up going lower to the 155s that we spoke about earlier, then he just made probably 10 mil off a mil. 10 mil easy. Now, more than likely, that's a bank. That's some type of, that's the premium. So it might be a whole bunch of, I don't know, maybe Robinhood or something reporting all of their option stuff. And they had 1 million in puts on it. This 1 million in put could also be someone with a call to 190 or whatever. So they have a call and a put. I think that's about it on that. All right, if it ain't nothing else in the chat to be looked at, then I'm gonna mess around and take me a break. It's gonna take me a 1 hour break. Why? Because I can. That's why. So what I'm going to do, don't mind that. Let's put in my banner. It says I'm sharing my screen, so tell you what, let's stop sharing. And I'll even let y'all see what I look like. So let's do I want to come back in an hour. All right. I played that one. So in an hour, I'm going to find something here to play while I'm gone. So if anybody want to stay on, you're more than welcome to stay on. Maybe you get to see some of the videos and stuff that I did with some of my friends and talk about. And we could chop it up on it when we come back in an hour. Or you can go take a break. You can go to lunch. You can do whatever. One thing I do know, though, everybody see my Cash App on there. Oh, they see it. And I miss lunch. I miss breakfast. I miss all kind of crap. I got my wife sitting here, and I know she's finna tell me to do something. So the least y'all can do, man, just drop a brother something to go get a Starbucks coffee or something. Be nice to him. This ain't me begging for anything. This me saying, y'all taking my free information, damn it. Tell you what, let's not use that one. Let's cancel that. I'm gonna put it on this one. Let's take it away. What time would that be? You say that would be 4:30? 5:30. I don't think it could. All right, so I'm slow. I peck when I type. I'm trying to put the time that I'm coming back in case anybody comes on. Because I'm hungry. Eastern. But you fools gonna see my donations though. Some respect. All right, how's that? Is that okay? I'll give it a second. It'll come through. There's a little slight delay here. So now let's see. Can y'all see that? Either way, if you're on here, just know I'm taking me a break and I'll be back at 5:30 Eastern. So take a break, chill out, do whatever y'all do. But like I said, I'm going to find something to play real quick. So even if you want to stay on, feel free. And I'm going to find. And hopefully, you know what I'm saying, if you guys do watch this, man, come up with some questions. Like literally get an understanding of this charting, this stock market stuff. Get a true understanding of it. Ask all the questions you want. You know what? That's a perfect one. Actually, no, that was 1 year ago. What is the one that me and my wife did? Yeah, but I don't see the other one. I just see that first one a year ago. My bad, y'all. I can't play yours. All right, so what this will be is one of the videos that I play. It's kind of on mental health, so it takes a little bit away from stock market. So if you're here to just kind of mooch off the stock market and stuff, then yeah, this is kind of me taking a pivot to it, because I feel like with mental health has to play a role into everything that we do. And in the stock market, it definitely plays one hell of a role, because I like to use the stock market for my PTSD anger. I can't go around punching people because I'll go to jail. So as much as I want to, I can't do that. So to be able to understand how to learn the stock market and then be able to punch money out of the stock market, that helps my mental health. Right? So real deal. So a lot of it is, it's just not us jumping into the market, because everything is emotions in the stock market. Everything is built off of emotion. So when you hear about people putting their money in the stock market and then they lose everything, and they become suicidal and postal, yeah, because they had every dream in the world to become rich, but they didn't know how to play the game properly. So I'm gonna pick this up, and we're gonna pick up in a little bit, like maybe in the middle or so. If you want to watch the whole video, feel free. You can always go around. You can go back and watch it. But this is me interviewing my wife, Dr. Deirdre Cosby, as she likes to call herself. I call her wife, but she's very good at her job. She does great. And if you guys, honestly, man, just watch it and just come up with some questions. All right, so let's share. Well, I would say this. Which one is it harder to receive the diagnosis of that? Is it your regular patients, or is it the military side, the veterans?
Veterans are definitely hard. It's kind of a mix of both. It really depends on what the diagnosis is. It depends on what that person has going on in their life. Like people who've achieved a lot more, it is a harder diagnosis to receive. People who are, have been in professional spaces, people who've been in leadership positions, they ain't trying to hear that. But by the same token, I have patients that are young men. It's hard to receive that. I have, certain groups, minority groups that are just like, no, that we don't do that. Like I'm Black, we don't get depressed. Right. And so it comes out in other ways, even though they don't admit it. There's still stuff that we're looking for. We're thinking that you may have this diagnosis, that even though you're not saying it, not to say your doctors don't believe you, but we are taught to read between the lines too. So if you're, telling me I'm not depressed, but you're in tears and, you look depressed, then walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Let me see what else we got going on here. For a lot of African Americans and younger, for people who have kids, especially teenagers, like they come up and it's like irritability. Like they're not going to say they're depressed. They're just snapping on everybody. Now, keep in mind, teenagers are kind of moody, so that could just be them. But for one of us, if we are all of a sudden, usually like if you're always laid back and then all of a sudden you're like snapping, like every little thing is ticking you off, then we'll start to look a little bit deeper. For Asian Americans, Latinx, a lot of their stuff shows up somatic, so it'll be a lot of body complaints. Sometimes that happens with African Americans too, but it's just, I don't feel well, and you're going to a lot of doctors and literally they find nothing wrong. You're like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. Well, they kind of do. It's just something is happening, but it's coming from your brain. And so that's why physically they're not finding it.
Yeah. Okay. Now with that, because I guess that's the thing. So when we say PTSD, post-traumatic stress, I always say PTS, no D. I am definitely no disorder and I don't need the D. I got my own. But depression, is that the same thing? Is PTSD and depression the same thing?
No.
Okay. And if not, can we elaborate on the two? Like what is the difference in the two?
Okay. So you can have what looks like depressive symptoms as part of the PTSD or PTS complex. But part of that, and they're alluding to it talking about it in the chat, but your trauma is for veterans, we tend to think, oh, it has to be combat. And, I know there's some stuff around the VA and the way they'll qualify things. But if you're looking at combat, but it also can be, I was in a car accident,
Right.
Or anything. We would classify trauma as anything that you feared for your life or limb. Like if you thought you could lose your life or limb, or that a close loved one that would happen to them. By definition, that would qualify as trauma. Now, where I was a little disappointed in the powers that be is because all the stuff that happened in 2020, a lot of African Americans and minorities were triggered by a lot of the social unrest, and they said we couldn't use that. So it can't be something you saw on TV. It has to be something that actually happened to you or a loved one. So the trauma is there, and then there's re-experiencing through some form. So you'll either have nightmares, which I'm sure you can talk about, sir.
I would have to talk about them. I was thinking.
Re-experiencing either through nightmares or what we call intrusive thoughts. You're just sitting there minding your business, and you might see something or hear something, smell something, and it takes you right back to where you were with that trauma. Or actually seeing it, like you can be wide awake and you will visually see this trauma. Right. And so it's the trauma, the re-experiencing, and then there's like a hypervigilance where you are on guard. Right. You're just always on edge. You're just waiting. It's that fight or flight in times 100, just ready. So the hypervigilance, and then some type of avoidant behavior. You will go out of your way to avoid whatever that trigger is, anything that reminds you about that trauma. And it doesn't have to be, as big as, I got in a car accident on Fulton Industrial, so I don't go to Fulton Industrial. It literally can be, I'm not going to think about this. You can make an intentional plan to avoid thinking about that, and we will count that as avoidant. And then there are some mood stuff in there, depending on where you are in the process. Some people dissociate, which means like things will seem unreal to you. Either you're not real or the environment around you doesn't seem real. So some dissociation really happens most of the time early after a trauma, but it can happen later as well. So you have to have that to get the diagnosis of PTSD. So with what you all go through in the military, even if you're not in a combat zone, which is, what frustrates me sometimes about the way things are calculated and diagnosed in certain settings. Even if it wasn't you, if you had a friend that was over there, you were worried about them, and something happened to them, or, they were seriously injured, that still affected you. Right. And so even though, certain entities may not recognize that, if you were in treatment, they would absolutely recognize that. Right. So that's PTSD. Depression, you only need 2 weeks, which is what I think a lot of people get floored by that. It's you being sad, irritable, or not enjoying what you would normally enjoy for just 2 weeks. It's only a 2-week diagnosis. If you go through 2 weeks straight where you're in the bed and you're not doing anything, we're going to start looking at you sideways. So you have to have one of those 3 that I mentioned, and then it's issues with sleep. It's issues with your appetite, your energy, your concentration. And as we all know, particularly with the veteran population, what gets us up in arms is suicide, which can be associated with both, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the main topics I want to hit, because I want a lot of veterans to hopefully hear your voice, not just mine, but hear your voice about certain things, because as we know, Marines, anyway, we always say that we lose 22 veterans a day from suicide. And a lot of it is, I always feel suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Mm-hmm. And I understand that sometimes, when we're in that mindset, we can't quite control that. But these are one of the reasons that I definitely, wanted you on deck to clear some things up. I won't beat you up too much on that. We understand, I think a lot of veterans, we understand PTSD and everything. I always say we come in and we get it. We're already coming into the military with our own family and whatever type of trauma and toxic crap whatever we may have. And now we come into the military where instantly you're being yelled at for no matter what's going on. So that like you're getting it right at boot camp. And then once you get out, you're put into certain situations, whether it's swim crawl off a ship, or whether it's jumping out of a plane, whether it's constant. So I always say we start learning to live with it, but as you say, it's kind of like we're masking it. We're just constantly putting band-aids over band-aids over band-aids, and eventually they got to come off.
Well, I think when you're still active duty, it's easy to mask it because everybody's going through it. Everybody's having to deal with the same symptoms, and it kind of, I've heard you and your friends talk. Sometimes it becomes like a joke, but that humor is a very healthy defense mechanism. So hearing people joke about it, but knowing it's a serious topic,
right?
Depression, PTSD, any of it.
So let me ask you this. Not to cut you off, but let me ask you this. Let's use an example there. Do you have an example of me and my friend? Just, I don't know, of a particular one or so.
You all are always joking about something that, like, literally the other day you were talking about bombs and stuff when you were in Afghanistan. You're like, oh, I just went to sleep. I'm like, what?
Okay. And okay. So that, and I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to pull out because that's exactly what I'm talking about. Where, yes, in like one of the things I've done, I ran from a missile. I always tell you that, like, I ran from a missile. So we laugh and we talk and we joke about it. We laugh and we talk and we joke about it and everything. But that's how cuckoo crazy we are. We learn to adjust with that. So when we were talking, and that's what I was saying, a lot of Marines, we'll take the diagnosis, but we don't take the diagnosis.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, we're fully high functioning at this. So,
well, and like I challenged you this morning, you're functioning. Are you functioning in all cylinders where you need to function? Like it is for anybody, whether you have a mental health issue or not. It's hard to find that balance. And so even if you're functional, would you be functioning better if you were not depressed or not having PTSD symptoms? I know, if I don't sleep, the next day my mood's off, my concentration's off, and I got to go take care of patients. So,
right.
It really is, yes, I'm functioning, but how well am I functioning? And when I get home, I'm not going to cook. I'm not going to look at me, don't talk to me. So now not only get work suffer, but now homelessness.
Yes, I will be the first to tell everyone out there, yes, do not mess with her when she comes to the door. It's going to be a problem. So yeah, I agree with that. That's probably some mental stuff we need to talk about. You got a dog, Dr. Collins?
My husband has quite a few.
Yeah. All right, so here's a good question here. It's can you share some insights on the importance of mental health for veterans and why it's crucial for them to, well, I think we already talked about why it's important, but why they should prioritize, why they shouldn't go, I'm gonna be straight, I got this. Because what is there any type of health risk that we take by ignoring our mental health?
Oh, absolutely. And that's a long list, honestly. So one of the great things, maybe not so great for people that are forced to come see me, but one of the things about seeing a psychiatrist is we are looking for, is there a medical cause? Is there something going on here? And a lot of times their comorbid things will go together. So just from depression and PTSD, that chronic stress, you are, from a physical standpoint, at risk for what we call like inflammatory diseases. There are even some cancers, like pancreatic cancer is highly associated with being depressed. Diabetes is highly associated with being depressed. High blood pressure, depression, all day long. So anytime you're under chronic stress, you are at risk physically for more illnesses. And then of course we translate that when you come in to see one of us, everything is we rule out medical stuff first, then we look at substances. If you are depressed, a lot of people turn to substances to cope, be it alcohol, which is a huge depressant, like you feel better in the moment, but if you're drinking heavily every day, that actually is going to backfire on you.
Right.
And so it would actually add to any depression that you're dealing with. Of course, suicide, which we've mentioned, and again, the numbers are astronomical, beyond belief. Like, again, I'm extremely busy, so it's really a lot that we see every day is sending someone to the hospital because they're thinking about hurting themselves. And then beyond that, the other mental health stuff can come after it. So the suicide is there, the depression, anxiety, 60% of people who are depressed also have anxiety. PTSD, it puts you at risk for depression. Probably one of the scarier things that we see, people don't like to get to this point. Obviously, we don't like you to get here, but if you don't treat a depression, it can actually get so bad that you start to hear voices and see things and become really paranoid and things like that. So it does progress pretty quickly, honestly.
All right. I see it. Yeah. damn low here, by the way. But okay, I'm gonna move on. I want to, because I want to ask you something. I know we kind of 30 minutes here. So I want to say that as a mental health professional married to a Marine veteran, what are some of the unique challenges you faced in your personal life, and how did you navigate them?
Where do I start?
I want to know. I'm interested.
It's been interesting. You know, obviously, like you said at the top, we've been together a very long time. So knowing you when you were fairly young going into the military, you know, I think I got to see a side of you that was a little bit more relaxed, but was it really though? As I got to, you know, I always tease him, you guys, when we were first dating, I think, in the barracks at Camp Lejeune, and, you know, I put my hand under his pillow and there's like a machete under there. I'm like, what in the hell?
Well, it wasn't a machete. It wasn't. It was a K-bar. It was a K-bar.
Okay. But so I don't know that you've ever been well, but I will say, you know, looking from that point to, you know, let's say when you came back from Afghanistan with you, I think the life you've lived, the stuff you've been through, you've had trauma in your life before, and so to see you, you know, as you know, women will say, you guys, like, you glitch, like, you know, that jump when you're sleeping. So we went from just a glitch to like all out running in your sleep, fighting in your sleep. Like, you hit me one more time, man, like I'm gonna push you out of bed, right? Like,
yeah. Now some of them times I wouldn't sleep, fellas. I was faking that.
I believe that. I believe
but
that.
No,
so,
I did want to hit on that. If
okay,
I can, honey, because even on that, because it's veterans that, well, they're not married, so they don't. Dean, I would know. She didn't say it was 6 months. But no, see, Dean, you made me forget my question, man. For the ones that's not married, for the ones that's not married and stuff, and that maybe they're, I don't know, like, how can they spot some of this? Because they wouldn't have someone telling them that they're kicking in their sleep and they're having nightmares or so. So you know, what would be some of the things?
Probably only come up, like, they're going to notice the quality of their sleep is off. So you're going to notice you're not sleeping through the night. Even if you chances are you're going to remember that you had a nightmare. You may not remember what it was. And so, but something will be disrupted with the quality of your sleep. People with depression can fall asleep okay for the most part. They just don't stay asleep. So when you're waking up at 1, 2 in the morning, you may be waking up because you're having nightmares. If you're waking up and you're not rested, you wake up and you feel like you're tired, like you didn't go to sleep, you have to consider that you're having nightmares. Now, if you're living by yourself and you really don't have anybody to report on that, a lot of times what we're going to do, if your main complaint is sleep or something like that, we're going to order a sleep study and we're going to watch you. We're going to put you on our monitor and we're going to watch you sleep. And we'll be able to see, you know, we can't see what you're dreaming about, but the way your brain waves change, because you'll be on the EEG, we'll be monitoring your breathing, your heart rate, your eye movements and things like that. So we'll be able to tell when you actually did probably have a bad dream and relate that to your sleep. But that obviously, you know, is the longer route to get that done. But that's one way that you'll be able to know that, just looking at the quality of your sleep, if you feel rested or if you remember having nightmares. And a lot of people will have nightmares sometimes every night, but even if it's just a couple of times a week, that's significant.
I guess that's also it, to the point of a lot of times we'll be at work and we're literally going, man, we're so tired. I don't know why I'm so tired, or constantly. So basically, that's certain signs that something ain't right in our sleep pattern. Because again, we're always tired at work, so we just look at it as normal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be. So that's the thing with doctors, right? You know, we're scientists. We gotta explore this. So the first thing we do, like I said, anytime you come to one of us now, and keep in mind, you know, we didn't go over this earlier, but there's a difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist, right? So a psychiatrist, I'm a medical doctor, so I'm going to look for something that is organic first. If you're coming to me and saying, hey, I'm tired, my first thing is, let me check your blood count, let me check your thyroid, like, let me look at some physical things that could be accounting for this. And then you're going to go into, you know, is there something else? So it could be that you're having nightmares at night, but it could also be depression. It could be your thyroid is off. It could be your vitamin levels are off. It could be a number of things that we will try to do first.
Because I'm a Marine and I got a couple Marines on here. What the hell is the thyroid?
It's a gland right here in your throat.
Okay.
So, and it's, if you are looking at anything inside, it's probably going to be one of the first things that we check. If your thyroid is not working correctly, your mood, your energy, your concentration, everything will be off. Physically, what you'll notice, depending on if it's high or low, if it's high, you might notice, hey, I got a bunch of energy and I can't keep weight on. I'm eating a lot, but the weight's just falling off of me. Sounds like a good thing, but everything has a breaking point, right? So there you can overshoot and it's no longer fun. If it's functioning low, which is where you tend to get more of the depression and the energy issues, you're going to notice weight gain and fatigue a lot. So that's one of the reasons that we check that.
Okay. I've always wondered, because I've heard that, I could have a thyroid issues, and I'm all thyroid. I'm thinking it's in my thigh, but apparently not.
So that one day that you went to medical school, we didn't cover that, huh?
Hey, well, people don't know. So my wife, Jo, I went to medical school. Now, I never say I graduated from medical school, but while my wife was pregnant in medical school, I would go to class with her. I got to be there, make sure she's straight. So, yeah, I learned about diarrhea, by the way. So, moving on.
Let me get back to, though, because you asked me a question earlier about what my own personal experience was with you. Okay. I know you don't want me going over all your stuff, but we out there. I'm
an open book, honey. I don't care.
All right, so the glitching and the nightmares were one. The other thing I would say is, remember when you retired and I had the sign on the door that says, leave your rank at this door. So it was an adjustment for me going from being the doctor, the mom, not a single mom, but a lot of times functioning as a single mom. And having to make all the decisions. Y'all, I was cutting grass. I was, voice at the barbershop.
Dropping that pole, baby.
Had to go to the mechanic. Like I was doing it, y'all. And so to have someone who's used to being in leadership come home and like, now you're about to tell me what to do? Like, wait. I want to do it this way. So I think it was an adjustment to figure out, kind of roles in leadership. And, I'm a submissive wife. And so as long as I know that you're leading right, then, it takes me a minute, but like, okay, I guess you got this. So, it was that was an adjustment. And then the other part for me was the communication. When you were active duty, even when you weren't in a war zone, but stationed elsewhere, we talked all the time. Like I would get dressed to us talking. We driving home, we're talking, like we talk all the time. Now, after you retired, for me, it's like, Tarian, don't talk to me until I finish my coffee. Before that didn't matter. Now, if I finish my coffee and you're waking up, you're like, don't talk to me until like 12 o'clock. So that was an adjustment for me.
I can see, because I can say on my end, it was an adjustment as well, because I went from Gunny, always telling people kind of what to do, to now I'm coming home and my wife literally, she had always said, you always said that, hey man, when you come home, I'm handing these kids off to you. They all yours. I'm gonna go chill. I would laugh and joke, y'all, and she literally did it. So I had football practice, I had basketball stuff, and so I was still trying to learn. I'm used to telling people, hey man, go pick this person up, go do this, but now I'm that person. So that was an adjustment for me as well. And then if I want to take my socks off and toss them on the floor, I used to could do that in my career. Now I come home, my wife is like, well, socks don't go here, they go in the dirty clothes. Your socks go in the dirty clothes, I want my socks to go here. So it was that push and shove, and we still kind of have that now, but it definitely was an adjustment on both sides. Okay, Miranda. Yeah, she's deleted. Yeah, she's deleted now. Whatever. But so honey, you know how I deal with some of my Marines. You've seen a lot of them, and you know that they'll come to me for a lot of their stuff that they have go on in their life. So I guess now my question is for any Marine that I have out there that's going through a rough path, and sometimes we cope on some of the wrong things. So whether it's drugs, whether it's alcohol, I don't know, maybe it's another vice out there, but we'll cope to that to get over. So for us that are coping on things and not getting the proper treatment, what would be your advice to us right now to like the next steps?
So I think part of it is figuring out what's the delay in getting the treatment. Like, is it an acknowledgement issue? Because it is, like we alluded to earlier, it's difficult for people who are alphas and, used to being, the man, or, in a leadership position to step back and be like, hey, I need help. Like, you're not used to being that person. So figuring out what's stopping you from getting treatment, I think, will be huge. Part of that is stigma. Nobody wants to go see a psychiatrist. I will tell you all, I'm busy from the minute I walk through the door, you guys, with pen in hand, like ready to work the minute I get there. And I work in an outpatient clinic, closes at 4:30. I don't leave sometimes until 7. Like, we are busy every day, all day long. And so it's a lot of people, but nobody would know that. Like, everybody's like, I don't want to be that person to have to come see a psychiatrist. There are a lot of people coming to see us, but nobody talks about it. It's kind of like pushed under the rug, like, I'm not going to acknowledge that. So the stigma is there. Some of it's access, trouble getting to us. There's a shortage of psychiatrists, part of why I'm so busy. And there's just no easy way. And, I don't work in the VA system anymore. I used to work in the VA system when I was in training, and it's not an easy system to navigate by any means. I train other physicians. I see patients half the time, and I train other physicians the other half. And so the physicians I train are still working at the VA, and just hearing that system, it's not easy to navigate. And so when you're depressed, you're not like, that's one more obstacle. It's just one more, like, I got to call them, I got to call them back, and I got to wait for this appointment. I will say though, once you are in the VA system, it runs so much smoother. I know you all have complaints about the VA, but it is probably one of the better run systems out there, as far as resources that are available. So I think the stigma, the vulnerability, not wanting to admit that you may need help, and then just being able to get to us would be huge. And so just trying to figure out what's stopping you from getting help, and then taking those first steps, I think, will be important. So for a lot of people, if you can't get to a psychiatrist, you can see any doc. All docs are trained, like, our basic training is the same. It is, we do 4 undergrad, we do 4 years of medical school, we do the exact same training. Even though I'm a psychiatrist, I've delivered babies, I've scrubbed in on surgeries, all of that stuff. So every doc has actually gone through psychiatry and can do some basic psych stuff. So if you just don't know who to talk to, just start with your own primary doctor. And then, we have some other people, like, if you don't want to talk to a doc, then the Gunny. Always there. You pick up the phone. So that's always helpful. Your pastor, any social worker, psychologists are docs, but they're not medical docs. They're available for talking. And it's a little bit easier to find a social worker or a psychologist than it is sometimes to find a psychiatrist. So it's a lot of steps to go through. It's a lot of hoops, but it's stuff that can be done to kind of get you to that point.
Yeah, I would say, and as I think Dean hit it, he said, no complaints as a patient. I will say the VA, they does have a hard rap. They have a very hard rap and everything about the stuff they go through. Now, I will say this, some of the people that are there, I'll be the first to tell you guys, I agree with y'all, man. They butt heads all day. They don't treat us with the respect that we feel we deserve, so on and so forth. But I will say, nevertheless, the VA is a system that's there that we should use. So don't let that one turd or that one person, whatever, deter you away from getting the proper help that you need, man. Utilize the VA. You got your rating, you earn that rating, get your ass to the VA, man. So that's just my plug on the VA. So.
And Dean has a good point here about the way it works right now, the systems are going through your primary care. And then if the referrals needed for the mental health clinic, so that will work. And I think that's probably the best way to do it, because primary care will go ahead and start your workup for the psychiatrist. And they can actually start treatment. Usually in medicine, anywhere, any part of medicine, we'll do to standard of care that we're comfortable with, and then the appropriate things refer you out to that specialty. But primary care is kind of the gatekeeper across the board. So they'll do the workup, start the workup at least, and then they'll, start treatment if they're comfortable with that. And if not, they make sure that you get on. The other thing with the VA, unfortunately, they've been under a lot of scrutiny. Things have happened, even at our Atlanta VA, you've heard me talk about, in probably just the last month, at least 2 significant incidents there that, patients were harmed. And so it really is not the easiest system, honestly, as we've been talking about. But once you're in, I think they take very good care of you just because of the type of scrutiny that they've been under. One of the things my docs complain about all the time is because, I work at a county hospital. You can come in and tell me, yes, I'm suicidal. And, I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to figure out, okay, are you going to do this today? But at the VA, they have a short fuse. If you mention the word suicide, you're in that hospital, you're admitted, no questions asked. They're going to err on the side of caution, where some other clinics may not have that luxury. And then the VA, quite honestly, I've been very impressed that they can get pretty much any medication they're trying to get for you. With the rest of us, we may not be able to afford to get you the medicine we want to get you may not be able to afford. So sometimes you end up taking second options and stuff. But the VA really does take good care of you. They do also have outreach teams. So if you just, I can't do it, I cannot go in there, and you're refusing, or, you're back and forth in the hospital or a psych ward, or, you're always, unfortunately, some people get incarcerated. If you're one of the person not coping and needing those types of services, they do have outreach teams that will come to you. So they take care of you. It's just hard to kind of navigate the system.
I dig that. Is there for here in Georgia anyway, for any of the veterans that's here local in Georgia, is there I think I know one. I think we got like suicide crisis. Is there any type of, I don't know, what would you recommend them? If it's just nobody to talk to, nobody anywhere, where the hell am I going first? Nobody's picking up right now.
So I would encourage anybody I talk to write down these numbers. If you know or suspect that you're having an illness, go ahead and look up these numbers, plug them into your phone immediately. You may not need them right now, but hopefully down the road, if you need them, you won't have to go scrambling and looking for them. In Georgia, we do have, it's called the Behavioral Access Mobile Crisis Line. So if you don't know where to go, you call that line. I think I sent you the link to the contact number, but if not, I'll send it back to you. Yeah. But that line, if you are just looking for services, they will find you a provider, a psychiatrist, or someone to go to. But they also have that mobile crisis team that if they are listening to you and they're thinking, oh, you're about to do something, they're going to be at your house real soon. Now that, scares some people. They're like, I don't want nobody at my house. But if they're only coming if they think that you are a danger to yourself or someone else. And so then if you're not in Georgia, that 988 is the National Suicide Hotline. And so that one's a good place to start. A lot of these numbers, like they'll have a crisis line. They will also have a support line. So if you call and you're not in crisis, you just need someone to talk to, they can transfer you. It's either called a support line or like a warm line. Just someone that can help talk you down at that moment. If you cannot find that, quite honestly, you can probably call any of your local hospitals and just ask to speak to an advice nurse, and she will talk to you.
All right. That goes, and again, because Marines, we bullheaded. And again, we're going to say we don't want the help, but hey man, listen to me. I'm pushing 50 now. So I can tell you I've learned a lot of things. That mentality where we was taught to suck it up and go through, hey man, cut that crap out. All right. I'm be the first to tell you now, you got in the military. One, you can't get in the military. It's the military for a reason. We come in, we get PTSD, so on and so forth. So I just say, don't be ashamed about some stuff that you had the balls to get. And to the women, maybe not balls, but I don't know. This is 2000, so things are different. But nevertheless, the point is, you could do like you earned it. All right, you come along. The PTSD, trauma, all of this, it comes with the military. I hate to say it that way, but it just does. So don't be ashamed to use these lines, man. Text them. Say it, hey, how y'all doing tonight? Just text them. If you're not feeling right. So that's my plug on that. I think we got about 10 minutes, so I'm not going.
There's a question in the chat. It says, what if someone is not in their right state of mind, aren't aware they're having an episode? Can someone step in and act It's an emergency POA. Yes. So if you're worried about someone, I would try to get them. Now, it gets a little bit tricky because in order for a psychiatrist to actually just start treatment, if it's not an emergency, we do need that person's consent. So if that person's not, now if they're in danger, we can override all of that. And, that's not something we like to do lightly, but we can essentially take away their civil rights and put them in the hospital against their will. And unfortunately, we do that quite a bit, which is why people don't like coming to see us. But you go in, doors locked, you can't come back out until we say you can. Now there's some limits on, how long we can hold you and stuff like that. But if it's an emergency, just get them to any emergency room and they can take it from there. They may not be able to keep that person at the hospital you took them to. It has to be an emergency receiving facility for psych. And so that means they have psychiatric beds that are like locked units and things like that. So they may not be able to do that. And so it does take 2 providers, Dean. So if you are going in through the emergency room, they will do the initial form. And then depending on the state you're in, usually it's 24 hours later, another doc can come behind and sign for that person to stay in. If they need, and again, how long we can hold them just based on the doctor's word. I say doctor, but it can be any licensed social worker, any licensed psychologist, any licensed physician. It does not have to be a psychiatrist to do this. But it does usually carry more weight if it's coming from a psychiatrist. The first form will give us permission to hold you 24 hours in the state of Georgia. Second form will get 3 days to hold you. So the second doc can sign you in for that length of time. If even PAs can do that, and NPs can also do that. Any prescriber that's licensed can do it, or provider that's licensed can do it. After that, say that again.
Well, I was going to say, Dr. Cosby, can I say, so when you say that, get them committed, now I want to clear something up, because a lot of us veterans, but especially us bullheaded Marines, we'll go somewhere and we'll act a complete butt. Now, you just stated somewhere a doctor can have that butt committed for a certain amount of time. So I guess what I'm saying is, because a lot of times people will go do stuff to rate to be committed, and then they'll scream they know their rights, and they don't know their rights. So can you elaborate on, if something like, I don't know, like what could get us committed? Like I know if we say, hey, I'm gonna go do this, you as a doctor can say, oh, you know what, I think he's a danger, and let's lock his butt up.
So there are very strict stipulations around what we can lock you up for, because like I said, we're taking away your civil rights. We don't take that lightly. Like that could backfire on us if we're wrong, right? So you have to have a mental illness, and it can't be that you have a history of something. You have to actively be showing symptoms right there. So if you are hallucinating, or you're telling me you're, depressed, or you're not eating, whatever it is, if you're showing symptoms, that's one of the primary things that has to be there. So if you don't have a diagnosis, you're not showing any mental health symptoms that we can document, I'm not going to put you in the hospital. Chances are you come in my office acting a fool, I'm about to call the cops on you, which is not the way we want to go. But if you don't have a diagnosis and you're acting up, that's a different scenario. If you're having symptoms, that's the first part. The second part is you have to be an imminent danger to yourself or someone else. And in the state of Georgia, imminent means 48 hours. So within the last 2 days, you either did something, or I think you're about to do something in the next 2 days to yourself or someone else that you're going to hurt, saying you're going to hurt them. So imminent danger, or you cannot take care of yourself. So we have patients that are so depressed that, they stop eating. If they're, just things like that, where they literally are just not functioning, like to the extreme limits, then we can put them in the hospital against their will for that. Or, a number of other scenarios where you cannot take care of yourself. It's not that you're refusing, you literally cannot do it. And so we will step in and take over in that case. If you get through the 2 forms of the doctors holding you, or, providers holding you against your will, at that point, they will ask you to sign yourself in. If they're trusting you with it, they'll ask you to sign. So maybe you've gotten there, you're calmer. They'll ask you to sign yourself in. If we're worried about it, so let's say that I have someone that probably would sign themselves in, but I know they're just doing it so they can sign themselves out. I'm probably not going to give you that option. At that point, that we go to the judge, and the judge gives us permission to keep holding you against your will. A lot of times the judges are not held to those same standards that we are. I have all this stuff to prove that you're mentally ill, that you're a danger, or you can't take care of yourself. A judge will hear your story. So a lot of times we go to court, the judges actually come to the hospital, we go to court with you. And, the judge may very well be on the fence about do they need to be here, but we'll just let the patient start talking. And once the judge starts hearing like issues for concern, I've seen them actually give people at the state hospital up to like 6 months. So, and that's just based on mental health stuff. Like if they were really psychotic or, acting out, we use the state hospital, so we get some pretty bad stuff. But yeah, they'll hold them there. Now, if it's not an emergency, that's a little bit harder to prove. So if someone doesn't recognize that they're in an episode, but it's not an emergency, like they're not an imminent danger, that gets a little bit more tricky. And the easiest way to navigate that is to actually go ahead and go to court, like petition the probation court for guardianship of that patient, because that way you can make decisions for that person. And there's documents that you would have to submit to court. Unfortunately, that can be a little bit expensive. But it's the only way that we can step in if it's not an emergency. So I know family members get very frustrated with the rules and things like that. But patients do, even mental health patients, they do have autonomy. They can make decisions. It's only when there's a danger that we can actually override those decisions.
I dig it. So is that, and then any of that is, Gwen here has a question, great information. No, do these laws vary state to state, or just across the board?
They will. So a lot of it, the general principle will be the same across the board. Like there's the same rules as far as what we can hold you for.
Right.
The things that will vary by state a lot of times is how long we can hold you. Like I said, in the state of Georgia, I can probably get 3 days just based off of that second signature. I think in Florida, they get like 2 weeks based off of that second signature. So it really does depend on where you are, how long they will hold them. But the general principles about being an emergency versus not an emergency will still apply regardless of where you are.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, honey. And I'm going to give you this. Lastly, is there any messages or advice you'd like to share with any veterans who may be listening in right now, just from your own words?
I think we've covered a lot of stuff. So the big takeaways, I think, is to acknowledge it. Like, don't be ashamed about it, because it can really happen to anybody. And then when we talk about just kind of controlling your emotions and not acting out, we're not talking about like ignoring anything and even feeling like you have to be in control all the time. But it's about feeling like, feel what you're going through, like go through it. You have to go through it. So feel it. Understand it. So feel your ish, understand your ish, but don't lose your ish. Okay. So you have to be able to control that attitude and the acting out and stuff like that. But there are people there to help you do that. And then, as I always ask you, the last little thing, whenever you're hesitant about stuff, I always say to Ariana, are you a man? Are you a mouse or a Marine? Like we got to make a decision here. It's or get off the pot. Like we got something to do. So it really is, making that decision to go ahead and get help. I know it's hard to do, but at the end of the day, you can't lead if you are not well. You can't pour it into somebody else if you're not taking care of yourself.
I dig that. It's just like on an airplane. They tell you, put your mask on first.
Mask on first.
Before you do anything for anybody else.
Yes.
All right. Well, Dr. Cosby, man, I really appreciate your time. I hope this isn't the last time. I would like to have you on a little bit more, talk a little bit more of mental health and just us veterans. And hopefully maybe you could facilitate some stuff where I know my Marines would probably like to hear, not just for the sake of being nosy, but now to hear some of the stuff I went through, maybe from your voice, will make them say, well, hey, I am human. I'm not alone. If Gunny went through it, then, you know what I'm saying, then I'll be okay. So I hope I could definitely get you back for that.
I guess I could do that.
All right, I'll give you a glass of wine.
Maybe.
All right, give you a glass of wine if you do. So, thank you, honey. I appreciate your time, and we will be back. Yes, Dean say nice to hear from Gunny's better half. She's all right, Dean.
Thank you, Dean. Thanks, everybody, for participating.
Yeah, thank you, honey. Appreciate you. Love you.
Love you.
All right, man. Hey, just real quick to the ones that are still here. Dean, Miranda, it's so many of you guys from back from the old units that still hit me up on the regular, whether it's through DM, through text, or whatever. And as I told you guys, I'm Gunny till I die. Right? I'm gonna be Gunny till I die. That means that I'm still rocking with you guys until there's no more Gunny left. So if you're going through something, if I didn't had many phone calls, my wife she'll tell you, I've had phone calls where at 3 a.m. someone's calling me saying, "Hey, Gunny, I can't put this bottle down. It's like I need help." And I'll cry on the phone with them, like, "Hey, bro, I don't know where you're at. I don't know what to do, but let's get Uber, let's something." You understand? Like, I'm real deal for you guys. So I say all of this to say, do not be afraid. Don't be alone. And I was there too. I was alone. I didn't want to be acknowledged as having a stigma of PTSD or anything. I didn't want that. But then one day I just realized, fellas, that every day that I laid in the bed and God woke me up, it was just disrespectful to lay in the bed. It's like spitting in his face. Like he took the time to wake me up and I'm gonna lay in the bed and feel miserable about it. So it was a kind of a change for me and I was able to get myself up. But I do understand that internal battle. I do, man. We went through some stuff, y'all. It's a reason people didn't want to be Marines. It's a goddamn reason people didn't want to be Marines. And we took that challenge on. So I already tell you, we was cuckoo coming in. You understand? So love y'all. Y'all stay up. Don't worry about any of the stigma, man. As Kanye say, we'll make this crap our superpower. But what I don't want to do is get a phone call and say, I got to bury one of you guys because you didn't get the proper help. Nah, man, don't do me like that. I did too much for you. So if all I'm asking is get the proper help, pick up that phone, text whoever, text me if you got to. But hey, man, do not leave me hanging and make a stupid decision on a temporary problem. All right, don't make a permanent decision on a temporary problem. So with that being said, man, y'all know I love you. You know how I do. I plan on going live at least once a week with some other stuff from, you guys hit me up on this trading and investing thing. I know crap still love each and every one of my Marines. I'm going to die. I'm loving you guys. So that being said, Simplify. I will see y'all. I will definitely post out. Just make sure you subscribe. Sometime, man, I don't know when I'm going live, y'all. I'm retired. I just chill. But when something hit me, I want to get this information to y'all, I will. So at least get the notification what's popping. I got some big stuff coming for entrepreneurs, for veterans. I truly want to help you guys grow. All right. I get to sit at home and chill. I want each and every one of you guys to be able to taste that before we go. We rated that. Just from signing that blank check with our name, we rate that. All right. Love y'all, man. Peace out. Okay. All right. I gotta adjust my lights. All right. Get a little bit more in the mood. Yeah, I'm good. Y'all can't see her, but Vanna White is up. You might as well go and get in the camera. You can see your shoulder. You don't want nobody to see her. But either way, again, man, I don't know who the hell on here, but to any veterans that's on here, happy Veterans Day. Again, man, you are more appreciated than you know. And what I mean by that is I can definitely say for me as a veteran, how I look at veterans, it's like you crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like you crazy. Like, why would you go somewhere you know you're gonna die, put your life on the line for people that don't even care about you? Like, why would you do that? But then people, you know what I'm saying, you still make that choice and you do it and you say it doesn't matter. Somebody got to do it. And you do that. So to me, like, that's a veteran. Veteran goes and say, it does not matter what you want to do with me. Do it. If it's going to be for the sake of this country and protecting people, I'm game. But if I don't die in the process, you know you got to take care of me. That's what we say to Uncle Sam. So, yeah, man. Veterans Day is much respected. To me, I celebrate that probably more than I celebrate a Christmas or New Year. Maybe it's because I am a veteran. It's like, I know what I gave up to get the title. I know what I gave up to be where I am. I'm not gonna cry. She just hey, man. I get emotional. You understand? It's Veterans Day. Shit. All right, but simplify. Marcus, Julia Jews, what up, baby? Welcome to the party. Marcus. Hey, oh snap! Say, baby, we got a Master Guns in the house. Let me tell you something about this Master Guns. Boy, I don't even think I'd be sitting right here right now if Master Guns, Laura Hall, Master Guns, I'd be smoking, so I can't pronounce my words right. But Laura Hall, man, boy, let me tell you about this lady. She got she reminded me, she got the demeanor of like my granny, right? Like she's real chill. She's calm. She walks around with a Bible, and she want to talk to you about God, and she gonna make sure you know about God. On top of the Marine Corps stuff. But boy, the second you get on the bad side. So anyway, Master Guns, you know I'm always tell that story. My freaking roommate. Hey, baby, crap. I always tell my wife all the time, she be in here, she's like, you don't know crap. But like, actually, I do. Matter of fact, I do know crap. Man, I have told stories about us, bro. Hey, I think that only me and you know, you know. Okay, well, I won't. I'll just say I know of 2 crazy Marines at one point in time that was racing dump trucks out at CACs and stuff. I did not say who they was. I say I know 2 crazy Marines that did stupid stuff like that. I didn't tell Master Guns who it was. Either way. Hey, crap, man. Good seeing you, man. Dang, bro. I can't wait to kick a lot of this off. All I've been doing today, man, is just kind of chopping it up, trying to answer any questions on anything, man. Not give away too much, but to anybody that's been wanna, I don't know, maybe get into some trading, just even if it's retirement. Hell, I've been retired 13 years now. I think I'm pretty good at it. So I definitely got some great advice. Some good. What y'all got? If you got a stock, if you got a particular stock, you want me to look it up, I do that too. I'm online for you guys, for whatever it is to help you guys understand how you can make more money in this game, right? And this lane. I don't want to keep being retired by myself, man. I'm freaking bored. I need some company. Hell, I need some company. So help me out. All right. If ain't nobody got nothing, and actually, let me go back. Let me go back. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go dark here. We're going rogue. And I'm going to share my screen. We're going entire screen. And where were we earlier? This is a video.
So you want to know more about buying options?
Buying options. All right. Simple fix.
Everything they had in their ASA, and we did that on
All right. So, all right, crap. What I'm going to do, all right, matter of fact, crap, because this would be good for you to know before you get to the boot camp. If you don't already know this, I'm going to just show you, this is Robinhood Legends that I'm using, right? So if you go to Robinhood on your desktop, it'll look a certain way. You should have a button that says Robinhood Legends, whatever. Boom. If you hit that button, it's gonna bring you right here. All right. And then it should bring you to a page where you can set up your own widgets. All right. Only ones I really use. You can go through all of these, by the way. Excuse excuse me, you can mess with all of these. Normally positions should tell you what positions you're holding in things. All right, so if you got certain calls or so somewhere, it should tell you where that is. Say you want charts. I want to look at a certain chart. I can put that widget there. You delete that. Say, I'm gonna be honest, what is ladder? Let's see what ladder is. It's options. So now let's say we want to look at options. I'll be the first to say I have not used this one on Robinhood, so that's why I'm kind of interested in doing it. Matter of fact, we didn't find my glasses because your boy ain't got his glasses on right now. Crap. Okay, so this should be pretty much telling you what the options are. I'm almost imagining this is exactly what I was showing them earlier. So this is what I look at for my options flow. So I have certain things that I'm subscribed to that I get real-time data with. This one is more than likely telling you, I would imagine, what are your calls and stuff. This is your buy limit. So this is your buy. So if you want to buy it, actually, it's a good enforce. Let's say this. Let's say we was going to buy good for 24-hour market. But I think these are stocks. These aren't options. Okay, so that was submitted. So what we'll do is we're going to cancel that bad boy. I'm not sure I'll do that one right now. So actually, let's take that widget off. So let's keep our chart, and then let's keep the one that I used earlier was the information one, which was the positions. I mean, sorry, not the positions, but snapshot. And what I did with it is, me personally, I'm about blind. So I always move this over because that's a smaller window. And then I expand this window. All right, so now that gives me a much better look. Up here in the top right, you should be able to go through your candlesticks. The most of the ones that people need to know is just candles. That's pretty much it. Some people, like my son, he's into the line graph. This is what the line graph looks like. The line graph is a little bit, it's easy to look at, but it's hard to find those price points that are in between. So in these, you trade into like the elbows. The elbows, that's support, that's resistance. So hopefully that makes sense. What else we got? I like candles, and I normally stay with candles. Just because I took the time to learn how to read candles. So each one of these candles means something. Each one. And sometimes as I teach, even in the boot camp, so when we get in there, we'll talk about a lot is bullish engulfing candles. Right? When a bullish engulfing candle appears, there are certain things that's going to take place after it appears. And if you know what those certain things are, then you play it to that, and then you ride the momentum on up. So sometimes when you'll see it and you'll go with, dang, how did you know that? How did you? Well, it's because I read not just the formation that it made, but I also read each and every candle that it made. So when you do it enough, you could, like, I could just look at it now and I could say, oh yeah, it's gonna bounce right here. Then it's gonna do this. You could just normally just look at it. Your downside is you're playing politicians, you're playing America. So if anything crazy happens, then, well, that's now gonna mess up our money. You understand? So now let's say if you're trading something and it's going great, it could be going great right now, and then boom, all of a sudden, some country starts a war somewhere. And let's just say American troops are involved. That now affects the US stock market, and whatever the heck we was looking at is coming down. Don't even matter what the charts say. All right, so I was showing NVIDIA earlier just because that's one of the things that I trade. I just trade them because, well, they are the big dog of the block. So if you're the big dog of the block, well, you learn how to trade the big dog of the block. We made these lines here earlier. when we was charting, because we charted NVIDIA. If you were not on earlier, we charted NVIDIA while the market was open, and we made all of these lines, and we watched how it played out for today. And it wasn't just NVIDIA, it was Big Bears, a few other stocks. But let's see, we go into the different look on the 4 hour, and so NVIDIA finished, I believe, lower. I can't see what she opened at today. But NVIDIA, if somebody, matter of fact, Crap, if you are familiar with certain things, then tell me what NVIDIA opened up at today. And then tell me, where did it close at today? And if you don't know that, just put it in the chat that you don't know, and then I'll show you. Well, I should say really anybody. I ain't saying that. All right, I got my lovely assistant over here, so I think she's taking a nap or something. Okay, not a problem. All right, you say you don't know. Good, that's what I love to hear. All right, so now on Robinhood, it's a little bit different because it's a different view. Okay, so if she opened at 195.18, and then what was the high? It's right here. Had a high of 190, 199.35. Well, I got 195. And you say 199? Okay, so we're sitting at 193, so we're down. So what we charted today, she broke. So then she's come down more, I think, since it closed. So before we went on break, we was at a certain price, but nevertheless, she's under the line that we made here. So essentially, when you go look at your stock, you want to look at it, you get two different views, from the phone and from this. I don't want to, hold on, y'all. All right. I'm sorry, Vanna White was talking to me. We can make it 237. Wait, are we talking about the same price? All right, Tamika, hold on. You confused me on that one. All right, you say 237 was the high for NVIDIA. And if it is, then tell me, what did you find that at? And NVIDIA's ticker is NVDA. But if you got 237, I just want to know, where did you get that from? And please don't think I'm picking on you. I just want to know so I can make sure I correct you. Are you? Yeah. Wait, you got it from right there. Oh, okay. What about on the actual? So when you go to the stock, so let's say this, go to the stock page. I might be wrong. I was taking it's trust me, even if you're wrong, it's cool. I just want to make sure I know like where you're looking at, so I can say, hey, okay, here's what I see that you saw, if that makes sense. Okay, so matter of fact, I'm going to walk you through on two versions. I'm going to walk you through on the cell phone, and I'm going to walk you through on here. Hopefully that maybe be comfortable for everyone. So if you're on a cell phone, and even if you're listening, then you just go to the ticker, which would be NVDA, and then NVIDIA will come up. All right. So the same on here that I did earlier, I just put the ticker in up here to the top left, which was NVIDIA. And then it brought us up to the charts. And then, of course, we added our widgets so that now we can see the latest news to the right of us. All right. All right. My deepest people coming to my house. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's Amazon, but let me make sure my dogs are put up. All right, y'all. So, of course, we live, so this is on the internet. So my bad. Don't need nobody trying to sue me and crap. But if you go to the home page and let's say whatever the stock it is you want to see, just go to Robinhood's homepage on your cell phone and just type in whatever the ticker is you want to see. If you don't know what the ticker is, then you go to where the magnifying glass is and you just type in whatever the ticker is. And in this case, NVDA. All right, and we'll get it both. So now you got it on the desktop and you got it now on your cell phone. If your account is set up to a point and you can do trading, then what'll happen is when you hit a trade button, you'll be able to see trade options, sell or buy. If not, you're only going to be able to see a buy button on there. All right, but nevertheless, that's nothing wrong. If you have a position anywhere, then this is where you'll see it at, which is on the home page. This is where your options will be at. This is where the volume of it. This is where everything would be. Any of the news that you want to see. And even one of my, so all of the positions will be here. So anything that you have there will be there. And there go one of mine. She took a boo-boo on us today. So we got a little bit of time. So now I got to rebounce and get that one back up. But anyway, if you go to the advanced button on your cell phone, crap, it should bring you up to a different chart. Oh, snap. Okay. Well, something I just learned. All right. So obviously charting on Robinhood Legends actually puts it on your cell phone. So what I've charted on Robinhood's Legends, so my lines that are here, these red lines that are here are actually on my cell phone. So normally when I've been trading on Robinhood Legends, I'll just normally go off of knowledge and using what they have here in the indicators. But now if you chart on Robinhood Legends desktop, your stuff transfers to the cell phone. So that's pretty hot. I see why they're at 159. All right. I slept on that one. I ain't even gonna lie. So I say again, if you chart on Robinhood Legends, obviously it transfers right to your cell phone. So as I'm looking at my cell phone, I can see my lines here. And even as I zoom in, so now how I normally would chart just in my car or so, oh, this is more pinpoint. So this is more super dope. Oh man, it's cold-blooded. But either which way, if you're looking on your cell phone there, crap, if you just go to that home page and scroll down, all of that, it's like right there, I guess is what I'm saying. Any position that you have, if it's open, if it's closed, when is the earning report, are they up, are they down? And again, this is if you're looking on the cell phone and you went to the search bar, you typed in NVIDIA, and then, you went to that home screen, it should be right there. All right. If not, you might have went too far. So on the desktop, it's the same thing. If you just go on the desktop, hit Robinhood Legends. Once Robinhood Legends come up, you collect the widgets that you want to use. And widgets are just things you can either see your position or the charts, your watch list, anything that you want. Right now, I just do charts and then snapshot. Okay, it's NVIDIA. Okay, so crap has NVIDIA. Stop. Okay. I see. Then if you got the stock then you definitely want to learn to play the options. You want to learn to play the options because now your money, like what you probably making on the stock. So if you're saying that, hey man, I follow your lead and I make money, then on the options, it'll probably be quadruple that. So if you bought a few stocks, and let's say $500 worth, now maybe you match your option and say, now I maybe buy $200 or so in options, if you can. When those options go up, the reason that they're called options, well, you get the option of you either take the money or you can take the value of the option and get the stock options. So if you're already holding positions in it, then what most people do is they play the option. They collect on the stock, they take the stock. So where you're going to work and you may, every time you get paid, you take a little bit out of your paycheck and then you go buy you a few, whether it's 1, it's 2, it's 10, whatever it may be. You're buying it out of the money that you're either working for or your retirement. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that's like the caveman way of doing things. So as a good investor, you have to know how to trade, because now knowing how to trade gets you that money in a rapid time. Putting $1,000, I mean, you guys have seen my post and stuff by now enough to know that, okay, he ain't crazy. He knows what he's doing in this. And even if he is crazy, I guess he's a good crazy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you want options, bro, just simply because you want both. But man, your options will like explode. All right. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And again, I was showing them earlier while we was on the live trade, as these options were coming in. If you can see my screen, these are the option flows that were coming in today as we were watching the market open live. And these were major calls that were coming in. So you see calls that they're 6 figures. You'll see some up here that are 7 figures. And these are calls, some are puts. And if you just know how to chart it, then most of these guys, which are banks, institutions, large platforms that are taking in these orders, you see these orders coming in, 1.1 mil. You got a few more with 2.3 mil. And now these are on puts. So now if you're holding NVIDIA and you're seeing people put this type of money on, like let's say the stock price going down, then now you know something's out there. Something's a brewing. And maybe they got first whiff of it. Maybe they're the ones that did it. We don't know. It's just anything out there. So when you start seeing that, then now you know how to play the market. I did not. She did not say. She just say she may be wrong. Fidelity. I am having trouble logging. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Tamika. No problem at all. And that's what Crap wants. Okay. Yeah, Crap, I know you want options. So we're going to get on options in the boot camp, bro. So that's my mission with you, is to get you to understand options just enough. You understand? Like just enough. So now when you start seeing everything, you understand what you're seeing and how to make money off of it. Like nobody will take a stock trading boot camp or anything. If anybody even selling it to y'all out there that's like, yeah, in the weekend I teach y'all to be a step. Nah, man, they lying. This stuff takes years to learn. It's too much. Like just learning support and resistance would take you on your own months, because it's going to be hard to understand it. So yeah, in the boot camp we get to that. But when you look at this chart now, you probably don't even know what's going on. But man, you do.
You can tell me there's a discount for the veterans.
I didn't. My wife said, did I tell you guys that there's a discount for veterans to get in my stock trading boot camp? I did not. And the reason I didn't, because, well, the discount was more for like the active duty. Not taking nothing away from veterans. I shouldn't say that. Okay, I shouldn't say that. But active duty wasn't getting paid. You know what I'm saying? They was affected by the shutdown and stuff. So I'm like, man, yeah, if you active duty and you won't in, yeah, I'll cut you a deal. I got a code for you, you know what I'm saying? Half off. You know what I'm saying? If you're active duty. So maybe it wasn't half off then. Maybe it wasn't half off. The boss just looked at me like, nah, it wasn't half off, mother. All right, well, it was some 200. I know it was some. It was some for active duty, but nevertheless. But how would you know what they're active duty? I wouldn't. So that's the killer thing about it. So unless I know them, then that's how that code exists. But anytime else, I ain't got time to keep track of this. Like, cause this ain't my job. It's just something I want to do to make sure y'all get it. So, all right. So right now, this is on the 5-minute chart. So this is currently, actually, let's take that off. Let's take that off. Yeah, we don't want that. Oh, it is. Okay. My deepest of apology, y'all. It is a big deal because my wife say my banner's still going. See, man, these things happen when you live. No. Let's stop that one. I'll tell you what, let's actually just turn the banner off. It should be off now, right? No, my bad. All right, crap. Hopefully we are back. Hopefully we're back good and all. But let me try to chart this. So how do I chart? I just go from the highest point, man. I go from the highest point and I see where I can get the most dang on touches at. Wherever I get the most touches at, then that's where I'm plotting my stuff. So at this second, I would say I would want to see where this plays out tonight. All right, so NVIDIA is sitting at, it closed 194.4. So this chart will stay moving for a while, so I can't see where she closed at the second. But if it plays out correctly, let me see if I can show y'all. That's why I say it's kind of hard to teach sometimes because you got to watch it maybe on the cell phone and things, and like it don't really do you no justice. I ain't gonna even lie. Yeah, do you need to have a desktop? No, you don't need to, but it sure as crap help to either have that laptop or iPad, just kind of anything except a cell phone when learning. Now, if you got one of them cell phones that's like them flip outs and they big as hell, then yeah, okay, and you can see it, cool. But on a little iPhone or so, trying to look at the charting and maybe even chart, nah, you ain't gonna be able to do that. That'll be so. At least on the iPad at minimum. But if you got desktop, that'll be great. But if you got laptop, that's just as good. It's still solid. All right, so but if you can see mine now, this yellow line that's at the top, that's essentially where we'll look to see if it breaks that here in the after hour. So kind of what we was doing earlier today was we was kind of watching like some live trading. We'll kind of chart and then we'll watch it play out. So the goal is to watch it to see if it's going to break the yellow line. And as we go in here, we'll find more resistance. And as you can see right there, so even the first yellow line, even if it breaks it, there's another, a yellow line coming. So it can reject at any of these. So just like now, as you see, we're starting to get this red candle, and we're looking at this on a 5-minute chart. All right, so it's kind of dope because you still get to see it now, even though the market is closed. So right now it's at resistance. So anytime something gets to resistance, what happens? You should get a pullback. But if it's some good news in the world, so again, these are on 5 minutes, so we're not going to watch the 5-minute ones. Let's see if we can get to, let's see what 1 minute. All right, when we get to the 1 minute, it looks a little different, and it looks different because these candles are smaller. So as you can see right now, it's rejecting where we were. It's doing what we said it was going to do. Again, ain't none of this guessing. It's only guessing if you don't know what you're doing. So now we're going to stick this line there. All right, and this is the 1 minute chart. So that means that these candles will form like every 1 minute. And all of these lines, they don't have to hit the line perfectly. Just remember, it's this area. It's this area. So it may hit before, it may hit after, but it's this area that's hot. So all of this is playing out right now in live action. So now if we want to know what's going on inside of the 1 minute, then I'm going here. I'm gonna jump into 30 seconds. And now in the 30 second, we got a little bit more candles, even though they're still in the same area. And as I was telling the guys earlier, even if you wanted to day trade this, now I don't recommend day trading for anybody just getting started with it, because it's too much. Even for a person that's a professional at it, it's still too much. But if you use the systems in place, as in you buy something today, maybe before you go to work because you know how to read the chart, and then you set your sale. You don't have to look at no charts all day. No, nobody really do that. You only do that if you're sitting at home bored or something, or it's your job to do it. Other than that, you just set your buy, set your sale. As soon as it buys, you buy it, set your sale, go about your day. It sells, you collect the money, you go about your day. You did that all in one day. All right, so 30 seconds is still playing out. All right, we got a big green candle there, but that candle didn't go nowhere. And it's still playing out, and you can actually see, let's see if we can put a horizontal there. All right, so now that's the channel they can play in. Now granted, there's 3 lines there, but it should play within that first one. And then if it falls, then we know that the next yellow line is the next line of support. If it falls through that, then we can go lower, but we're starting to now and get in that territory where it's like, yes, you can stay in it because it may bounce, but if you got a lot of money on the table, then why would you? Go ahead and get the heck up out of there. So it's still playing out. It is not breaking, so it's still holding support. Yeah, well, not anymore. All right. So now, as you can see, now it just broke everything. So now in live action, you're getting to see that if it does not hold support, she coming lower. So in this particular trade, if you was coming in, you know, if you got in here at support, then that's why if it's a day trade, this just hurt you. This just went against you in a total day. So now this is 30 seconds though. So this is on the 30-second chart. So that means like these is inside of 1 minute. So on the 1 minute, we're still falling, but that is a bearish candle, bearish engulfing candle. So even if it could bounce, you should just kind of be out, because you should get a 50% retracement back up within the next few minutes. But yep, there it is there. So you get your 50% retracement back up, but chances are that's more than likely not going to hold. You should be coming lower. So what happens is a lot of people see that it drops and then they go, oh, I want in, you know, because the price is falling, then they jump in. But now you got bullish engulfing, but it still hasn't broke. Nah, it just did. But will it hold? Let's see this one here. You had support back here. So you're watching it play out in live action. And the reason I know that these are going here, because I'm looking to the left. I'm seeing where it was. All right, we're gonna jam that there. So now you're gonna watch it play out. Now we can go to the 5 minute, and each chart would tell you whether it's on support or is at resistance. So earlier today, when we was getting down to a lot of this and we charted it, they could see it again in live action really being played out as the market was open. We came up here and we watched it fall. Then we watched it fall and start making certain formation patterns. This is today. So right now it's still fighting all the yellow lines that I put on here. So when we charted it, it's still fighting through all of that. Look at where it came from. So even when the stock runs up and a person say, oh my God, they're crashing and they're falling. Sometimes they're not even falling, they're just bouncing. So this is NVIDIA like on a year look. On a year look. If there's anybody on this live that was messing with me on probably a year look, NVIDIA fell to about around $100, and I was screaming and yelling at everybody, whether they like me or not. Man, you better go buy you some NVIDIA. That sucker down. And now, as you can see, been running nothing but up. So even though they're trying to tell everybody AI bubble, oh damn AI bubble. All right. What's that? Only stream. See, what do you mean only stream? You talking YouTube or? Let's see, you got it, but yeah. Just tell me what you're talking about. Now, I will say this, crap. The thing with NVIDIA is their position now. They're the boss hog. So I do say having some NVIDIA is smart. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you have the money to buy NVIDIA, then that means you got the money to probably buy NVIDIA's competition, which is probably a little bit cheaper than NVIDIA, but still will run like NVIDIA, if that makes sense. So there's other chip makers, designers that are out there that's kind of following NVIDIA's path. because it's kind of, you know, they're kind of like, well, whatever dollars they can't get, we're going to get. So, you know what I'm saying? And that's definitely something that we'll chop it up on. But what he say to chart? Is this the only stream that I use? So this is Robinhood Legends. So no, me personally, I'm old school. I started on a platform called stockcharts.com. And that's what still to this moment I use. It was just unfortunately for some reason I couldn't get into it today. And I think it was, like I said, I think I had it open on too many platforms. So I couldn't get into it at the time of the stream. So I just used Robinhood Legends because everybody, each and everybody that's out there, they can use Robinhood Legends. So I figured why not use it on this and everybody learns. So I don't normally use this, but today was the day. So it's like we're almost learning together on some of this. But you can do it on, you got other platforms, TradingView. Maybe you're not on Robinhood. Maybe you're on Webull. Webull probably on the desktop version as well. All platforms should have some type of professional platform where you can chart. You just may have to be on it on a laptop or desktop. When it comes to charting, yeah, you want to be on, man, if you can rent out the Staples Arena to chart, you know what I'm saying? That's what you want. You want to be able to see as much as you can, as big as you can, so now you can know where to chart. So if you're doing it on the phone, then you got to understand you can still be in the pinpoint area, but you will never be as precise as you will be on a desktop or a laptop. So, yeah, man, I'm just kind of bouncing around, man. So if y'all got another question or something, then hit me with it. But if you're not already in it, man, if y'all don't already follow me, then please just follow me on all things social media, but especially Instagram. You know how you go in the bios of people's social media, just go in the bio and there's a link to my 3-day stock training, this boot camp, the very same stuff that we're talking about now. You know, we go more into detail in it, but man, it's so much like when you learn this, when you learn it, like, just trust me, you're going to really be mad at yourself. You understand? You're going to be mad at yourself for not learning it sooner because it's not as hard as we think. And crap, I was a damn open contract, 31 on the ASVAB. So you know if I can get it. I don't care. I'm retired. My wife said, don't tell nobody that. I don't give a damn. I'm retired. They smarter than me and still at work. So, no, crap. Yeah, man, you know me, bro. You know me to the heart. So trust me when I say it's just a formula to this to get it. Yeah, no crap. You too. Yeah, he's my roommate, man. I brought into a mole lady and everything. I'm like, man, crap was my dog. That was my room dog. But anyway, I get to rambling. Give me another one. Oh, so my wife found this one, right? So a lot of people ate off of Intel. A lot of people I know ate off of Intel because we had got into Intel a long time ago. But we got into Intel because my wife told me about Intel. I was over there charting and doing other things. So she actually learned some of this crap that I was actually teaching her. So she was able to pick it up. So I'm saying, you know, kind of bragging on that portion to say it's like, it's kind of that easy that now when family get it, y'all can no crap. Now, no pun intended. I guess y'all can, shit, no crap. Shit. Have fun at the dinner table because now you can be picking out stocks. You can, I don't know, you can argue on what you think a price is going to. Just all kind of stuff because everybody gets it and it's money involved. So it's like fantasy sports, but you can actually sit here and chart this. The companies are athletes in this. So if you are correct that your quarterback's gonna throw for 6 touchdowns, where in fantasy sports is great and you get to brag about it. But in this, if your company throws for 6 touchdowns, then that means you made a lot of money. So it holds a little bit more attention. So with Intel, this is on a day chart. So Intel have been bouncing down for the longest, almost for, man, over a year. And then they pumped up and they came down. President Trump had already stated what he was going to do with Intel if he won, what he was going to do as far as technology and everything that he wanted to do. And he wanted chips to be made in America. There's only one OG chip maker in America. There's only one. Well, I ain't gonna say only one, but there's only one boss hog kind of at that time, and that was Intel. So even if you trade, you do anything, it kind of raised bells. But again, I wasn't paying attention to that. So my wife caught that. Once we looked at it, we researched it, like, and that's all President Trump was talking about. It's like, yeah, I'm bringing all technology back into America. So we began to chart it, look at it. Sure enough, they were signing contracts, they were doing other things. And none of this is a secret. Like no stock company on the public market can do anything in secret. They don't have to tell you when you want to know, but they do got to tell you. So, if you can read between the lines, you can understand what Intel had going on. So even if you look on this chart right now, this is a 1-day look for the last 5 years, and you'll see some gaps and stuff in there. And these gaps is just, especially these ones going down anyway. These ones going down was normally like just some bad news, like a stock fell all day long, and then the stock market closed. And even while it was closed, it just kept falling. And by the time it opened the next day, it was still falling. So it just continued. Again, as we watched a few minutes ago, we're going to see a 50% retracement on most of that on the pump back up. And what that is a lot of traders, and they was waiting on it to come to that particular point anyway. They bought in, they're going to the gap up, and they're jumping out. New people are probably hearing that it's hot on the internet. So now they want to go and buy it. And they wind up buying a falling knife. And then it got down even more. They start having internal problems at this point. CEO wasn't, he wasn't making a change into the AI world. They missed the whole entire AI push. That's how NVIDIA was able to come in and steal all the money and just all this kind of stuff. There was so much drama going on in the chip world. So you get this gap down. And then Intel just trended. But as they was trending, they never broke. Yeah, they'll go up and they'll slam back down. Then they'll go up and they'll slam back down. But then they never broke. So being that they never broke was telling us, hey, man, we might got some action here. And sure enough, now you come in, you got a new president cabinet. They want to design things here in America. So now we got pumps back up. And then you got this big gap up here, which was just recently on Intel's earnings, because Intel, for at least the last 5 years, they was in the garbage can. So it was kind of like, it wasn't nowhere else to go but up. So sure enough, when announcement of the deal with the White House and a CEO change, and now they're getting into the AI push, boom, you get this big gap up. Now they have to sustain this gap up. Will they? I don't know. We shall see. But now we go on the all look. We'll see that Intel actually had more room to go lower. So some of us was betting down that it was coming lower because there were gaps that needed to be filled. So they have not hit those gaps, but they show not out of the dirt just yet either. Is it dirt? Not out of the dirt. Okay. Just check. All right, so that's all I really got, man. If y'all got something else, I'll keep going. But if not, I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. My butt hurt, man. I'm tired of sitting here all day for free. Shit. But if you got something, man, just drop it in the chat. We'll give it the next few minutes. If not, then y'all get on back to enjoying your Veterans Day and have a great time. And be safe. Definitely cause some ruckus, but be safe. Last again, I'll give a second for questions in case that's the video. You know what? I was about to chart that, but then I did not. All right. Well, my wife just gave me one, and she says next gen. It's not like you smoke cigarettes or something. Damn. All right, this is the next gen. If I was to look at next gen with the naked eye right now, I can tell that they made all-time high. That pattern at the second is an inverted head and shoulders that is starting to make. So that's good if I'm correct. But a lot of times the only way to know if you're correct on that is to research it. Right now. So we're going to chart this. If I was charting, well, obviously I am charting this. If I was playing this, I would run that one there. And I would probably just play the last few highs. They sure did put these in dark spots. All right. All right, so now let's go into a deeper look. And again, we just charted from out here. All right, so I should say I just charted from out here. Now, if anyone else did this, I mean, obviously, no, your chart probably wouldn't be as precise as that right now. Damn. I ain't gonna even lie. Look how damn dope Gunny is. Damn. She's pretty spot on. She's playing like a guitar. So at this second, I would say 859. You got resistance, 869, 886. This is on a day chart. So she definitely up. I think when you initially looked at it, like under $10. I mean, $5. I was asking my wife about it because she actually played this particular one. So Marcus Davenport, no problem, man. You have a good one, bro. I know, wow. I know what the hell it is. Hey. But if anybody is out there, you can see the chart. We charted this from far out. So now even as we come in, that's the one day. If we came to the 4 hour is now played. If we came to the, say 15 minute is not charted. So, pivot points. I put that on that video. Look like pivot point. No, they're not. Either way, there's like some little text in the middle of the screen, and a lot of times those are reversal spots. But there's indicator that actually does that. Indicator is called pivot points. So if you add these pivot points to your chart, it kind of shows you the reversal. That's what these lines are. So I'll tell you what, let me clear it off. So now I took my drawings off and I'm just using strictly pivot points. And if you look at the pivot points, it kind of shows you where the reversal spots will be. So now if you know how to use it, then you just play it to the reversal spots. But you have this is 15 minutes here. I'm going to go back out to daily. Now we're going to definitely take pivot points out for that. Actually, you know what? I think you can adjust it. You can adjust it, but this is on a day. I'm going to adjust it to let's go month on this. All right, there we go. Much better. All right, so the further you go out, you want to change it. So now you can see some of the reversal points. So you go deep out and then just bring it in about 3 months. And now you should be able to see exactly where a lot of them are. So now even if I came in and I plotted my own lines in here, I would probably plot them a totally different color, but now I'll know my lines from the pivot points, and it's almost like you got the stock trap. Anyway, do I think your next gen is still cooking? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, next gen was energy. Yeah, they were energy. So the thing about energy, as I was explaining to earlier, was with all this AI stuff that's coming out, the only thing strong enough to power it is nuclear. Gas can't do it, and electric ain't strong enough. Not for everything that's pushing. So electric is the cheapest, it's the best, and it's kind of like it is the only thing, but grids are not strong enough. They barely strong enough half of the time to charge Tesla cars. So all AI takes high power to run, and the more data centers that are built in this world is going to be pulling from electricity. So all energy right now, especially like all energy, really, I'll just say all energy is definitely on the marks for going forward. So if there's an energy company out there, it's probably on high demand. Like they're probably already being bought up because everybody already knows the only thing that's going to power AI is nuclear. The only thing that's going to power these self-driving cars and all of these things that we have is nuclear, because it's going to be too many of them. So if every company has some type of self-driving car, robots, and everybody got it, they got to constantly be charged up eventually. If they're working in the factories because they replaced all the humans, then they got to charge up somewhere. They ain't finna charge up one at a time. They finna have to charge up hundreds at a time. So yeah, Terminator was real deal. So next gen, yeah, I would think that they're definitely good, and they're still prime picking. I would hands down want to look at the finance. I was trying to say the financials, and they got some right here. Open interest changes. Yeah, so I would probably look up the financials, see what the news is on a lot of them, and if I get a warm and fuzzy, because as of right now, the stock chart is telling you that it's going up. Going up. So on this all-time picture, it's going up. It's just, how long are you planning it for? If it's a couple months or a couple years, then that's a big difference. If it's a couple years, you'd be tight. A couple months, yeah, let's suspect. So next thing is mofo. All right, nobody put nothing in the chat. Guess we good. I don't know. How long did I go? What time did I start? Let's see. I can tell you. 9 hours and 20 minutes. Ooh. Oh, I can't come that close. Oh, I can't come that close. Ooh, I can't come that close. Damn, I sure thought I was finna get off and go have me a drink or something, but damn, man, I can't go there. That's like getting to the finish line and quitting. So damn. All right. So let's just do this. Let's fix this. Dang, man. Dang. Man, I showed the eyes from good. Let's look at something. If whoever's on here, as I stated, man, if you follow anything that I got on social media, then you could just go to the bio there. And I got a stock trading boot camp. If you already don't know this, then say, man, get in the stock trading boot camp so you can pick a lot of this up. Because as I stated earlier, a lot of this stuff you can do on your lunch break, when you pull up at work, I don't know, dropping the babies off at school, just anything. All you got to do is just understand what you're reading, what you're looking at. Man, it's not hard. All right. So again, if you want, just go to anything on my social media, go in the bio, and you'll see 3-day stock trading boot camp. Dang, I got to keep going. All right. So my goal is to break 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds, because that's what I did last year. Damn. I thought maybe I was like 7 hours or something. And I was going to be like, all right, man, I'll skedaddle up out of here. And I'd have felt good about it. But 9 hours, I'm almost at 10. I'm going to break it. Let me see. Crap say like a good charting source. Honestly, bro, like I say, Robin, well, if you're speaking of platform to chart with, it would be Robinhood to start it, because that's the most cookie cutter platform out there. TradingView is good, and I hear nothing but great things about it, but Robinhood has kind of opened their stuff up to compete with TradingView. So where TradingView, sometime to get the good stuff, you got to have a subscription, but Robinhood, you're getting it as, you know what I'm saying? You're getting it. You just got to go on your desktop to get it. So again, if we're speaking of charting source as in the platform, I'll hands down support Robinhood. Now, I will say, now the better you start getting with your knowledge, then you can start going into something maybe a little bit more professional if you want. But most platforms that you trade on has it. E-Trade has it. I think maybe Schwab, and a lot of these heavy ones, you're going to always have something you can chart. You just probably got to be on a laptop or a desktop. All right. So got you. All right. Hold on, my wife's asking me a question. Say again. Did I chart Robinhood? I didn't. I don't think I was asked about Hood today. So my wife asks, have I chart Robinhood? Let's go to Robinhood Legends and let's share that. All right, so what we're gonna do. All right, so let's hopefully y'all can see this. So let's say this. Can I move myself? Let me get the hell out of the way. Let's take this damn banner off. All right. We don't want that one. Where did it go? Hold on, I was sharing my screen, then I lost it. All right, let's try this again. Robin Hood Legends. All right, can you see it now? All right. All right, we're gonna check out Hood. Throw your hoods up. All right. So now when I look at Hood, I see Hood is blasted off. So Hood has done what we call a cup and handle. It's done like a cup and handle formation. All right, and what a cup and handle formation is, we call it just that. It looks just like a cup. Stock runs up, bam, it's all gonna always slam down. It's gonna do what it do, come up. Now it kind of made a little handle here, almost like a mug, sipping your tea and crumpets and stuff. All right, and then bam, it shot up. So if I'm looking at Hood, I would definitely say, well, hey, Hood is jamming. I would play Hood, but I'm gonna wait till Hood come to probably about $68. You would look at the stock price right now and go, there's no way Hood is gonna come to $68. Well, if you are correct, then that's great for Hood. But if I'm correct, and it's not even great for Hood, it's because it ain't like the stock price falling down is gonna officially hurt Hood. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna trade it and get it back up. So they will lose money for a minute. But your stock price is just, it's like your reputation. Sometimes it ain't got nothing to do with the company. That's just emotions of traders and investors. It ain't got nothing to do with the dang on company. But anyway, if you can read pattern formations, then you'll be able to read this and see exactly what Hood's gonna do. So at some point in, I think January, it was February. In one of my boot camps, we charted Hood. And I was explaining to him that Hood is going to give you a good opportunity to get in. I think it was maybe my May class. Yeah, because I think Hood was somewhere about $50, $60. And I remember a few people that was there, I kept telling them, hey man, this is a good opportunity to buy because Hood's going to go up and test resistance. And if it breaks resistance, it only has one more piece of resistance to break, which was back here. And that is about $84. And it was like, when it breaks $84, there ain't no turning back for this sucker. Sure enough, Hood went up, bam, it blasted off. So it took off. So some of the members, they definitely knew about it. Did they play it? No, they didn't. But not all of them. Some of them did, some of them did not. But nevertheless, we knew back then exactly what Hood was going to do. So again, none of this is really a guess when you know how to read pattern charts, formations, candlesticks, everything. So that's Hood. So Hood is currently sitting at around, there's 132. So dang, we started messing with Hood at around $60-something. And Hood is now at 132. So if a person had a option on Hood out to next year to go to $90, and you're currently sitting at 132, see, that's life-changing for them. That's life-changing on that move right there. In stocks, that's some decent money. But in options, oh man, that is a life-changing move. So Hood's definitely going to give you an opportunity to get in because you have a double top up here. So anytime you see a double top, that means that basically the stock tried 2 times to go higher. One there, and then you got one there. So where will Hood probably reload at? It's probably at the reloading zone, but I'll give it here. And then we'll do it with, we're going to switch the color up with an honorable mention, like right up in this one. So now we jump in. Let's say we go to year to date. Let's do a little bit more. Let's go to the 3 month. PM, we pretty much spot on. 1 week, and see, these are day candles. So if we want to look at a 1 week, then that's candle's too big for all that. We switch it to 5 minute. We can see what's going on. We switch it to the 15 minute. Yeah. Like, bro, you can just say even 5 minutes. As then you say you want to look at the 5 minute for, you don't need to look at 5 minutes for a year or anything. You can look at 5 minutes for about a week. You can push it with months or so, depending on how far you're finna go back. But you always want to go find all those little hidden support and resistance that's in there. I'm sorry, y'all. My wife fell out. I had to pick her up. She's been drinking on Veterans Day. So hopefully y'all can see. Even if I put this here. So now this is real deal, and this is on the 5 minute. So we have established that we should get some funkiness. So the video is gonna need to stay, because this is literally something you could do right now, tomorrow. I mean, I said in video, this is good. Yeah. So let's look for about 135 tomorrow. Possibly get a pump to 135 tomorrow. Maybe when market opens, in your first 30 minutes, 132.12. At the second, it's just going to depend on where it finishes out tonight. And then in the pre-market, let's just say it's still around where it is right now, then we should expect a pump. I mean, resistance at around 132.35. And then it could come back down. So when we say stocks run up in the morning, like had we bought this before market closed, when it was at 131, now let's say the market opens tomorrow at 132 and happens to go to 133 or 4. Whoever bought like today at the close of market would have basically, when market opens tomorrow, made a lot of money. And chances are they're going to instantly sell. So the market runs up strictly in the morning, and then the market runs down. Crap, so he definitely is going to learn options because he's missing out on money. I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. You really are. You really are. Now, let me not paint a picture that options are that easy. All right, understand options are risky, meaning you may lose what you put in. You're not gonna lose your house or nothing, but if you put $400 in, then there's a chance you could lose that. So when it comes to investing, a lot of times we always say only put in what you're willing to lose. And for me, I've blown a lot of money, crap. I've blown a lot of money. I've blown a lot of money, man. So I always say that my goal is to now, I need to invest almost that same amount that I've blown into my future, into my retirement. So I owe myself that. So if I was blowing money on motorcycles and shoes, then I owe myself that. So yeah. So anyway, so yeah, options, man, you definitely want that in your portfolio, because if you're already doing stocks and you have an understanding of it, then now you just got to get your understanding of options. And we're going to get you on that, because, brother, Yeah, boy, you've been retired yourself way sooner than you thought, because none of this is fake. Like, it's not fake. No, you ain't got to bring in 10 friends and none of this kind of crap to make money. And no, man, crap, man. Like, imagine how when we used to be on the road and we would pull over and then we stop and eat an MRE. And at 30, 40 minutes, maybe an hour, because we didn't took a nap or something. And that 30, 40 minutes that we didn't probably been out effing off, in this world, that same 30, 40 minutes can get you a whole lot of money. Like a whole lot. And then when you get it, you don't mind. So, oh crap, so he ain't got no job. Oh yeah, wait, you was at the government. If I ain't mistaken, crap, I thought you working for the government or something. So if I am correct, you know, obviously doing the shutdown and stuff, then yeah, man, like you want to be able to really understand this, because them same mofos that's arguing about what they can't get together, they're still making money in the stock market. Everybody that worked for the government that's not in the stock market is not making money. So the people that's holding everything up is still getting millions because they know how to invest and trade. I did. My wife asked me, did I do Meta and SoFi today? And yes, I did. But those are still good. Meta, let's see if my chart is still up. As I told some of them earlier today, Meta, obviously everybody's always on Meta, so why not trade Meta? So she actually broke out of what we had earlier. What is this? This is the 30-minute chart. So where did she finish on the day? So on the day, she's still flat. But that's, oh, wait. Medicaid, wait a minute. Okay, this was the other day. All right, I was going to say Medicaid is 600. Damn, I missed that. But this was the other day. So we're currently on the bounce right now on Meta. Meta is only losing money right now because they're spending money like crazy. As I told them earlier, oh, and I see what you say there, crap. You 100%. Oh man, yeah, I gotta get you on this game. But Meta they just spending a lot of money. So when they can stop spending all this dang on money, then that's when investors anyway, gonna get back on them. If you notice, if you're probably on Facebook these days, you don't see nothing but ads. No matter what page, you could just say something and the ad is popping up. And that's because Meta, they stopped focusing on all that other crap that they was doing in the metaverse and all this crap, even though I think they're still doing it, but they're more focused on what they was initially, kind of good at, and that was ads and running business space and stuff. So they've made it to a point where creators can be more creative on the platform, and then they can just capitalize on your marketing because you're going to need somewhere to market it. So yeah, so if you notice, you would be scrolling up and down, up and down, up and down, and all you see is ads, and then maybe a few friends post a number more ads. Yeah, because that's what they got back to. But nevertheless, so Meta is more going into this AI thing. Zuckerberg is spending trillions on building up this AI data center to power the AI that he wants for Facebook. If you ever seen the movie Ready Player One, then I promise you that's exactly what you're dealing with. All right, you'll be able to go into this unreal world, and man, you'll be able to live in that thing almost forever. So right now, they're building up and they're preparing for that. So it's almost like when you've seen, not to scare nobody, but when you've seen the Terminator come on, and one of them, you've seen the robots and they were shooting guns or something, and in the background, though, was a big facility. Well, that facility is kind of that. It's either the data center or it's probably the nuclear center. But most data centers are probably going to have a nuclear center somewhere not too far, because that's the only thing that can power it. So when you saw Homer Simpson going to work and he was working at the nuclear center, yeah, they just didn't have technology, but yeah, it's going to kind of be like that. So we all might be having arms growing out our heads and stuff like that, but you know what I'm saying? AI be tight. At least you'll have a robot. All right, so that's Meta. So me personally, I am playing Meta. I got a small position in Meta right now because I'm waiting on it to break $600. So as you can see right now, she should be coming. And how do I know? Oh wait, I forgot I can add shapes on here. Let's go oval. Let's look right about, what the hell? Okay, my bad. I want oval. All right, let's try this again. That is not oval. All right, I was trying to call out this area here. Apparently, I don't know how to do it. So I'll just zoom in on it. Either way, because there's a gap right here. So hopefully you can see right there. There's a gap right here. Oops. Let's go back. All right, let's put that one down. So now we got essentially we're falling right now. So we got a gap here, and then we got a gap here. This gap here, we've already fallen past that one. So that one's closed. So you can expect a bounce right there, but being that this gap is so close, they just had an earnings didn't quite sustain. So I can foresee it coming down and closing this one within the next few weeks as well. We got something down here. We got a gap here. That's 400. And I was telling them earlier today, I don't really foresee it letting it drop to about that, but it could, but I don't. I think it'll have to be something real crazy. So they would have to have an earnings again in maybe January or February, and then that earnings be crazy in order for it to get that low. So that's Meta. The other one you see, what, SoFi. You know, honestly, I think earlier we didn't. That SoFi is probably the only one we didn't do. All right. Hold up. Which one? Well, I mean, you big money, so. All right, we're seeing SoFi is holding. SoFi need to break $32. They managed to get themselves back up to pretty much $31 today, which is good, but it's not a break. It's not a break. So although good, we need SoFi back up here at minimum of 31.65. So if she can work her way, you know, to at least half of that tonight, cool. Or even if not, just stay where she is. Don't come lower. Just don't come lower. Because you had a pump up here, but you got to sustain this pump. If not, that pump's going to go up and it's going to immediately come back down. That's SoFi. And which one? So my wife wants me to look up one. So let's take a look at that one. VRTX. It's called Vertex. It says pricey. Well, she got a lot of money I don't know about. But let's see. Oh yeah, they up. All right, they are up. Justin, I appreciate you. I see you. I got your cash out, man. Thank you. You're all right there, Mr. Cosby. You was raised with good manners, I take it. Thank you, sir. Action, I seen Raymond Batten. I don't know if Raymond Batten is anywhere out there in the video, but I see you signed up for the boot camp, man. Appreciate you. So I hope you're ready. I hope you are ready. So we're gonna go to the all on this one. And like, what are you looking for? Reno. Anal?
Kidney.
Oh, Reno.
Renal.
Reno. Reno. You can I mean, I guess depending on what a person was looking at with this one, was it a short-term play, a long-term play? Yeah, if they went long on it, I can see. All right, so she say that. So my wife be in these little doctor rooms, and apparently she's seen this there. And this is actually, it doesn't look like a bad one. It definitely looked like you'll get an opportunity to get in, but I would need to look at it. Let me see, whole rated amid high valuation and uncertain growth prospect. Yeah, pharmaceutical is even better than its institute. Data less competitive renal landscape. So I think I would have to read up on this to kind of know maybe what their future could be. If I'm looking at the chart right now, I'm thinking 357 is probably a place where you would get an opportunity, like if someone was looking at this to get in. 341. I can see right here, but I will probably go right there. And currently, definitely going right there. And then I'm definitely going right there. Show. Right there. All right, so you wind up keeping that, and let's say we go to year to date. All right, and right now it's playing directly within my guitar strings, basically. All right, and this is me charting from the left, like not even looking at today's price. I was looking at where the stock been, and that's where I put my lines. Let's go into the 1 hour. Oh yeah. At least on the 1 hour, you definitely should be coming to about 410. I would think. Shit, by tomorrow. Tonight. But actually this might be the start of the 50% retracement. And that 50% retracement can run for the rest of this week and into next week. And then it'll flame back out, and then it'll come lower. And I say that because a lot of times people see it, and you see this big, long, bearish, engulfing candle, and you know immediately that's a sell-off. So you'll say, hey, it's going to be 410 by tomorrow. Although possible, you just don't, there's traders out there, so you got to play the bounce. So in this one, honey, I mean, this I would probably wait before I went heavy, but it's decent to play. We ain't really going nowhere at this second. So let's see. Yeah, so I would expect a rejection. You should be able to definitely get it lower. It would have to have some good news. And over here to the far right, we got a whole heat-seeking missile on the day over here, so she definitely should be prime picking soon. So let's just go to the 8 hour. Thank you. Essentially right now, all indicators are saying definitely coming down. I'm calling this area back here at 340s, home base. And I have my money ready there. This is something to play, especially in this pharmaceuticals. Then that means that, as soon as something hot goes, tech, utilities, anything, something hot go, then pharmaceuticals gonna probably fall. And that's when this is probably going to hit the 300s. So this is VRTX. Anybody that can see it. Vertex. Hey, man. I want to quit so bad. Dang, I want to quit. I will say this, and so I'll say this crap. If Marcus Davenport, whatever the hell you're going by, man, if you still on, then just know this, man. If you don't have a business that you run, like you need one, if that makes sense. And when I say you need one, I'm not saying you should go out and start a business. What I was telling them earlier, as us as people, we don't really want to live as people per se, because there's this thing called tax code, and tax code is something that we cannot avoid. So we got to pay taxes. But there's this thing called tax avoidance that we can do. And the only way to sometimes have tax avoidance is to have a lot of expenses in the world. Who has the most expenses in the world majority of the time? Entrepreneurs, business owners. So if you have a business, now this business can be as simple as anything. I played a video earlier about taxes on my actual YouTube page, crap. So if you get a second, man, go check it out. And it's just like truth about taxes. Because the way that Uncle Sam works is he don't care about an LLC. He don't care about none of that. He just care, are you making money? Did you make money with him? Well, yeah, I made $12. Cool, I want a cut. He don't care about no bank account. He don't care about no business loan. He don't care about none of that. So how can you avoid that? So say you have a business and you are making a lot of money. If you're making a lot of money, then that means you're probably going to be paying a lot of taxes. The only way to get from out of paying a lot of taxes is to do something called tax avoidance. And there's a lot of ways to do it. But, you hear the rich all the time. They say the rich get richer. It's because they take all of their money and they dump it into their assets. So they dump it into their homes. If they got a house, they'll take it and maybe go put more square feet, footage to the house to make it more valuable. They may take it and go put it in gold, go put it in the stock market, go put it in something that holds value. So anything, normally when you're a business owner, almost everything that you buy holds value because you can claim it. You can claim it on your taxes. Sometimes you can claim it on your insurance. You can claim it. So most of the time, if you can claim it on the insurance, then it got to be an asset. So I say that to say you definitely need to have something. Even if you're just selling, hey man, I'm selling oranges, for my spare time. Uncle Sam don't care what your business is. But even if you are selling oranges, you have to use your vehicle to go pick up those oranges, take them to where you got to go, take you to wherever the hell you're going to sell the oranges, so on and so forth. So now your vehicle becomes an asset to you as a business owner. So again, if you know this, then I'm just telling you stuff that you know. But as a 100% disabled veteran, man, you almost the golden key to a lot of people eating. All right, and what I mean is just our status alone, our 100% disability status. Even if you had a business, if your business was on the up and up, you could not qualify for government contracts. And you, man, I know you know this because you already been working there. So say you can get a contract for somebody that you truly love and trust, and you believe in their business, whatever. There may be a government contract you can get just by you walking in to get it. You can fulfill that to them, and you'll just be a middleman. And that's what it is. I think a lot of people call it middleman contracting. A few of my buddies put me on with it, but it's just 100% veterans rate so much. So they're able to get their businesses in the front door stuff. So you're not hurting anything. You fought for this country. You rated. So you're getting every bit of your, at least your ratings on that. So yeah, man. So now you're claiming so much. I don't know if you're still in North Carolina, but I would imagine North Carolina is a friendly military state when it comes to retirement. I don't know. But yeah, if it is, then I guess you would be straight, because there's so much stuff you can claim as 100% disabled, from your home to the vehicle, the taxes on your car, the taxes in your business. There's certain taxes in my business as a 100% disabled veteran I don't pay. Business license renewals and all that type of stuff, I can waive that by being 100% disabled. Fishing license, as you know, I can go get me a fishing license. Oh yeah, he's back in the South Carolina. Okay, so yeah, just look up what South Carolina. Hell, they home of the Marine Corps, so I would think maybe they got something veteran friendly there. And if so, especially if you own your home and you don't know this, then yeah, go look up the taxes. You just, they may want to see a DD 214 or something, just something to show that you are honorable and you are 100%. Or no, I shouldn't say DD 214, but maybe the veteran's ID card. It might be a DD 214, depending on where you at. You just show them that. Hey man, they should be able to go ahead and take you off, waive those property taxes. And that's a relief within itself. Vehicle taxes, those Avalon taxes, those help. Me, I had a big dually, and if you've seen it, especially the pictures, or even when I was driving it, well, that dually, when it came to taxes, that mug hurt. Before I was 100%, it cost me $800 to renew my tags every year. But when I became 100%, it went away, and that's like $1, I think, to renew my dually tags. So I ain't arguing that at all. So that's a beautiful benefit as well. What else we got? Dang, man, I'm trying to think. I got to think of something, y'all. Give me something, because I still got like 2 hours ago if I want to beat it. If I want to tie it, I'm about like at an hour. We're 9 hours and 58 minutes that I've been on. Hour and 12 minutes. Yeah. I'm dead serious when I say this. I don't know if my butt can take it that long. Pause. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give it a shot, y'all. I'm going for 11. All right, going for 11. All right, you got to give me something else to look at then, cuz. Oh, wait. I know what we can look for. Okay, I could. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see if we can find Trombone Jones. Let's see if we can find Trombone Jones. Yeah, and by all means, man, if the few people that's still on here, hey, I'm probably finna talk about nothing for the next hour. So if you want to punch out, I'm probably done with stocks. Okay, I might talk about mental health. I shouldn't say nothing. Damn. But yeah, I'm probably done with that stock thing. But again, if you are on, just go to my social media, go right in the bio, man. Hit that 3-day boot camp. If you want to get into the stock and learn it, just hit that, man, and that's where I'll get you tight. Oh man, misspelled it. Hold on. Oh, there I go. I mean, there you go. Oh wait, this was the video, so this is like more the music video on this one. I'm trying to see if I ever even watched this. So Trombone Jones was essentially about a Marine coming home from war, Afghanistan, and when he was coming home from war, he was trying to, work and fit back into society and all of that. But he was battling PTSD, and he didn't know that he had PTSD. So nothing was really going his way. He had attitude problems. He couldn't cope. He thought he was losing his mind, and he wanted to teach himself something to pass time. So he began to teach himself the trombone, and he was self-taught in the trombone because, again, that's how he passed his time to fight his PTSD. Well, it comes out to try to figure out, because he became real famous and he traveled the world and he was playing this trombone and he made lots of money. He became very successful. But then in the end, it was more of a point of, well, was this in his head or did it truly happen? And that's kind of what this was. So just kind of kill time. I'm going to play it. Just because I don't think I've seen it. I remember that guy. So I will say this for those that are out there. So every Wednesday here in Douglasville, Georgia, so we have what's called the veterans meetings, right? So these meetings I'll go to, I started out going to was just to kind of get away from, you know what I'm saying? Go have somebody to kick it with, talk to. There was some veterans, the custom fuss. And as usual, I go places and I get put in charge of stuff. So they wound up doing some dinners that was there. And I kind of like, the fact that they was cooking for veterans. So I was all about it and I wanted to help. So I wound up started cooking there. Next thing you know, I started liking being there because we were helping the veterans. And it's kind of like it just started feeling like we had a place, I don't know, man, where a lot of our knowledge could be used. Damn, my bad. Well, where our knowledge could be used. So every Wednesday right here in Douglasville, it's like called West Metro Church. Now, we don't really go mostly for the church service thing, but we go mostly for the help of the veterans because I love any church that helps veterans. A lot of times they just be Hollywood with a lot of stuff and they say that they help the community and they don't. But this particular one, I know for a fact that they do. So I love volunteering over there. So this right here is the guy, Chris. He is the maker of Trombone Jones. He was the writer, producer, and everything. And we filmed Trombone Jones, man, with like $400 or something. Trombone Jones, like it wasn't a whole lot. And I saluted him for that because he did a lot on the little. Let's see what he had to say, because I never really listened to his interview.
Trombone Jones is a short film about a U.S. Marine who returns home. He can't find a job, so he decides to pick up the trombone. He's autodidactic, and he can teach himself anything, so he masters the trombone. He goes from playing on street corners to local bars to nightclubs to touring the world in South Africa and South Korea. Eventually, he's found in an abandoned bar playing an imaginary trombone. So the question lies, was his journey all in his head? One of the goals of this film is to raise awareness of PTSD and the stigma of mental illness, particularly in the Black community, because that's where it's stigmatized the most. Your contributions will be much appreciated and will help pay for the production costs for this film. Thank you.
Man, I remember that. It was a hustle to put that thing together. What is this? So this is saying 14 minutes.
We sent 494,000 cold emails, booked 685 qualified sales calls.
I think this is it here. I don't know. So this is kind of Trombone Jones. It should be the whole thing. It's right here on it on YouTube. So, oh yeah, look at my name, baby. Tyran Cosby. So I believe he wound up putting it on here. Obviously, yeah, a few months back. Let's go ahead and subscribe to Chris, man. Why not? Man, that hey man, that's cool, brother. But anyway, let's see his work.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to.
Man, one time for my man Trombone Jones. Let me see, how do I stop sharing screen? Man. All right, let's put me back up on. Man. All right, so I am at 10 hours and 20 minutes. Man, when I tell you, my butt can't take it. I mean it when I say it. All right, so 10 hours and 20 minutes is where I'm at. My goal is to beat my 11 hours. Can y'all see my wife's arm kind of poking in and out the screen? like a zombie? So, all right. Where are we? Oh, so my wife told me to tell you about mental health, essentially. So Trombone Jones was kind of, like I say, based off of a guy who came home from combat and he's trying to survive in America, just, fit into society. And I always thought, like, man, that part was definitely destined for me because I am Trombone Jones. You understand? Like, I am that dude. I did come home from combat, and unfortunately, I didn't want a job. But in order for me to graduate school and do what I wanted to do in it, I had to get a job. So now here I am trying to fit in and work around these guys that I know I've definitely outgrown. It's no disrespect to them, but man, I've been to combat. And the most these guys been is in the city. So it's like I'm working with them now, and I got to listen to them tell me what to do. And I was like, So I kind of felt that. So either way, I was like, man, I am Trombone. So there's no way I can't get the part of this movie. There's no way. So when I got it, like, you got to understand, yeah, like the emotions that came over. Because for me, it was like, as soon as I heard that role, it was like, man, I know this is about me. And my whole goal has been talking about mental health, because I don't mind talking about it, because what I've learned and experienced is through some of my younger guys that maybe work for me, when they start hearing the stuff that I've been through and went through, they instantly be like, well, dang, Gunny, I didn't know you went through that. But dang, if you went through it, I guess I should be all right. You know, is that type of attitude. So that's why I stopped being so shy about talking about it and stuff. And I do talk about it, because who cares? I got it because I was defending the nation. I didn't ask for it. It kind of came along with the job. So speaking about, PTSD and everything is something that, again, I feel everybody should talk about. But for me, I feel like I was able to beat it and survive a lot of it because I'm married to somebody that's a professional in that field. Had I not been able to be married to somebody that's a professional in that field, who knows, how things would have turned out, because a lot of my anger may have come out in a different way. So, when you're with somebody and they can catch it, it's almost like they saved your life. So that was I think that was my my blessing, because I have a lot of friends that I felt were stronger than me, and they was going to be at my retirement, and I was going to be at their retirement, and so on and so forth, and they didn't make it because PTSD took them out, and they chose the other side. You understand? They chose to kind of take themselves out because that darkness was it was too much. So they didn't have anybody in their corner to say, "Hey, man, all right, you're drinking a little bit too much," or any of that. For the most time, they just crash and burn, and all they want is some sleep. And sometimes they'll do anything it takes to get to sleep, and sometimes it's choosing the other side. So I was like, man, I'm still here, so I can talk about it, and who cares? Who cares what a person thinks of me? Because I still look at my life, and I'm very successful with it. So as Kanye would say, my disability is a superpower to me. So I don't mind talking about it one bit. I don't know what else is it, honey. See, like, I feel like that's something you should talk about. Like, you should come on. She don't want to come on and stuff, but it's like, I feel like mental health is an area that I could talk about it, obviously, because I've been through it, but then, like, she's the professional, so she treats me like Dr. Frankenstein, So sometimes it's that, man. It's sometimes. So we were taught in the military, when things get a little edgy for us, we're either going to battle it out, punch it out, or we're going to shoot it out. So that's how you deal with your frustration. But that's not so much that you can do in the world. So just like the Hulk, sometimes when the Hulk, if you ever watched in Avengers, it was only one person that can kind of calm the Hulk down, and that was I think Black Widow. It was, she kind of rub his hand and stuff, and she'll bring him on down and calm him. Well, sometimes that's what most veterans need. Not everybody has it, but they need that other side to them that can kind of, their voice is that soothing, calming thing where it's like, all right, man, you know what, you're right. Because right now I'm on 10 and there's nothing that can bring me down. But a lot of people don't have that. So again, I credit my still being here to, you know what I'm saying? Having a wife that's a professional in that field. So, what else? I think also at the meetings that we go to. So one of the reasons that I like to go is because a lot of veterans have gotten out of the military, and they've gotten out in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 60s, the 50s. They've gotten out, and a lot of them left with no disability benefit at all. They left and they did nothing. Like, they got absolutely nothing, not even 10% for tinnitus. And a lot of them got that because they were not given the proper way on how they should exit the military. As I always say, before we joined the military, we had to go through MEPS, and MEPS made us go through it so much that we had to drop them and spread them. But when we left the military, we didn't have to go through no process like that. You didn't have to drop them and spread them no more. They didn't even care. They didn't even want to look at it no more. It's like, get out. So that means that you definitely didn't leave with the same care that you had coming in. So there's no way you could be much better leaving than you were coming in. I don't know what my wife's saying over here. So Alibaba and the 40 Thieves or something. I don't know what she just said. I need to drop him a Sprite. I should have known it was something stupid she was even saying, man. Anyway, so yeah, back, you done made me lose track, man. Yeah, so you get out of the military, man, and you don't have any type of, no care. So my hat, I look like that. You have no type of care or anything, so it's nobody really loving on you to the same way you came in. Damn, that don't even sound right. All right, there's nobody caring about you the way, like getting out. They don't care. We didn't get a physical on our shoulder. We didn't get nothing. You told them what was hurting. They wrote it down. Now, you may have been lucky to get an MRI or something, depending on the pain, but chances are if you were getting out, man, hey, tell you what, we're going to send you to the chiropractor, and then you get out. So there was no love getting out. So all these veterans, when they left, they should have had somebody basically show them the process of how to deal with MEPS. And when you're going through MEPS, I'm sorry, not MEPS, but getting out, retiring, or whether it's just EAS and after 4 years. So, I'm gonna put my music back. I'm trying to think of something else to talk about. My wife said I did not say what I do when I'm volunteering at the church other than cook. I thought I did. But what I was, again, to help veterans try to get their disability package together. So the church there, they help veterans put a package together through the PTSD class because they do a PTSD support group every Wednesday at 1800. So this PTSD support group is a lot of us learning about us having PTSD. Some of us have known that we had it, and we've been getting the counseling and currently getting the counseling. So we can obviously peer support type of thing, help the next veteran say, hey man, this is what I found out in me. This is what I had. If you went through the same thing as me, you might want to go get checked out for this too. Because a lot of people, they left the military with untreated PTSD. Because there's no way, when people tell me, well, no, I'm straight. I left the military, I was good. I don't have PTSD. Man, you're out your damn mind. You got PTSD when you came in. My wife say symptoms. When I came in? Well, I thought I was talking about when I came in, but either way. My wife say, well, talk about the symptoms, that I experienced when I got out of the military. For me, I definitely felt the separation. I felt a lot of separation and anxiety on that because for 20 years of my life, it was very structured. From the time I was 18 to the time I was 38, my life was structured. Like I had a time to be somewhere and I had a time I was getting off work. I had a schedule on when we were training. I had a schedule on when we were going to deployment. So I had a schedule on a lot of stuff in my life. But when I left the military, it wasn't that anymore. It was honestly whatever I wanted to do. But then I was still lost because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was like, man, I don't know. Like, what should I do? I was like, whatever you want to do. But what do I want to do? It's like, I don't know. So it's like I had to get out and I had to go learn myself. Because I have no clue, like, who I truly was. I came in the Marine Corps as a kid at 18 years old. When I got out, I was 38. So there's a blur in my whole entire life because the military life is structured. I even know what I'm going to be wearing 2 weeks from now. Like, that's how structured it is. But when I got out, it was, you know what I'm saying? I'm even asking my wife, what should I put on? She, whatever you want to. Yeah. But I don't know what to put on. Should I put on a t-shirt? So it was still that separation thing where I had to try to learn to be a civilian. Because see, my SEPs and TAPS class when I left was about maybe 2 weeks. I was a staffing CO, so I think most Marines get about a week. I was a staffing CO, so I think I got 2 weeks for SEPs and TAPS. And a 2 weeks class of SEPs and TAPS and checking out, you ain't paying attention to a damn thing. Ain't paying attention to nothing. So there was no real debrief for us. And especially if you've been to a combat zone or so, there was no real debrief. There was no thorough checkup on your mental health before you got out. It was say, man, what color is this? Red or purple? It's yellow. Cool, good enough. Say, man, we appreciate your time. You know what I'm saying? And that was just it. So I feel so many other veterans have left with that same type of thing, and they did not have anybody to help them and take care of them. So luckily I had someone. But when I left and got out of the military, I was 90% for everything that I went through, and I was kind of cool and content with that. It wasn't until I went to the VA that another veteran kind of chin checked me while I was there, like veterans do. And you'll just be there waiting for your appointment, and they'll ask you, what's your disability rating? I was like 90%. It was like, cool. Why you not 100? I said, I don't know why I'm not 100. They gave me 90. I was cool with it. So they asked me, different things that you claim, and then PTSD was one of them. It's like, did you claim PTSD? I say, no. He said, you 90% and you didn't claim PTSD? I said, yeah, I guess so. Well, why didn't you claim PTSD? I said, because I don't have it. And just the same how I do people when they do me, he was pretty much going to curse me. I know he wanted to, but he was explaining to me about why I do have PTSD. So needless to say, he told me to come home, put my claim in on e-benefits at the time. I had no paperwork stating that I had PTSD. Didn't even think I had it. If you even told me I had it, I'd probably cuss you out, Okay, I did cuss you out if you told me I had it. So I didn't know. So it wasn't until I came in, I put my claim in on e-benefits and I submitted it. Within weeks, the VA contacted me and said, hey, if you got any documents stating this, it'll help support your case, please send it to us. I didn't have any documents, wasn't even studying it, didn't even think it'll go through. Needless to say, they set me an appointment with a VA compensation doctor, basically. I had no mentorship on how to handle this appointment when I go in, anything. I just knew I was going to go in there and talk to him about what took place in Afghanistan and why I think I'm fine, matter of fact. And sure enough, I went in there, I talked to him. And as he told me before I left, he said, hey, man, I'm just want to let you know, I'm just going to put this diagnosis in. I shouldn't tell you, but he's like, brother, you got PTSD. And he was like, you know what I'm saying? The fact that you're in here and you're going to get your help and stuff for it is great, but you got it. It's not a severe or anything, but he said, I can't really say a mild and severe because PTSD is PTSD, but I don't think you're super suicidal and going to harm anybody yet. So, I was definitely irritable. And I had a lot of nightmares. And maybe now I look back on it, maybe I was irritable because I was having nightmares. I was like a toddler. I wasn't getting good sleep. So I was irritable during the day. Okay, but that's okay. My wife said then you're hypervigilant because you don't sit to the back to the door. Okay, well, true. No veteran sits with their back to the door because I can't trust you to protect me. Like, I'm the one that's trained to protect. I got to see what's going on at all times. But, okay, hypervigilant, as she said, when I come back home from Afghanistan. Again, we had a slight debrief from coming back home from Afghanistan, but for the most part, we didn't have anything to say, hey, if you see a box on the side of the road, that's no longer an IED. You had people to say, don't worry about it because you're not in Afghanistan, but no, man. We were still swerving on the side of the road when you see a box. So I don't know. So I guess what I'm saying is you got to kind of take care of yourself. So going to the VA, putting in your claims for your PTSD and stuff, that's the best thing to do. Let the doctor tell you that you don't have it. Don't tell the doctor you don't have it. All right. 35. All right. I need to come up with something. I'm about to break dance in a second just to kill time. We went through stocks. We went through mental health. Again, you got my 3-day boot camp. So anything on social media, if you go check it out, there's a link there for my Buy Me a Coffee. You can sign up for the boot camp. Pretty soon, even if you don't want to do the boot camp, you'll be able to sign up for maybe some stuff and you need some hours of mentoring. So we'll be able to provide that as well. Why not? I mean, I'm sitting at home, so why not teach and school you? So if the boot camp isn't for you, just know there's other options. But say, man, you got to learn this game. Like, you got to. There's no way around it. If you can literally make this type of money while sitting in the restroom, it's kind of worth it, you dig? What else we got? Got to buy me a coffee. We already charted. We looked at options. talk about mental health. We said Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there. Happy belated Marine Corps birthday to any devil dogs that listen or tuned in, and may even tune in on the playback. I'll be the first to tell you, my butt hurt. So if y'all leaving nice, see the donation link up there, man, please. I got to get a cushion for my butt. So I can't tap out though, too close. So the goal, if you don't know, is for me to beat 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds. Because that's what I did last year. So the goal is to beat it. Right now, I can go 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 12 seconds, and I'm solid. I'm trying to see what else. I'm winging it at this moment. My wife has said Jesus. Jesus here. Oh. All right. All right, let's look at tip ranks then. Okay, my wife said a video with Maurice now. All right. All right, so my wife said that I should share. Well, apparently this woman that's in his office with me has told me to share. So one of the videos that I have with a couple of my friends, and what it is basically an entrepreneur video where we were a bunch of entrepreneurs. We got together and we chopped it up on a few things and trying to share a game with everyone on how to grow their business, whether it's through the entrepreneur lane, whether it's through the stock market or anything. All right, so I like to share those videos just simply because, man, I can talk to those guys at any time and they are nothing but a wealth of knowledge. But like if you guys wanted to talk with them, it would cost you a lot of money to talk with them. So I try to sneak them in and sometimes get them in on the show, or they'll bring me in on their own show and we'll talk. And at that point, I try to ask the questions that I know
short film
my friends want to know about. So let's find something. We're going to go with playbook. So this is one with
all over the place.
I'm going to probably start this one at about maybe the 10-minute mark. We'll start it from the beginning just so you know what it is. So I'll play some of this, and what this is an interview with two of my friends. All right, one is my brother-in-law, and one is a great friend of mine, Maurice. So Freddie Taylor is my brother-in-law, and Maurice Wilson is a great friend of mine. And Maurice runs a financial company where he's a financial advisor, and Freddie runs a company that's called Black Urban Intellects. All right, and they teach a lot of stuff, man, a lot of Black history type stuff. He got Black history cards, so on. They teach math to young inner city Black kids. So I think that's pretty dope because we all know that math is normally the crippling factor to a lot of inner city kids. And Maurice runs his financial firm. So, and he helps he helps pretty much everybody, but there's a lot of star power people that he helped and he recycles their money. So just for me being able to talk with him at time and him being able to talk with me because he's a financial advisor, not a trader. So he's an investor. I'm a trader. So we can't really share business knowledge, but we can share personal knowledge. So it's always good to talk with them. And now I want you guys to be able to hear some of the stuff that they say.
Breaking news, what's the breaking news? How you wondering where he gonna take it to? Just getting some shit off of his chest. So welcome to Big Talk with a Vet.
Okay, all right. I always got to have my buddy Dot bless everything before I start, man. How y'all doing today? Looking sweaty and greasy, man. How y'all doing, man? I appreciate y'all coming in, joining in for this episode of Beer Talk with a Veteran. This one is a little heartfelt on this one. I might get a little teary-eyed on this episode and everything because I got two very important people that I kind of lean on heavily for a lot of knowledge in life. Some of them don't even know I lean on them like that, but I do. I respect everything that they say. So it's very interesting to have you guys tuned in today to listen to these guys. What I want to do first for the ones that's just kind of tuning in, don't know who I am. Some of you do, but there's a few that I just met and I actually kind of follow along. Y'all don't need to see my. So what I want to do is just give you a quick rundown of who I am and what this purpose of tonight is for, and then we're gonna kick it off with you two rock stars that I know. All right. So first thing I'm gonna do is I just want to explain to a few people out there who I am, right? And who am I? Who is this weird dude that's always posting on social media, doing crazy crap, talking crazy, whatever? Well, I'll be the first to tell you.
Wealth in the stock market. He still uses his engineering degree, stating that every client represents an open-ended problem that can be solved in an infinite number of ways. His motto in life is, money can't make you happy, but it does give you options. When not working, Maurice is a devoted father and husband who believes strongly in the idea that family time is the only time you can't get back. He is an avid supporter of his church, Clark Atlanta, WCLK Jazz Station, and his alma mater, Tennessee State University.
All right. That was my man Maurice, and I'll be bringing him to the stage. But we got to introduce the next dude, which is Freddie Taylor. Freddie got a long.
Freddie E. Taylor is a dynamic entrepreneur, passionate history enthusiast, and dedicated philanthropist who has significantly impacted Black history education. As the founder and CEO of Urban Intellectuals, Freddie has been on a mission to rewrite the narrative of Black culture and history. Freddie's visionary leadership,
Tell you what, let's fast forward
Intellectuals,
this.
has sold over a
The
500,000.
conversations get good. Y'all ain't got to
Appreciate
You can go back and
forums
watch.
like this where we can focus on that fact and kind of build versus start, right? Let's
Right.
build and because I want a 7-figure business too. You know, so,
Man, don't we all? Yes.
You will have multiple 7-figure businesses.
multiple. Okay, well then.
There you go. Don't aim low, brother.
Hey, right. It's not, yeah, I got to get there first.
I hear that. That's real talk. That's real talk.
And actually, Freddie, that's why I kind of want to start at going with the entrepreneur thing. So many people are told being an entrepreneur is where we need to be. And although fact, what a lot of people don't tell is what it takes to be an entrepreneur. You know, we just think that, hey, we just go start a business tomorrow, we're gonna start making money, and then that's that. I'm very biased to your story because I know your story, but to a person that's thinking, okay, well, I want to start a business right now just because I want to be CEO. I think a lot of times that's all people want to do. They just want to have that title.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, and from being in this lane now, if you could talk to, I don't know, 21-year-old Freddie who's starting everything now, how would you guide him?
You want the aggressive conversation or like
I want how you gonna talk to Freddie. Yeah. I want how you gonna talk to Freddie.
You know how it is, as you age, you become more conservative, right? And like what I tell people now is don't quit that day job. Because don't quit that day job, man. If you're serious, grind in the midnight hours and let's see how serious you are. Because brother, it's a hard knocks life, living an entrepreneurial existence, and it ain't for everybody. But if you really want to test it, I say keep them bills paid, keep that savings going, and work your tail off in the evening hours, and then start to reinvest any profits if you can get the profit, right? Because we talk about top line revenue, right? 7-figure business, top line revenue. That ain't what I'm taking home. I've learned that most people think I'm a millionaire. Like I walk outside, they be like, bro, he a mule, but you a millionaire. Like I be like, I move millions around.
There you go.
I'm gonna have to go off camera because I'm laughing so much.
Yeah. It's not our money. We don't get to keep it.
Hey, bro, listen. I have yet to figure out how to consistently keep the million.
Yes.
But I'm good at moving it around. Oh. Hey, first problem first, right? You gotta be able to collect it.
There
You know, I'm learning and growing on better ways to maintain it and keep more of it. But I'm effectively a great mover of money. I ain't mastered putting that money in my pocket yet, right? With all that being said, ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for me. But like while you young, you know, I'm gonna say a lot of stuff, but while you young, I suggest if your parents allow, stay your tail in their house and grind and work and build that dream. Get the job, save the money, invest, learn how to do all of that, and build your dream business while you saving that bread, sucking in that free AC and eating that food. Because once you leave, brother, it's a hard knocks life out there, man. Ain't nobody doing you no damn favors. So I get it. You know, we got the boss. You know, and you know, if you ain't a millionaire by 25, I don't even know what they're doing nowadays, you know, which is absolutely ridiculous. And as my mentor always says, he said, man, whether you 25, 35, or 55, when you cross that millionaire status, it feels good, right? I'm definitely telling the young people, stay at home if your parents allow it. Some parents are like, you gotta get out. I'm not one of those parents. I want my boys to stay home. Save that money, build that credits, do all the right things that we wish we would have done. Trying to rush out and be grown, because once you go, man, them bills is crazy and they don't stop. Build a lifestyle if you're rushing out there too quickly, and you haven't built up your, intellectual prowess. No diss to young people, right? But you just don't know shit. Let's be honest. Right. And you got to, build a reputation, because your reputation follows you wherever you go. So I would just stay in the nest for as long as they allow, and save that money, man. You gotta do it, or take the shots that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Because man, you at home, you can take some shots that you could never do if you got to pay your rent and this and that. Listen, I gotta say this too, man. Don't be having them babies young now. You better wrap it up. You better avoid it, or you better do something. Don't be having them babies young, because it's not that children are a bad thing, but now it's a responsibility.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Man, listen. I know I'm all over the place, man. I just I want to say 100 things.
Go for it. Yeah, you're talking to your nephews. I told you now, so do it.
Yeah, man. Listen, Get that woman that's in your corner, or get that brother that's in your corner. But man, hold up on them babies until y'all sure, and you got some sort of consistent revenue coming in. But I'm definitely a fan of entrepreneurship. I just can attest to you ain't about to just open your shingle and start making money. Wow. And if you got a job, if y'all out there, you got a job, you got an income, you making, I'm just gonna pick a number. Don't y'all be offended. $60,000 a year. Do you understand what it takes to be a business owner and make $60,000 a year? It ain't $60,000 in income, because you got bills, marketing, overhead, expenses, like all types of stuff, right? To make $60,000 with a 20% margin, right? Think about that. You're talking about what, $300,000 that you have to make on top line revenue. If you're going to net 20%. That's 60 grand. It would take a $300,000 business, give or take, depending on your profit margin, to match your $60,000 income. Stay at that job, stay in your parents' house, stack, save, so that you can invest.
So, and just to even hit on that, and that's why I was asking, because a lot of people feel that when we tell them, or whoever tells them to be an entrepreneur, that means, well, quit your job and just worry about being an entrepreneur. It's like, no, that's not what you're saying. Yeah. So in your essence, because I know you worked out in the real world and everything for quite some time, and Maurice, I would take it that you did as well.
Actually, I didn't, brother.
No, well, I mean, I know.
I did it the hard way. I did it. I did it. The balls to the wall. I can't work for the man. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I'm a boss. And I had babies. You know what I mean? So I'm outside with it. I'm married to your sister. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, pursuit of happiness.
I'm actually 29. That's what this gray hair came out.
I feel you.
Yeah. Hey, turns out them babies like to eat.
Yeah, every day.
Every day. And you gotta come through. It's a stress that you ain't really, hey man, you ain't really ready for that type of stress. I don't wish it on nobody. I wouldn't change my path because it's how I got where I'm at today. But man, if I could go back, I probably would have got a gig first. You know, and establish some, especially with babies. That's the thing. If you're single and you could just, you know, sleep on couches or whatever you gonna sacrifice and do, but you got them babies, man. And I'm not with not taking care of your babies. That ain't what's up.
Yeah. We can't even be cool at that point.
None of that, you know. But yeah. So I've had, okay, I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna be quiet, but you got me fired up. I've had 2 jobs in my life. You know what I mean? I had one in high school and one in college. And that job was, I mean, they were both just like summer gigs, filling it in. And I just went, you know, got my MBA, did all of that, went straight into entrepreneurship. And man, whoo, it's been a grind, brother. It's been a grind. So when people be like, man, you just came up, I came up? Really? Like this 20 years in the making, you ain't looking at that. You ignoring all of that. Man, you just bought some flashcards and made money, bro. Like, this has got to be at least my 13th, 14th business. You know what I mean? Like, I've been hustling, dog.
Yeah, boy. And that's why I said I like talking to you two, because everybody got that path of, Reason was a damn engineer of all 15. You know, he was an engineer. So, and at some point we all said, you know what, this ain't quite it. You know, so that was dope. So I would say, Maurice, and your story the same as far as your journey to your entrepreneur path?
I'm sorry. You're still talking. I'm sorry.
No. I was going to ask because you got your own firm and everything. So I know I would imagine it was a struggle to get there. You know, that didn't just happen overnight. So I'm curious to hear how that went.
I would just because Freddie, he's got what I like about Freddie is that he, I'm in a service-based business. Freddie's got a product business, and even that 300,000 he was talking about. And let me rephrase. You probably have a service now as well. I see a lot of your emails. You got the trips and stuff. So I don't want to pigeonhole you, but in the beginning, right?
In the beginning,
and so that 300,000 he's talking about, let's remember that's just 1 year. That has to come back next year as well. All the more reason to keep that job. So I would say I like what Freddie said, and I used to tell people this. If you can just replace your salary, 60,000, 50,000 with your job, you are raising success. And so I always tell people that's the first level of success. And you could stay there. You run your own shop, you're making what you were making in corporate. That's good. I think the Instagrams and social medias have made people think they have to be whatever they're trying to be now. Like, no. I mean, I just wanted to control my own. I have 3 rules: no cubicles, no commutes, no parking garages. That's my day. So but to the thing about staying at home, I'll take it even a step further. I would tell my wife this when she would have problems at her job. I said, we got my parents' backyard. Like, we can stay in my parents' backyard. Like, we ain't got to take nothing off nobody. So as long as you got that, and getting into the advice that you're telling, faith, family, finance, faith in, some people have more faith in the creator than the creator has in them, right? So they don't, so I tell my kids, when you look in the mirror, you see the person that was created, you see the person that the world sees, and then you see the person that you see. You want to get over what the world sees and line up what the creator sees. And then you always tapping into your potential, because we're black and all, but really, you're Freddie, you're Tyran, you're Maurice, that's who you see. You don't go around saying I'm Black Maurice and whatnot. So once you tap into all of that, now you drop into your family. That's what Freddie was getting at. Stay at home. As a financial advisor, I will tell you.
All right. So we are now at almost 11 hours. So I can continue to let this rip if I wanted to, but let's stop sharing. Let's bring your boy back on. Hoorah. pretty much some of the stuff I wanted to hit. And if anybody was watching that video, you can always go back on my page. It's still there. So you can watch it there. As I was telling a lot of people earlier today, when we was trading, just some of the tips and secrets, man, to being an entrepreneur are things that you need to do. All right. And learning how to trade and having a business, it kind of goes hand in hand. And it goes hand in hand because your business is always going to need money to operate. And if you're dependent strictly on the sales of your business all the time to get that capital, it ain't gonna happen that way. All right. And it's not even to bust somebody bubble. Even if you're starting a business right now, you got all these dreams of making money and how you're going to be making a lot of money right now. You know, if you do, that's great. But I'll tell you, you'll be one of few out of the millions of entrepreneurs who turned a profit right away. If you heard anything that was stated in that video, Freddie is a person, he has several multi-million-dollar companies. So although we sitting there, we laughing and and let's not get it twisted. He has several multi-million-dollar companies. And if he's saying, hey man, you got to make almost $300,000 just to pay yourself $60,000, then you got to take that to heart, because I can tell you, he knows numbers way better than probably any of us when it comes to business at this. So I just say that to say, you got to understand, becoming an entrepreneur is not for the weak. It's just not. The beauty of it is whatever headache you get out of being an entrepreneur, it's your headache. It's not somebody else's headache, it's yours. So it does become a thing of going, well, do you really want to be an entrepreneur? Because at least at work, if something goes crazy, you just deal with it while you're at work and then you get to go home. But as an entrepreneur, you don't get to go home because your work comes with you. So entrepreneurs, you may have a building where you do all your work at, but at the end of the day, you are the business. Because if you get sick, what happens? That business is probably going to fold. You know what I'm saying? While you're at home, if you get COVID and you're down for 2 weeks and that business can't function without you, you are the business. So you may have started a business, but you're still working like you was at the corporate. So it's almost like, should you stay there or should you be an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is normally the person to say, man, I'm going to weather that storm. I'm going to go through whatever the hell the headache is and everything, because it's going to be my headache. And whatever profit I get is whatever profit I get. That's entrepreneur. All right. So, like I said, you can always go back and you can look at those videos and see what's there. But Freddie is one of those people that I definitely lean on his knowledge in the entrepreneur lane, and then Maurice's knowledge in a more of a financial lane to kind of tell me, you know, even if we make a lot of money, you still need somebody to kind of guide you and say, hey, man, you're spending your money pretty stupidly. And you're going to regret that. You're going to regret that in a year or two. So you still need people like that in your corner to tell you that. 11 minutes. I got 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes. Why say tell them about some of my entrepreneur stuff? All right. Well, this lady in this office with me who's sitting next to me has said, tell people about some of the entrepreneur stuff that I've done. Man, I've been an entrepreneur ever since I was a kid. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so they've had everything from beauty shops to barber shops to selling clothes to selling balloons. My granny was a happy clown. All right, so if you heard me, then you heard that correctly. My granny was a happy clown. My granny really went to clown school so that she can go and do birthdays and, you know, do whatever it took to make people smile. So I didn't even know, even as a kid, there is a such thing called clown school. And my granny went to clown school and she learned, she used to paint her face, and it would be sad sometimes, but she would be happy. And sometimes she vice versa, but nevertheless, her name was Happy the Clown. Dang, Happy and Homie. I just thought about that. Homie the Clown. Yeah, he might learn from Granny, actually. But either way, so I come from a line of entrepreneurs. So that's the type of stuff. And that's my granny. And that's how she hustled. And she didn't do this clown stuff when she was a super young lady. No, she did this kind of in her older years, you know. So even I was kind of still coming up as a teenager. And I remember this. So that's still how much she got to it, you know, and got to the bag, that is. So learning from somebody like that gave me that same drive. So I've had things from transportation companies. Might as well say I'm a chef. If I love anything, I probably started a business in it. So if I'm a chef, culinary. I'm great at logistics, so I had my transportation. Editor, so I started film. And then beer talk is something that I did amongst my friend. Ooh. Okay. All right, let me back up a little bit because yes, I worked at a kind of a TV studio, film studio, so on and so forth. And I went there as an editor. But again, my work ethic is pretty good and I'm going to always grind no matter where I'm at. So I went from editor to chief editor, from chief editor to kind of, part owner in it, at least while I was around anyway, to part owner in it. So the owner of it wound up giving me ownership in it in order to keep me there because again, he couldn't really pay me a lot. And although I wanted the knowledge, going to work actually cost me a lot of money. So, it was either quit or whatever. So he wound up giving me shares into it. And, it was a station. So I grind. So that was also a notch that I can have under my belt. I don't know, man. I've done so much stuff. I can't keep up. But everybody knows that obviously I did culinary. So I've chefed around the world, not just local. Always wanted to be on Food Network Food Network. Until I got with one of my buddies who got on Food Network and I was his sous chef. And then it was like, I didn't really want to be on Food Network, but I did want to compete with them. So going around with him, I got to compete with these guys and go back and forth on everything. So it was like, man, I was still living out that dream. So I done that. There's culinary. There's film. So you got to start a little bit of trombone. So I acted around. I don't know what is there out there that I probably have not done. There's a lot. Again, I come from a family of entrepreneurs. And what's crazy is, so my uncles who led me, not to take anything away from my family, so let's not get it that twisted, but my uncles are the ones that I spent a lot of time with and I looked up to. So they did a lot of mentoring on me. And they were always the ultimate hustlers to me because they had barbershops, they had car washes. No matter where it was, they knew how to make a buck. So they always taught us that if you got time to sit around, you got time to make money. So that's always been my mentality ever since I was a kid, that if I got time to sit around, I got time to make money. So chances are I'm going to start a business in almost any and everything that I possibly can. Most importantly, why? Well, because our grandparents and great-grandparents didn't have the opportunity that we got. We could start 50 businesses if we want, and it's just that. But they couldn't even start one without probably getting bricked to death. So that's why I'm going to continue to do it until I can't do it no more. All right, so we had 11 hours and 4 minutes. We got a whopping like 8 minutes to go minimum to beat the time, baby. 8 minutes to go. So you know what? Even for Veterans Day, we're trying to kill a little bit of time. Let's see. They see it a little bit. They see I got my boots on. I'm gonna bust out a few push-ups for Veterans Day. Let's see how many I get. I'm gonna go 25. 25. They don't need to see me. You count them out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
One for Jesse. One for me. Yeah, baby. All right. It's my Veterans Day contribution. Woo! That's all right. Hey, that's my Veterans Day pumps there, Q. So, whoo, yep, I'm sweating now. Yeah, check the blood pressure. Yeah, I got to check that. All right. That was only like 1 minute. That was only like 1 minute. All right. So we pretty much hit everything. All right. So we talked about boot camp. For those that probably couldn't make this boot camp that's coming up, we will be posting a date for the December boot camp, and may even be posting a date for the New Year boot camp. I don't know yet. honestly don't even know if I want to do any more boot camps, but we shall see. My wife is a slave driver over here, so the last thing she want to see me do is be retired and comfortable. So we may be doing more boot camps. So you got Buy Me a Coffee is where it can be at. I am at the point of trying to get my website up, so hopefully that should be soon. Because all of this started as something just to do, and now it's an actual job. It's an actual job. So I just want to stay at home and chill, but you know, when you see people's lives change and they can live for the better, it's like, man, damn, I can't just sit here. I gotta help. So on the Buy Me a Coffee. So again, you can go to anything on my social media, and there is a link in the bio for my 3-day boot camp. You can sign up for that one. Again, there will be others, but right now, this is the only one for right now. So. Oh, cooking with Tyran. I like that. Cooking with Tyran. Cooking with I like that. Here we got some. We cooking. We cooking. I like it. I like it. Well, I don't want to say they might steal my name. So. I steal my name. I don't know, Q-Ball. What is something that we didn't hit on Veterans Day? Honestly, man, if I can say anything, if there are any veterans that's out there that's still listening or will listen in, just sometime, man, when times get hard, if you got a friend that's a veteran that maybe they're not around you, but if you got one that's a veteran, especially if you were a Marine and your friend is a Marine, as crazy as it sounds, sometimes talking to them in your time of need is the best thing that you can ever go through. Sometimes you could be in a total crisis, and every emergency response that you should get can talk to you, and you're not going to respond the way you would if your buddy talks to you. The thing that I notice about a lot of veterans when they start to get down, especially on their mental health portion, they need to be talked to how they're used to being talked to. So I've had guys that kind of got on the thing of, you know, they were sad and they were suicidal. And sometimes even my wife may have been with me and she'll tell me to talk to them, loving and nursingly. Is that the right? Nurturing and all of this. I'm kind of like, say, man, are you over there being a pussy for? No, get your stuff together. See, that's me. And she's over here having a fit. You can't talk to them like that. I'm going to talk to him like that because even he knows that he's doing some punk stuff. That's not what we're bred to do. I understand. Mental health is a real deal thing. You can't talk to me as if I'm not going through it. So, no, man, get your ish together. You know what I'm saying? But talking to a friend sometimes is what we need. That friend is not a counselor or a doctor, so we shouldn't take their medical advice on anything. But sometimes them talking about things and even telling you what they went through, sometimes it just makes you feel good about it. And it's like, you know what? It's not as bad as it was. So, oh, snap. We're down to like 2 minutes. I think we should see Dr. Cosby do 4 push-ups before we get out of here. 4. Okay, no, 2. 1. Well, apparently we're going to have to imagine it if we want to see her do any push-ups up in this mug. So, we get it like a countdown, like New Year's, anything. And this is monumental to me because my butt remembers this same feeling from last year. 2 minutes. Oh, it's 11:11. Been on for 11 hours and 11 minutes. 1 minute. I'm gonna make it. We going. Oh, so structure the boot camp. So we're gonna kick it off on Friday. Friday starts the indoctrination, where we're gonna go over a few terminologies, get spun up on a lot of things, just kind of an icebreaker type of deal. But Saturday, I want to jump into heavy charting, understanding the stock market, and then hopefully seeing how some of you guys chart. And then Sunday, we'll go through one more charting session as we probably prep our charts for what's coming in the week that we can possibly trade, or in the future that we can possibly trade. And after that, I think everybody should have a great idea of how it goes. Now, the way that I run things, if once you go through my stock training boot camp, I also have what's called a Discord community. Right now, you know, we still trying to figure out our membership thing. We pretty much got it down packed, but I can tell you right now, if you're not going through a stock trading boot camp and you want to be in the Discord community where I can give you call signals, I can chart everything that we're doing now, we can kind of do on a regular, whether it's through chat or what. Well, that'll be in the Discord community. But if you're not going through the boot camp, that's no minimum than $300 a month. Because if a person doesn't know how to trade or anything, man, I don't even need to deal with them, honestly. So that's that. So please stand by and keep in that. If you get in the boot camp, then we're going to definitely talk about that. But we have made it to 11 hours and 12 minutes. The Gunny has done it. I have broken my own record. Yeah, I have broken my own record, and I think now I can take my butt home. Oh, wait, I am at home. I can take my butt to the other room. All right, because I've made it. All right, so if it ain't no more questions or anything, we appreciate y'all tuning in for this whole time. I'm finally done again. Oh, that's the timer. I'm done. But the stock trading boot camp, that link is on my social media, and that's on Facebook or Instagram, Beer Talk Vet. If you want in, then go get in. Other than that, just follow me on any one of them. But take your ass somewhere and learn how to chart would be my advice. All right, so love y'all. Peace. And I broke my own record. Happy Veterans Day. Shit, yeah.
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day.